In Seoul, a large fitness center building rises against the sunset sky. A muscular man named Choi Kang-hyuk happily greets viewers on his stream. On the table in front of the camera sits a delicious fried chicken and a can of cold beer for the popular mukbang. The streamer happily bites into a crispy chicken leg and prepares to wash it down with a drink. He continues to greedily consume food in front of the monitor in his small room. A close-up of his tense arm with its bulging veins reveals a man obsessed with sports. The man drinks beer with pleasure, recalling the events that led him to such an obsession with training. He had suffered terrible injuries in the past that made it difficult for him to even walk normally. These serious injuries were received while serving in a special forces unit. To recover, he had to undergo rigorous physical therapy and painful manual therapy sessions. After that, he tried many types of activities and began to diligently study the rules of proper nutrition. Now this fitness enthusiast sits in front of the camera and guiltily eats junk food. With tears in his eyes, he blames everything on the sudden onset of the global pandemic. Strict quarantine restrictions and the loss of clients weighed heavily on the gym owner. He had to become a streamer to pay for the upkeep of 5 halls, but the profits were still catastrophically insufficient. The man puts on a cheerful smile, asks viewers to subscribe to the channel, and says goodbye until tomorrow. As soon as the broadcast ends, his face is distorted by intense stress and deep fatigue. Looking at the empty food box, he regrets the calories he ate and the inability to exercise after drinking alcohol. With a heavy sigh, Kang-hyuk decides to take a little rest, recalling his recent conversation with his doctor. At the appointment, the doctor told him with a serious expression that the hair loss that had begun was caused by severe nervous tension. The doctor explains to the surprised patient that due to his good health, he had not noticed the accumulated fatigue, and now his body is on the edge. The doctor strongly recommends that the man reduce his working hours. Otherwise, the consequences will be dire. Hearing the warning about his imminent baldness, Kang-hyuk is horrified to imagine his shiny bald head. Returning home with a prescription for medication, the frustrated man sits on the floor and thinks about ways to relax. He is irritated by his complete lack of hobbies, having spent his entire life solely working and training. While scrolling through his smartphone, Kang-hyuk suddenly remembers his intense childhood love for martial arts novels. Images from the past come to mind. When he was raised by his poor but caring grandparents, the boy would often run to the corner bookstore and spend hours reading stories about martial arts masters. Remembering his grandfather's grumbling about this, the man notices familiar titles of old works on the screen. He warmly looks through the list of popular books by a famous author and rejoices at the masterpieces he finds. His attention is drawn to a completely new story about a Shaolin Temple acolyte, and he decides to do some reading. The plot captivates him from the very first pages, bringing a wide smile and genuine delight to his face. Reading turns out to be so captivating that Kang-hyuk doesn't tear himself away from the screen even while working and eating. Immersion in the world of martial arts brings back a long-forgotten sense of childish happiness and serenity. Late at night, the man's tired eyes begin to close, and he falls asleep right on the floor of his room. Suddenly, the screen of a smartphone lying nearby flashes with a blindingly bright white light. In his sleep, he hears an unfamiliar voice that persistently wakes him up and calls him to morning training. A frightened Kang-hyuk suddenly jumps out of bed and sees a man in traditional clothes in front of him. The man looks around in complete bewilderment and notices the shaved head of his interlocutor. A small, chubby monk waves his arms in panic and shouts about the risk of being late for class. Kang-hyuk looks at the child in shock and does not understand where he came from and why they shaved him so much. The monk claims his seniority, but when Kang-hyuk rises to his feet, he turns out to be a huge, muscular man, 180 centimeters tall. A man with a serious face grabs his interlocutor by the shoulder and asks about possible vision problems. A tense Kang-hyuk frowns and tries to figure out how an intruder could have entered his home. Looking around the spacious, traditional-style room, he is horrified to realize that he is in a completely strange house. In complete bewilderment, he feels his clean-shaven head and notices that he has transformed into a little boy. The frightened hero panics over the loss of his hair and compares his surroundings to old TV series sets. His eyes widen in shock as he recalls the name Mu Jin from the martial arts novel he recently read. The boy looks sadly at his small palms and mourns the loss of his hard-won muscles. The roommate smiles good-naturedly and attributes the events to a realistic dream from reading for a long time. His friend urges him to hurry up to avoid being late for class, and Kang-hyuk obediently agrees to follow. The former coach considers his new acquaintance a nice guy and runs out into the yard with him. The children run through the courtyard, bathed in the morning sun, and the main character decides to simply enjoy this unusual dream. Suddenly, they are met by a frightening, muscular instructor with a fierce face who loudly scolds them for being late for their first training session. The stern man hits the ground with his stick and orders the latecomers to quickly line up with the rest of the students. Kang Hyuk looks at the formidable teacher with admiration and is amazed by the incredible realism of the events taking place. The instructor commands to begin the lesson with a horseman's pose, which an experienced trainer will immediately recognize as a regular squat. Many young novices struggle to maintain their position and sweat profusely from the intense exertion. The protagonist is horrified by the incorrect technique and understands the inevitability of imminent knee injuries in children. In his past life, he was a professional weightlifter and knew all the intricacies of lower body exercises very well. He recalls a past life where trainers often focused only on the upper body and missed the point of the workout. The inner fitness trainer starts screaming at the sight of students' unnaturally arched backs and legs spread too wide. The boy can't stand it any longer and loudly declares to his instructor the importance of the lower body for any martial arts. He adds about the need to maintain balance in the legs to successfully execute any fighting stance. Kang Hyuk simply cannot stand by and watch children perform exercises incorrectly without proper posture. Even realizing the unreality of the dream that is happening, he boldly calls the teachers ignorant people with no knowledge about training. The neighboring students look at their classmate Moo Jin in shock and ask fearfully about the reasons for his behavior. The angry teacher points his finger at him and loudly scolds him for his impudent chatter during an important lesson. 3 grown men sternly order the boy not to look for excuses for his weakness and to return to his place immediately. The student flinches from the powerful energy of their shout, but still decides to stand his ground until the very end. He gathers his courage and firmly declares his duty to point out to his elders their obvious mistake. The hero recalls his past work with inexperienced clients and decides not to give in to the threats of the stern masters. A menacing teacher, his face darkened with anger, asks the boy about his doubts about the correctness of Shaolin training. The boy decides to play along with the realistic dream and warns of the inevitable knee joint injuries that come with such stress. The mentor dismissively calls his words pathetic excuses for the weak-willed, which greatly surprises the hero. Moo Jin points out the apparent contradiction and reminds us of the need to hone both body and mind to learn martial arts. The adult monks are a little confused and then explain the true Shaolin path to attaining Buddhahood. The cunning disciple takes them at their word with a smile and asks about the monastery's inability to help the weak achieve enlightenment. Cornered, the teacher becomes angry again and loudly proclaims the benefits of deliberately making training more difficult to strengthen the mind. The monks add seriously about the weakness of the human spirit and the need for difficult trials to protect against evil. The boy asks about the possibility of training the spirit only at a young age, which causes confusion in the adult monk. The inner voice of the hero in the form of a muscular man points out the futility of destroying the body for the sake of future training of the spirit. The other young students begin to whisper about the strangeness of these words, and the teacher mentally calls the guy a brat. The hero points his finger at the adult monk standing behind him and questions his training and lack of enlightenment. The mentor is furious at the insolence of a small student who dared to discuss a first-class novice. The angry teacher screams loudly, and his eyes begin to glow with the rage that fills him. The boy is forced to cover his ears with his hands from the deafening scream, realizing the true power of his best student. A strong wind rises in the monastery courtyard, causing all the novices present to cower in fear. An adult monk steps forward and calmly explains the self-improvement focus of Buddhist martial arts. He towers over the boy and states that their techniques are different, to which the hero asks for clarification. The mentor, with a serious face, speaks of the need to protect living beings from evil and demons. The sly guy grins and asks about the possibility of protecting people with bad knees. The teacher frowns in irritation and understands that it is impossible to punish the child due to the monastery rules. The man raises his finger and invites the student to prove his point by personal example. He challenges the boy to defeat someone who is trained in traditional Shaolin methods. The hero is noticeably nervous and, with a drop of sweat on his face, hopes to avoid a fight with the mentor himself. The teacher promises a fair fight and calls forward a student named Moo Gyun who recently joined them. The mentor gives the guy exactly 7 days to train using his own correct methods. The chosen opponent, with a menacing smile, warms up his fists and prepares for the upcoming sparring. The hero looks at his enormous opponent in horror and understands the absolute unfairness of such a fight due to the difference in weight categories. Moo Jin realizes that the mentor is only pretending to be kind and actually wants to suppress his will. The young man is angry with the old monk and mentally calls him a very unpleasant person. The teacher smiles contentedly and hopes that the impudent student will finally stop arguing. The protagonist accepts the challenge and promises to show the results of his training in exactly 7 days. The mentor walks away and thinks that the boy himself chose the most difficult path for himself. The monk gives the order to immediately begin general training, and all the novices respond in unison with their consent. Mu Yul approaches his friend and advises him to quickly apologize to the respected Master Hai Jung. A sudden shout makes Mu Yulia start and quickly return to his proper place in the line. The mentor closely monitors the students and reminds them of the crucial meeting in 1 week. Mu Jin is diligently exercising and breathing heavily from the intense tension throughout his body. Another monk reprimands the young man for breaking the rules, but he refers to the master's personal permission. The senior mentor orders the boy to be left alone, as the previously made promise must be strictly kept. Mu Jin smirks as he tells the other students that their poor methods will soon ruin their knees completely. The boy continues to provoke those around him and talks about responsibility for the health of such young people. The teacher tries his best to ignore the caustic remarks, and continues to loudly recite the sacred prayers. After 2 hours of morning classes, Mu Jin is very hungry and dreams of a hearty, healthy lunch. The young man freezes in complete bewilderment at the sight of his portion of food and cannot believe his eyes. In front of him is a typical Buddhist menu, which consists exclusively of simple vegetarian foods. All the other novices calmly begin their meal, while the protagonist is in shock from the lack of protein. Mu Jin looks at the meager side dish with disgust, and realizes the gravity of his current situation. The young man is very surprised that in his strange dream he can clearly smell things. He recognizes the pleasant aroma of food, even though the plate contains only vegetables. Mu Jin is angry that he is forced to eat only grass against his wishes. A boy shouts loudly about child abuse and is reprimanded for talking. He angrily tells those around him that after a hard morning workout he can't eat only vegetables. The other novices jump up from their seats and demand that such strong disrespect be stopped. One of the monks is about to teach the impudent fellow a lesson, while the hero himself is perplexed by their sudden rage. Mu Jin grits his teeth in anger and insists on the need for protein to exercise effectively. The young man is worried that without proper nutrition, all his morning exercises will be useless. Director Hyun Moon, who is responsible for all food at the Shaolin Temple, enters the dining room. The man smiles good-naturedly and notes that the young man looks very hungry. The teacher offers to take more, but Mu Jin refuses and says that there is enough food. Hyun Moon decides to be generous and offers the guy to choose some other side dish. The protagonist suddenly asks the chef if he has protein supplements or regular chicken breast. Everyone present in the hall is completely horrified and perplexed by such strange words. A tablemate asks Mu Jin with concern about the state of his mental health. The guy continues to insist on the importance of protein in achieving his specific goals. He looks intently ahead and thinks only about developing his muscles and a strong body. The young man begins to realize the strangeness of what is happening, because he feels real fatigue and smells. Mu Jin realizes that he should have woken up long ago and wonders about the reality of this world. Mu Jin decides to first sort out the current situation and pulls himself together. He finally realizes his position as a young monk in the Shaolin Temple and tries to find the right words. The young man bows his head low and apologizes to those present for his unnecessary words about food. The cook good-naturedly replies that the guy was simply very tired during a hard workout, and that's why he was talking nonsense. Mu Jin politely asks to add at least a few mushrooms or beans to his meager diet for protein. The protagonist continues to reflect on the reality of what is happening, and his urgent need for protein for muscle growth. Later, he sits in class and expresses dissatisfaction with having to study Buddhist scriptures immediately after eating. The guy imagines himself entering the world of the novel and is painfully searching for a way to return to his time. Suddenly, the idea of returning home immediately after the end of the book's plot occurs to him. Mu Jin recalls the details of the story and realizes that he possesses the impressive talent of the protagonist of this work. In a sudden realization, the young man accidentally ruins a page of the book with ink and screams loudly for the whole class to hear. All the other students in the room turn around at once and look at him with obvious bewilderment. The hero decides to win the upcoming sparring match and make everyone recognize his personal training methods. At this time, adult mentors discuss the uniqueness of this child and apologize for his strange behavior. The chef looks closely at his interlocutor and asks his true opinion about Mu Jin's abilities. The mentor announces his decision to give the guy 7 days to prepare and prove his case. The men walk calmly down the corridor and discuss the wisdom of the decision they made regarding their children's education. The interlocutor reminds that the upcoming sparring match should take place against the strongest student of this year. Every year, the Shaolin Temple conducts a very strict selection process among hundreds of children who come from all over the area. Only 1/10 of all the disciples who come will be able to pass the tests and enter the main temple. Usually, the initial period of training with older students does not allow newcomers to immediately become famous. However, Mu Gyun became a rare exception to this rule and quickly attracted widespread attention. The mentor is confident that this strong young man will be able to correct his opponent's impudent behavior during the fight. The promised 7 days of preparation had come to an end, and the students now gathered in front of the main building. The head monk announces the end of the term and orders the participants to prepare for the start of training sparring. Before the start of the fight, Mujin sits down on the floor and begins doing his usual sports stretching. The boy decides to use a more pompous name and calls his actions a tendon lengthening technique. Stretching is a set of actions to prepare muscles and relax the entire body before exercise. There are many special postures and techniques that can significantly improve flexibility and range of motion in joints. Mujin suggests that his friend try this exercise too, and he agrees with interest. The other students look at them from the side and are perplexed by the strange pose of the boys on the floor. The friend masters the new position of his legs very quickly, and Mujin praises him for his excellent progress. At this time, Mugyun begins to demonstrate his skills and delivers a series of very powerful consecutive blows. People around him admire his strength, because with every movement they can hear the loud sound of cutting air. Mujin becomes very nervous and realizes that getting hit by such an opponent will be a big problem. The young man frantically thinks about how to win and suddenly remembers one important detail. He confidently declares that there is one surefire way that will help him defeat a powerful enemy. The mentor watches him closely and understands that the boy's strange requests were not an attempt to avoid training. The man recalls seeing Mujin's nighttime practices, where he trained using his own method. The boy explained to his friend that rubbing his body against a tree would help him instantly surpass the strength of his main rival. The mentor is confident that Mugyun will teach the impudent boy a good lesson during the upcoming fight. Mugyun feels the gaze of those around her, and plans to make her opponent just another step on her path. The young man takes a low fighting stance and takes a deep breath for maximum concentration before the fight begins. Mujin calmly stretches his arm muscles and asks his opponent if he is ready to begin sparring. Mugyun begins to get very angry and suspects his opponent of either simple bragging or a stupid bluff. The boy agrees to the fight and recalls the power of his consistent strikes, which he has been honing for 3 months. The battle officially begins, and one of the students quickly rushes forward to make the first attack. Mugyun was extremely surprised by the enemy's sharp attack and did not expect such sudden decisiveness from him. Mujin deftly dodges the powerful swing and slips under the enemy's arm to perform his own move. The young man understands that he cannot use the dangerous techniques of modern martial arts against an ordinary child. He recalls his past training, where he was taught techniques that could kill a person with the slightest mistake. Mujin decides to use an effective hold that will help him completely immobilize even such a strong enemy. In just 1 second, he seizes the initiative and knocks his opponent to the ground, applying a painful elbow lock. The surrounding students are completely horrified by what they see and shout to their friend about the need to quickly escape. The boys can't believe their eyes, because they have never seen such a quick and crushing defeat. Mugyun lies on the stone floor, looking completely dejected due to the inability to move his limbs. The defeated fighter is in a state of shock and has no idea what technique his opponent used. The second-year students try to give advice to their friend, but their words turn out to be completely useless in this situation. Experienced fighters quickly realize the full power of this strange hold, even though they have never encountered such techniques before. Mujin holds his opponent in a lock and turns on him to finally seal his victory. Mujin demands that his opponent surrender immediately and warns him of the possibility of breaking his arm if he continues to resist. The second-year students push Mugyun and express their dissatisfaction with him losing to a newbie who is barely trained. Mujin increases the pressure on his joints and tells his opponent that any mistake could leave him crippled for the rest of his life. The defeated fighter clenches his teeth in intense pain, while those around him shout at him to get out of the hold as quickly as possible. Mugyun lets out a loud scream from the unbearable sensation, being completely helpless under the weight of his opponent. Mujin abruptly lets go of his comrade's hand and apologizes for the physical pain he caused during the fight. The winner helps his opponent to his feet and begins to stretch his stiff shoulders right there on the training ground. Those around him officially acknowledge the outcome of the morning's sparring and declare Mujin the rightful winner of this short fight. Old books describe a technique of successive strikes, which is one of the 8 fists of extreme measures in ancient martial arts. This devastating attack relies on coordinated fist, elbow, and shoulder movements for a quick victory at close range. Mugyun was considered one of the best masters of this technique among all the young monks of his age in the Shaolin Monastery. Even the seasoned senior students were genuinely impressed by the power and precision of his polished, consistent strike. However, this morning his fine reception was completely defeated by a strange technique used by an unusual young monk. The losing fighter sits on the floor and cries in anger, calling the clash completely unfair and wrong. He complains that Mujin immediately went into strange moves instead of using the traditional sequential strike. Mugyun loudly shouts his confidence in victory provided there is a fair fight, while his comrade tries to calm him down. The senior disciple sternly reminds Mujin of the rule to use only Shaolin martial arts during official sparring. The protagonist looks at those around him with obvious bewilderment and considers their complaints about breaking the rules to be complete nonsense. One of those present directly asks Mu Jin about the reasons for his refusal to use the standard consecutive strike technique. Mu Jin replies that using such a dangerous attack would turn a normal sparring match into an endless beating with severe injuries. Mu Gyun continues to cry on the floor and expresses outrage that real Shaolin masters never fight like this. The surrounding monks are extremely surprised that the famous Shaolin consecutive strike was so easily defeated by an inexperienced child with his strange technique. One of those present clenches his fist in frustration and acknowledges the reluctance of everyone else to accept Mu Gyun's obvious defeat. Students begin to seriously fear a decline in the authority of the monastery's martial arts and the possible departure of disillusioned followers from the school. The concerned monks approach Senior Master Hye Jung to ask what action they should take in this situation. To everyone's surprise, Mentor Hye Jung only smiles mysteriously, leaving everyone around him guessing about his plans to resolve the dispute. The senior monk calmly calls Mu Jin over, and the young man politely responds to his teacher's appeal. Hye Jung asks Mu Jin about his motives, and receives confirmation that the unusual technique was used to preserve the enemy's health. The mentor approves of his student's actions and declares that Mu Jin remained true to the true path of Shaolin and deservedly won this sparring match. The other monks are shocked by Mu Jin's quick admission of rightness, and do not understand the reasons for their strict leader's sudden leniency. Hye Jung explains that Mu Jin's technique was more effective than a traditional strike, only because of his current opponent's weakness in combat. The teacher reminds us of the highest goal of martial arts as victory over evil, and promises to personally demonstrate the true essence of Shaolin techniques. The mentor speaks of true power to defeat any demon, and gives the order to immediately bring a huge boulder to the training ground. Two strong monks with great difficulty roll a massive dark stone into the middle of the courtyard, under the watchful eyes of everyone present. Mu Jin and the other students watch the action with excitement, anticipating the rare opportunity to see the legendary move performed live. Hye Jung approaches the stone and urges everyone to watch closely to see the full power of the consecutive strike they are learning. The elder monk lunges forward and delivers a crushing blow with his fist right into the center of a huge stone boulder. Under the powerful impact, the stone instantly shatters into many small fragments under the influence of the master's crushing internal force. The students, amazed by what they saw, loudly discuss the incredible strength of their mentor, and hope to achieve the same mastery through persistent training. Mu Jin looks at the result of the strike with shining eyes and realizes that this is what real martial arts should look like. Mu Jin imagines the true power of martial arts, which is capable of cutting a path through a huge mountain. He dreams of the power of a single swing of his sword to defeat hundreds of enemies, and of a blow that instantly explodes an opponent. One of the monks turns to Hye Jung and reminds him of the rule of suppressing the enemy without causing him harm. Hye Jung looks confused, and the young disciple points to a place where only small crumbs remain of the huge stone. The next morning, a strange silence falls over the training grounds and the majestic buildings of the Shaolin Temple. The Arhat Hall leader named Hyun Seong asks doubtfully about a child named Mu Jin, defeating Mu Gyung with just one move. Hye Jung confirms her teacher's words and calls Mu Jin an extremely unusual boy during their tea party. The mentor notes the student's impudence, and recalls that the defeated Mu Gyung studied this technique much more diligently than the others. Hyun Sung suggests that his interlocutor is afraid of the boy's ability to spot fatal flaws in technology at first glance. The masters discuss the frightening possibility that the child may be a spy for a demonic cult or other hostile faction. The thought of a possible spy among the students causes great anxiety and cold sweat among the monks present. Hyun Sung doubts this theory, as a real spy would not attract so much unnecessary attention to himself. The head of the hall decides to keep Mu Jin under constant surveillance so that over time, all of his hidden motives will become clear. The interlocutor suddenly suggests that the boy may come from a famous family of martial arts masters. The monks recall Mu Jin's strange training and assume that he is simply using the methods inherited from his parents. Hyun Sung thinks the child wants to prove the superiority of his family's techniques over the ancient traditions of the great Shaolin. Master is wary of Mu Jin's growing confidence after his recent victory and is considering his next steps. Hyun Sung takes a sip of tea and offers to entrust the further training and supervision of the talented boy to Bo Gang. Hye Jung is very surprised by this decision and asks about the disciplinary hall, which strictly controls all the laws of the monastery. The mentor calms him down and informs him that Bo Gan himself has volunteered to help sort out this situation in the Arhat Hall. The students finish their training and are getting ready to go to rest so they can get a good night's sleep before the next day. One of the monks suddenly stops and, in fear, suggests to his comrades to go around by another route. Three friends peer warily around the corner of the building, trying to figure out what exactly scared their friend so much. In the middle of the empty courtyard they see Bo Gan, whom many in the monastery call a crazy dog and a fanatic of the rules. The monks are surprised by the night training and discuss why their fellow student is practicing the horseman's pose at such a late hour. Bogong is breathing heavily and sweating profusely, but he has no intention of stopping his grueling workout due to fatigue. Witnesses to this scene recall the master's nickname and jokingly suggest calling him the Dog of Rules for such incredible stubbornness. One of the students laughs and says that the disciplinary hall is the most appropriate place for such a stern man. Those present begin to vigorously discuss rumors about Bogang's transfer and express strong concerns about living with him. Bogang was always considered a very influential monk and strictly demanded discipline from even the most senior Shaolin disciples. Other novices acknowledge his fanatical devotion to the monastery's laws and note that such zeal is worthy of sincere respect. The defender of the laws always tried harder than others, and considered it wrong to impose rules on others that he himself did not observe. He devoted a huge amount of time to basic training and constantly subjected his knees to incredibly heavy physical strain. The master's legs are in such poor condition that without using his internal energy, it becomes difficult for him to even walk. The man ignores physical suffering and considers any pain to be only a necessary part of strengthening his spirit and mind. Bogong finishes the 30-minute exercise and says out loud the name of Mu Jin, whom he had been thinking about recently. The monk, with a predatory smile, introduces his new protege from the Arhat Hall as a very problematic and promising student. He vows to do everything in his power to bring this talented boy back to the true path of a Shaolin disciple. The appearance of the formidable Bogong in front of a group of students causes them to be truly shocked, and makes them scream loudly in surprise. A former member of the disciplinary hall joyfully welcomes his new comrades and announces his readiness to begin working together. Mu Jin carefully examines the muscular body of the new mentor and compares his appearance to that of a professional soldier. The boy quickly analyzes the current situation and realizes the true reason for the appearance of this formidable man in front of the students. He realizes that standing before him is the same famous defender of the rules named Bogong, about whom there are legends. A group of novices begin their morning horse stance training while Mu Jin muses on his own affairs. Bogong believes it is necessary to first study a person well in order to effectively guide him on the right path. The master plans to get to the bottom of his new protege's problem in order to solve it once and for all. The student demonstrates correct foot position with feet shoulder-width apart, back straight, and toes pointed slightly forward. The mentor notices the boy's strange breathing technique during movements and sees no difference from the usual exercises. The man feels the usual severe pain in his body and begins to suspect the boy of using cunning tricks to avoid the strain. Bogong approaches Mu Jin and points out his incorrect stance, wanting to personally teach him how to properly perform the basic elements. The boy feels slightly confused by the criticism and decides that he himself will have to teach this master the basics of physical training. He notices an unpleasant crunch in his mentor's joints when bending his knee, and does not understand his attempts to copy someone else's movements. Mu Jin understands the seriousness of the master's injury, and as a responsible coach, cannot afford to simply ignore this condition. He thinks about the high status of a disciplinary master, and plans to lure such an influential person to his side. The boy imagines his future easy life with the support of the authorities, and persistently asks his interlocutor about his health problems. He warns Bogong about the dangers of performing current exercises with damaged knees, and suggests that he follow his advice. Mu Jin shows the master a special stretch in the form of a deep lunge, and praises him for his surprisingly flexible body for his age. This tendon-lengthening technique should help the experienced monk effectively relieve excess tension in his sore knee joints. Regularly performing this warm-up before your main workouts will make it much easier to move and significantly reduce the overall load. The boy advises doing 3 repetitions with an interval of 30 seconds, and accidentally uses a modern term instead of the usual words. Mu Jin asks the master to do 1 repetition and notices his obvious confusion. The boy begins to massage his mentor's leg, and sees that he is experiencing severe pain even from a light massage. At first, Bogong felt a lot of pain from just touching him, but soon he felt unexpected relief in his joints. Mu Jin talks about having to start the exercise over again due to a forced break during the 2nd repetition. He persistently pushes the master and insists that training cannot wait for a single extra minute. The other monks watch from afar with great surprise at the strange interaction between the child and the stern disciplinarian. Bogong is known to everyone as a true fanatic of the rules, and has the formidable nickname of Crazy Dog. This man had been relentlessly watching every student since his arrival at the temple, frightening everyone with his obsession. Those around him are amazed that such a strict monk is now training in a friendly manner with an unusual newcomer. Mu Jin suggests taking a little rest and plans to perform the current exercise 15 more times. He asks his instructor how the new stance feels, and reminds him of the poor condition of his knee joints. The boy demonstrates the technique of a mini squat with a slight bend in the legs to significantly reduce the load on the injured areas. He begins to explain the procedure in detail and asks you to first slowly assume a semi-sitting position. The second important rule is to transfer all the weight onto the hips and buttocks without putting unnecessary pressure on the knees themselves. When slowly rising to the starting position, all the main load should be maintained in the same muscle groups. Mu-jin inquires about the condition of his interlocutor's muscles and suggests taking a short break before the next step. Bo-gang listens closely to his body and realizes that he feels much less pain with this new exercise. The boy plans to do 3 more repetitions and wants to prove in practice the enormous benefits of the services of an experienced personal trainer. He recalls his past clients with a frightening appearance, who looked very much like stern soldiers. Such serious people always easily succumb to sincere praise and kindness from their mentor. Mu-jin praises his interlocutor for quickly mastering the stance, and Bo-gang laughs in response and reminds him of his 18 years of training in Shaolin. The monks watching from the side speculate about the reasons for Mu-jin's strange behavior and suggest that he may have simply gone mad. Hae-young gets a huge headache from the situation, so he decides to just ignore the strange couple while the bells ring. The boy advises his instructor to always repeat these movements when training the lower body, and to do them before starting the main lesson. Bo-gan silently agrees to follow the instructions he receives. But this trust is not based on blind faith, but on personal experience. He decided to fully trust Mu-jin only after he tested the effectiveness of stretching and acupressure on himself. The man listens carefully to his inner feelings, and admits to himself that these are truly excellent techniques. Not only the method of performing the exercises itself proved effective, but also the combination of tendon lengthening with proper massage. Bo-gan notices the absence of the usual throbbing pain in his knees and feels how much the muscles in his limbs have stretched. The mentor asks the boy with a smile whether these unusual and effective techniques are a legacy from his family. He notes the high effectiveness of the exercises and concludes that Mu-jin's family is certainly very unusual. According to Bo-gan, these methods have been perfected over many generations, and the boy is delighted by the convenient misunderstanding that has arisen. Mu-jin recalls his suspicious behavior in the past and realizes that the answer to fix his reputation has already been revealed. The boy confirms the version about training at home, after which they both laugh happily and rejoice at the wonderful results of the training. Bo-gang clarifies that his praise only applies to knee assistants and advises not to forget the greatness of the temple's ancient arts. Mu-jin promises to remember these important words, and at this time a comrade approaches and asks about the completion of his business. The boy confirms the end of the conversation and politely asks permission to leave, receiving words of sincere gratitude in response. Bo-gan invites the hungry disciple to go ahead, but he replies that he was specifically waiting for the mentor to share a meal. Bo-gang apologizes to monk Hae-jong for his unsightly appearance, and the latter realizes that his interlocutor has guessed something. The man laughs loudly and declares that Mu-jin comes from a family of doctors, not martial artists. Bo-gang admits that his knees are in terrible condition after heavy training, and his interlocutor is surprised by his long silence. The man explains his behavior by his reluctance to disturb the senior monks and his fear of appearing weak in front of the younger disciples. Even his longtime training comrades didn't notice anything, but Mu-jin was able to instantly grasp the essence of the problem that had arisen. The boy showed his mentor new movements, thanks to which the strain on his sore knees was significantly reduced. Hae-young clutches his head and worries that this talented child could destroy the entire established Shaolin training system. The interlocutor asks the monk not to worry and promises to make every effort to return the student to the right path. He is confident in the authority of his elders and suggests carefully introducing the boy to the temple's traditional training methods. Hae-young agrees with this plan and advises not to rush things in order to do everything as carefully as possible. The mentor expresses his hope for Bo-gan's help, after which it is time to begin another midday training session. Mu-jin appears very exhausted due to constant malnutrition and has difficulty enduring Buddhism lessons after breakfast. The teacher announces the completion of the consecutive strike practice and orders all students to move on to the next stage of training. He explains the importance of harmony between internal and external energy, announcing the beginning of classes on managing internal forces. 2 senior monks step forward in front of the line of students to demonstrate the correct execution of the exercise. The teacher orders everyone to take the lotus position they learned earlier, but Mu-jin is confused and tries to remember the name. The boy carefully watches the movements of his older friend and suddenly realizes what position he needs to take. Mu-jin quickly remembers the correct pose, and the teacher orders everyone to close their eyes and concentrate completely on their breathing. Students begin to inhale air slowly and deeply through their nose, allowing it to pass smoothly down the throat. The teacher tells you to continue breathing exercises until the airflow reaches the very core of your internal energy. Mu-jin is absolutely thrilled that the long-awaited day of learning real martial arts has finally arrived. The boy happily takes his position and looks forward to learning something amazing after long and tiring physical exertion. Mu-jin wasn't the only one who was looking forward to starting the first level of martial arts training after hard training. All young monks dream of mastering the ancient Shaolin techniques and learning to smash huge boulders with one powerful blow. The students concentrated completely on their teacher's words and began to perform the first breathing exercises. Mu-jin carefully follows the teacher's instructions, but finds the current exercise rather unusual and strange. The boy notices that this breathing technique is very different from the descriptions he had previously encountered in the novel he had read. He begins to wonder whether they will be told about Qigong techniques, the 8 phases of Fu Shi, or the basics of Eastern philosophy. 1 hour later, Mu-jin continues to diligently follow all the instructions he received, despite his previous doubts. The boy feels a strong sense of excitement from the realization that the time has come to learn all the necessary techniques in the most proper manner. He imagines a great power that allows people to split mountains, soar through the skies, and transcend reality. Mu-jin is determined to learn everything important in this world, and learn how to effectively use the skills he has acquired. The teacher explains to the students that the tonap technique they have learned is the simplest way to accumulate internal energy through breathing. The teacher emphasizes that in order to develop the ability to feel energy, monks are required to practice this exercise every single day. Mu-jin is upset that they won't start learning advanced techniques immediately, and will start from the very basics. The teacher says that in order to master internal energy, each student must first learn to properly feel his QE. The teacher gives students special books that detail the path of internal energy in the human body. He explains that it is not necessary to memorize all the content, but rather to simply remember the basic information to control the force. Mu-jin looks at the manual he received with great interest and is surprised by the complexity of the energy path it presents. The book states that not only ki flows along this path, but also all the internal strength of a person necessary for martial arts. The mentor orders everyone to listen carefully, and begins to explain in detail the names and structure of energy channels. Mu-jin carefully studies the diagram of the human body and promises himself to remember the location of all the important points. That evening, Mu-jin decides to learn the main energy points and practice the tonap technique to master the basics of Shaolin. The boy thinks about the possibility of immediately starting training to accumulate internal energy. Bogang suddenly appears, and Mu-jin is surprised to ask about the reason for his presence in this place. Bogang laughs happily and says that thanks to his student's advice, his knees began to hurt much less. Mu-jin covers his ears from the loud sounds and grumbles that he only wanted to help the monk heal his injuries faster. Bogang boasts of his strong muscles and says that he has been training his arms for 18 years. Mu-jin seriously explains to his interlocutor that excessive stress can break the human body just like iron. The boy politely asks the senior monk to sit on the floor for a healing procedure. Mu-jin suggests that Bogang relax his tense muscles and warns him that he might feel some pain. The student begins to press hard on the monk's legs, causing him to involuntarily flinch and wince from the sharp pain. During the massage, Mu-jin becomes lost in his thoughts and recalls events from his distant past. He mentally returns to the time when he underwent harsh service in the ranks of special forces. Mu-jin recalls how his previous body was on the verge of exhaustion due to grueling daily training. While on another mission, he suffered a serious injury that put an end to his many years of service. Due to the injury he sustained, he was forcibly discharged from the army and sent on a stretcher to a military hospital. Mu-jin recalls a period of deep despair when he sat in the rain with a cast on his arm and an injured leg. Looking at Bogan, the boy realizes that this stubborn monk reminds him very much of himself in the past. Mu-jin continues the massage and instructs the monk to take care of his health so as not to suffer the consequences later. Bogang places his hand on the student's head and says that in Shaolin, no one is abandoned because of poor physical condition. The monk smiles broadly and assures the boy that the temple will never abandon its disciple, no matter the circumstances. Bogang apologizes for wasting his time and asks the boy about his plans for the evening. The monk is surprised by the student's ignorance and says that someone from such a family should be able to sense energy. Mu-jin makes excuses about family circumstances and reminds himself to be careful with his words. The mentor suggests that the boy not put off his practice and begin training right there under his supervision. Bogan promises to perform techniques to detect nearby energy, making it much easier for the student to sense it. The boy sits down on the floor and hopes that the presence of an experienced master will help him understand the nature of his own inner strength. Mu-jin announces his readiness, after which the monk urges him to fully concentrate on the upcoming process. Bogan assumes a meditative posture and asks the student to carefully observe his every movement for successful learning. During a monk's meditation, the surrounding space begins to noticeably change, and the air around him seems to fill with power. Mu Jin watches his mentor closely and sets himself the goal of understanding the difference between their energy types. The student suddenly begins to see an unusual glow and realizes that this has never happened during solo training. The boy watches the powerful currents with delight and wonders if this is the legendary Kai energy. He remembers the rule that when exhaling through the mouth, one must concentrate and throw out all the evil energy from the body. When you take a deep breath, you need to draw in the pure energy of nature and direct it to the very center of your body. Mu Jin tries to follow these principles in order to finally understand the difference between his strength and Bo Gang's strength. At first, the boy doesn't succeed, and he tries to correctly combine breathing, posture, and visualization of the flows. Suddenly, he feels a real flow of energy inside himself, and his eyes widen with unexpected success. Mu Jin sees a tiny clot of light the size of a grain of rice, and considers the appearance of this small spark to be a true miracle. Bo Gang looks at his student in amazement and understands that this child will become a great support for the entire Shaolin Temple. The boy continues to breathe steadily, and gradually gets used to the new sensation of the presence of internal energy in his body. Mu Jin opens his eyes and is surprised to notice that the air around him has suddenly become much colder. Bogan stands in front of the boy and says that he has finally come to his senses after very deep meditation. The student apologizes for losing track of time, and the mentor advises him to quickly return to the dorm before lights out. The boy thanks the teacher for his support, while the teacher is amazed at the incredibly high level of his new energy. Bogang mentions the possibility of learning the Buddha's heart technique, but Mu Jin asks about learning the energy paths. The mentor is surprised by the question and reminds the boy of its origin, forcing him to quickly turn it into a joke. The teacher laughs loudly at the child's words and tells him to go inside immediately because it is late. Mu Jin leaves and angrily wonders why Bogang keeps mentioning his noble family. Early the next morning, the students gather in the square for another important training session. The boy yawns loudly and is happy that he managed to remember all the necessary paths with great difficulty. The teacher asks those children who have already been able to feel the Kai and learn all the routes to come forward. Mu Jin sees many students graduating and begins to doubt his own exceptional genius. The teacher shows a book describing the Buddha's heart technique, which is the basis of all Shaolin principles. He opens the tutorial and promises to cover the introductory part in a short period of time. The rest of the guys watch in amazement at the quick return of the group, who managed to grasp the basics in just one day. A friend asks Mu Jin about the secret to such rapid success, to which he replies with the simplicity of the initial stage. The boy begins to explain to his friend the rules of energy circulation and warns him about the dangers of an incorrect approach. Looking at his friend's confused face, Mu Jin realized that he hadn't understood anything from his words. He encourages his friend and advises him to start by simply focusing on the correct rhythm of his breathing. Mu Jin smiles contentedly, realizing that the initial teachings of Shaolin have been forever imprinted in his memory. Mu Jin feels his internal energy accumulating much faster than before. He truly enjoys learning martial techniques and feels like he is growing rapidly. Mu Jin's training in breath and energy control goes very smoothly under the rays of the setting sun. The boy flinches from the unexpected cry and is surprised to see Mu Yulia in front of him. Mu Yul is breathing heavily and carrying another student on her back in a very strange position. Mu Jin descends from the rock and, perplexed, asks his comrade about the origin of this body. The friend explains that the man was severely punished, and Mu Jin hopes that his friend is innocent. It turns out that Mu Gyong was punished for climbing the mountain prematurely, but the method of his transportation raises questions. Mu Yul justifies herself by citing the victim's heavy weight and her unsuccessful attempt to simply lift him up. Mu Jin asks his comrade to wait and carefully examines the exhausted boy lying on the ground. He notices traces of dirt on the victim's face, left behind by Mu Yul's rough handling. Mu Jin's careful gaze allows him to understand that the boy was actually severely beaten by someone. He points out numerous bruises and characteristic marks on his clothes, causing genuine surprise in his friend. Mu Jin looks closely at the stranger's face and realizes that his name seems very familiar to him. Mu Gyong looks extremely emaciated and sickly compared to the other healthy children in the monastery. A strange memory of this man pops into Mu Jin's head, one that is very different from his usual thoughts. He tries to remember the details and circumstances in which he might have heard the name of this thin boy. Mu Jin decides to put aside unnecessary thoughts and asks his friend about the reasons for such a harsh sentence. Looking at the specific marks on the victim's body, the boy begins to make his first assumptions. He suggests going to the person who definitely has all the information about the incident that occurred. Mu Yul is very surprised by her friend's suggestion that someone else could have climbed the mountain before the victim. He remembers his recent opponent from a training sparring session and realizes who exactly he is talking about. The boys doubt that the weak and whiny Mu Gyung could really show such cruelty and beat someone. Mu Jin shows his ingenuity and suggests that they immediately go to the first student to find out all the details of what happened. Suddenly, one of the students loses his balance and falls to the ground with a loud scream right in the middle of training. The irritated young man expresses his dissatisfaction with being distracted from important activities for the sake of empty talk. Mu Jin responds by asking him about his behavior and reminding him of his status as the master's best disciple, who must help others. The interlocutor mockingly reminds Mu Jin of his past defeat and ridicules his attempts to appear important. Mu Jin excuses himself by citing his bad mood that day, trying to ignore his opponent's caustic remarks. The angry student accuses Mu Gyung of being weak and calling for help from the teacher after his loss. During a sudden skirmish, one of the fighters makes a sharp lunge, catching his opponent off guard. Mu Jin grabs his opponent's clothes tightly and uses a deft move to knock him to the ground. He uses an effective twisting technique, forcing a strong opponent to admit defeat in a fight again. Mu Jin confidently declares that no amount of repeated attempts will help the enemy gain the upper hand over him. The losing student screams in pain and rage, trying to break free from the strong grip of his skilled opponent. Mu Jin proposes a deal and promises to reveal the secret of his success in exchange for information about Mu Kyung's condition. After the short fight ends, the defeated fighter jumps back sharply, breathing heavily and coming to his senses. Mu Jin understands that deep resentment from a past loss is the main reason for this man's hatred. He notes that it is very difficult for a proud fighter to come to terms with defeat from a previously unknown combat technique. Mu Jin once again insistently demands to know the truth about the reasons for Mu Kyung's deplorable condition and the circumstances of the incident. Mu Gyung is the son of the master of one of the side clans and is raised in a strict atmosphere. Master Hyun Moon noticed Mu Gyung's outstanding talent and decided to take him as a student along with Mu Tae. Soon, Muta began to constantly bully Mu Gyung and claim that he was much lower in status than him. Mu Kyung is unable to resist the bullying because his father works for the bully's family. Mu Jin is angry and thinks that this kind of bullying would be understandable in a regular school, but not in a temple. He shouts at his interlocutor in a rage and asks why the strongest fighter here did nothing. Mu Jin continues to be indignant and states that a strong man had the duty to protect a weak comrade. The interlocutor justifies himself by saying that there were 3 opponents and is surprised by the words about Mu Jin's incredible strength. Mu Jin becomes embarrassed and explains that the other students are simply very poorly trained compared to him. The martial arts of the side families are based on Shaolin techniques, so students often become lazy during classes. They only know the very basics and do not put in the necessary effort during their daily training at the temple. Mu Jin thoughtfully thinks about the boy who came forward today and remembers his poor academic performance. A beaten Mu Gyung sits on the ground and tries to recover from another heavy collision. He remembers his bullies with horror and feels strong pressure from a group of aggressive students. Mu Jin asks the boy not to be afraid and says that his life circumstances seem very familiar to him. He sympathizes with Mu Gyung and is amazed at how much he was humiliated and beaten within the walls of the holy temple. Mu Jin understands that fear of revenge and his father's addiction prevent the victim from seeking help. He addresses Mu Gyung as a brother and offers to listen to his plan to correct the current situation. Mu Jin confidently suggests reporting the bully's behavior to Mentor Haejong and Grandmaster Hyun Moon. Mu Kyung is frightened by this proposal and replies that then his father will definitely not be left alone. Mu Jin says that all problems will be solved if Mu Gyung becomes Janshan's disciple. A Janshan disciple is someone who continues their studies and lives right in the main hall. Disciples of side clans usually come from outside and have no right to touch those who belong to Shaolin. Everyone present immediately understands the true purpose of Mu Jin's proposal, except for one surprised child. Mu Jin explains that the lowly disciples from the side clan will not be able to threaten a full-fledged member of the sect and his father. He confidently states that Shaolin will never turn its back on its devoted student, no matter what happens. Mu Jin extends his hand to the boy sitting on the ground and promises that the temple will not allow bullies to commit acts of arbitrariness. He invites Mu Gyung to try to carry out this bold plan and change his current life. Mu Jin asks his trembling interlocutor why he has no confidence at all to enter Janshan. He wonders if the boy really wants his father to continue working hard for a family that treats him badly. Mu Jin warns that if he surrenders, his father will have to continue to obey Mu Tae's will in everything. Mu Kyung makes up his mind and firmly grabs the outstretched hand, agreeing to make one attempt for the sake of his future. Mu Jin approves of this decision and helps his beaten comrade to his feet. After this, he suggests discussing a second plan that will help them cope with the current difficulties. Mu Jin talks about the impossibility of constant suffering and suggests that they start by simply beating Mu Tae. After 3 days, it is free time in the afternoon. and the students go about their business on the temple grounds. A group of bullies wait for their prey to appear and discuss whether Mu Kyung will come to the meeting today. Mu Te squats down and threatens to report the boy's disobedience to his family if he does not show up. His henchmen Mu Hui and Mu Huan are happy to have the chance to flex their muscles after 2 days of forced rest. They notice Mu Gyong in the company of Mu Jin and other guys, and decide to beat up everyone who came at once. Mu Te grins evilly and rejoices at the opportunity to beat up Mu Jin, who seems like easy prey to him. His minions laugh at the folly of their enemy and remember how much his former pride irritated them. The bullies discuss Mu Kyung's past tears and promise to make him cry even harder this time. Mu Jin turns to his offenders and calmly asks if he really seemed too arrogant to them. A group of students confidently walks forward, and the surprised bullies ask if they are planning to run away shamefully. Mu Hui laughs loudly and asks Mu Jin if he really thinks he's tough after defeating that big guy. Mu Jin calls the bully closer and promises to make sure that such nasty things don't come out of his mouth again. He declares that he will fight this enemy himself, and the rest of the guys will take on the other members of the hostile group. Mu Jin points to Mu Te and says that Mu Gyong must deal with this main offender himself. He asks his comrade if he has well remembered all the lessons and techniques he has learned in recent days. Mu Gyong is extremely nervous and doubts his own strength as the enemies slowly approach them, mocking them. The hooligans surround the boy and call him a big crybaby, promising that today he will definitely not be able to escape. Mu Te looms over his victim like a dark shadow and asks him with a frightening smile if he has the courage to strike. Mu Gyong trembles with terror and cries, admitting his powerlessness in the face of his long-time and cruel tormentor. Mu Te continues the psychological pressure and threatens to kill the boy's father in case of any resistance. The image of his kind father flashes through Mu Gyong's mind, and he recalls Mu Jin's words about the only way to end the suffering. Suddenly the guy screams and delivers a sharp blow, demanding that his loved one never be touched again. Mu Te, completely bewildered, tries to fight back and demands that his hand be released, being amazed by the unexpected resistance. He feels an incredible power in Mu Gyong's grasp, and realizes that the person standing in front of him is a completely different person. Mu Kyung's gaze becomes stern and determined, and Mu Te notices that the entire atmosphere around them has instantly changed. Mu Te is outraged by the interference in his affairs, and asks Mu Jin about his reasons for helping a weak student. Mu Jin offers to continue the conversation, but his interlocutor gets angry and accuses the guy of being excessively arrogant. He reminds Mu Te of his constant defeats and suggests that they work together to understand the true reasons for such failures. The guy acknowledges the high speed and enormous power of the consecutive strike technique, but considers these qualities insufficient for victory. Mu Jin assumes a fighting stance and challenges his opponent to test the first form of the secret technique on himself. The student successfully dodges the sharp attack and receives praise for his good reaction and attentiveness. Mu Jin announces the start of his second form attack, and his opponent finds it too easy to dodge such moves. During the second form, the boy warns that simple dodging will not be enough for protection this time. Mu Jin delivers a sudden and sharp blow from below, causing his opponent to cry out in intense and sudden pain. The defeated Mu Te falls to the ground and accuses his comrade of deception, to which he receives a logical answer about the futility of a fair fight. Mu Jin once again confirms the power and speed of his opponent's strikes, but points out their main and obvious weakness. He explains that any fighting stance reveals all the fighter's intentions in advance, even before the actual attack begins. Mu Te furiously claims that if the strike is fast enough, it will be impossible to stop even with complete anticipation. Mu Jin agrees with this statement and says that such words will only carry weight with the strongest person in the world. He adds with a smile that this rule does not apply to the average person, and he needs to look for other ways to win. The guy advises using cunning and compares combat tactics to a game where you need to confuse the enemy with false intentions. In the present, Mu Gyong tightly grips his tormentor's hand, causing him to scream in unbearable pain and shock. Mu Gyong, with a frightening smile, promises to attack with the first form of the consecutive strike technique and challenges the enemy to try to dodge. The author presents his new work entitled The Journey of the Apostles, which tells the story of a completely different legendary hero. The protagonist of this story was the greatest master of the dark arts, whose incredible swordsmanship was impossible to block or stop. Mu Jin advises using the tactic of appropriate deception in cases where the current attack speed does not allow for an effective breakthrough of the opponent's block. Mu Gyong acknowledges the complete truth of these words and wonders why he previously considered any use of cunning to be an act of cowardice. He decides to share useful information with his friend in response to the very valuable and extremely important advice he had received earlier. The guy seriously warns his interlocutor that Mu Te's numerous henchmen should never be underestimated in a real fight. The interlocutor is very surprised by these words, because up until this moment, Mu Gyung confidently claimed that he was much stronger than all his enemies. Mu Gyung explains that in the real battle, he will use his family's secret martial arts and all his accumulated skills. The heroes come to a very secluded and quiet place, which seems to them quite suitable for demonstrating true strength and skill. Mu Gyung doesn't want to get into trouble with the elders by carelessly using his unique and powerful family techniques. He asks Mu Yul to stand guard and promises to greatly surprise his comrade with the incredible power of his future blows. Mu Kyung is preparing to show his true potential so that others can finally see him in a completely different and brighter light. The young man's body suddenly begins to glow from a powerful and very rapid flow of life energy accumulated within him. With a loud and sharp cry, he makes a quick lunge forward and clearly demonstrates his incredible and frightening physical power. Mu Jin watches the series of punches carefully and compares the guy's strength and speed to the level of a very good school boxer. He notes to himself that for his young age, this fighter is definitely a real and extremely dangerous monster. Every powerful kick or punch is accompanied by a loud echo and very strong gusts of wind surrounding the fighter. Mu Gyung understands that Mu Tae's henchmen will also definitely use their special martial arts in the battle ahead of them. After completing his demonstration, the boy asks the mentor about his personal impressions of the full force he just saw. Mu Jin confirms that the young man is indeed the strongest and most gifted among all the other young monks in the monastery. However, he immediately points out the main drawback and speaks of the impossibility of free control of internal energy at this level. The young monk remains completely confident in his abilities and asks the teacher why he is hesitating and has not yet begun the attack. A young monk with a determined expression on his face rushes forward and shouts about his desire to be the first in this fight. While running, he analyzes his opponent's technique and understands the need to use a strictly defined form and style to control energy. The guy notes with a grin that the level of skill and the power of his current opponent's blows are comparable only to the skills of a newborn. He confidently declares the predictability of all enemy movements and calls the martial art he uses a technique of simple successive strikes. The enemy is greatly surprised by the young man's clever evasion and begins to realize that his opponent's previous success was not a fluke. The protagonist announces his turn to attack and begins performing a series of very fast and rhythmic movements called a Dempsey roll. He notices the enemy's attempt to protect his face and delivers a powerful and accurate punch directly to the enemy's unprotected stomach. The enraged opponent shouts a crude insult and swings both hands to deliver a crushing counterpunch from above. The young man instantly moves out of the line of attack, causing his opponent to slam face first into the hard ground with tremendous force. The victor stands over the defeated enemy and takes a deep breath, while his body continues to radiate a powerful aura of inner life energy. After a powerful blow, a loud explosion occurs, and the young man carefully watches his defeated opponent through a cloud of dust. The protagonist stands over his whining enemy and ironically asks if his victory has made him a bad guy. The young man suddenly realizes that his other comrades didn't even have to try very hard in their fights. He contemplates ending his fight and suddenly hears a series of frightening dull thuds. A terrifying picture appears before the hero's eyes, where the dark silhouette of Mu Gyung furiously beats a man lying on the ground. The guy stretches out his hand in horror and shouts at his friend to immediately stop beating his already defeated opponent. The maddened monk turns his enemy's face into a bloody mess, and his own hands turn completely red. Mu Gyung's eyes sparkle with true madness as the alien blood smears thickly across his face. The protagonist shudders to recognize this man as the most insane villain from the famous novel about the return of the Demon Lord. The true form of the one who loves blood more than anyone else in the world is revealed to everyone, under the name of the bloody monk Mu Gyung. A young man recalls his favorite novel, which he read as a child. The book featured a mad monk who claimed that all people were evil. This monk declared that he would wash away the sins of people with his own blood. The scene that monk Mu Jin sees reminds him of the madness of the hero Mu Gyung from that novel. Looking at the defeated enemy, he thinks with horror about what he awakened. It flashes through his mind that he just wanted to tease him, but now he doesn't understand what kind of demon it is. He realizes that if nothing is done, Mu Gyung could die from the beating. Another monk named Mu Yul runs up to the fighting and shouts for help. Two novices try to restrain an enraged Mu Gyung, who shouts that he will not allow his father to be mocked. After a brief outburst of rage, everyone around is amazed by the boy's incredible strength. The battered monks come to their senses as their comrades help them up. Mu Jin thinks that Mu Kyung probably hasn't yet become the bloody monk in the book. The character in the novel was simply a madman who went mad from constant bullying and torment. Suddenly, a muscular monk with glowing eyes appears and menacingly shouts the name Bogan. He looks at the beaten novices on the floor and demands an explanation from Mu Jin. The angry monk shouts that he is waiting and needs an explanation immediately. He shouts out the names of everyone involved: Mu Jin, Mu-gyul and Mu-kyung. Mu-jin asks Mr. Bogang to look at Mu-kyung's body. The young monk's entire back is covered with dark bruises and scars. Mu-jin explains that the monks lying on the ground have been tormenting Mu-kyung for the past 2 months. Mu-jin says that today, the 3 of them were going to do the same thing, so they intervened. Bogang asks again with a threatening look if this is true. He looms over the offenders, asking if what Mu-jin said was true, and warns them against lying. Suddenly, other monks come running, loudly shouting the name of Lord Bogan. The elder monk looks at the mess and demands an answer from Mu-kyung. Mu-jin places an encouraging hand on Mu-kyung's shoulder and asks him to speak as it is. Mu-kyung confirms that Mu-jin was not lying and says that he has been beaten for the past 2 months. Bursting into tears, Mu-kyung begins to tell in a trembling voice about everything he had to endure. Despite the confused story, Bogan got the gist of his words. Mu-jin reminds him that Shaolin does not abandon its students, so they have a duty to protect Mu-kyung. Bogan counters that these children are also students. Mu-jin angrily asks if those who threaten a child's life can be considered disciples, and if this is the spirit of Shaolin. Another senior monk appears and announces that an investigation will begin today if what Mu-kyung said is true. Hyunsun, the head of the hall, declares that if the words are not a lie, these children will cease to be Shaolin students. Mu-jin hopes for a fair investigation, but Hyun-sung stops him with a gesture. He says that even if they stop being students, what happened cannot be ignored. Pointing to the unconscious novice, he asks if too much force was used. Mu-kyung cries in tears that it's all his fault and asks for forgiveness. Mu-jin steps forward and takes the blame, explaining that he got too angry and couldn't control his emotions. He thinks that if he shifts the blame onto Mu-kyung now, he could become a bloody monk again at any moment. He thinks that if he looks after Mu-kyung, he can become an irreplaceable comrade to him. For punishment, there is a special place for meditation called facing the wall. Bogang tells Mu-jin that for the next 7 days he will not be able to talk to anyone and will constantly meditate. They come to a cave in the forest where Mu-jin will serve his punishment. In the cave, he will have to meditate facing the wall, without being distracted even by food and sleep. Mu-jin sits down on the ground inside the dark cave and prepares to begin. He suddenly realizes that characters from the novel The Return of the Absolute Demon have appeared here. Mu-jin recalls 2 books that turned out to have the same universe. Despite the common world and time, the main characters acted in different places and almost never met. He understands that since the Shaolin hero appears in the 2nd book, it means that both stories take place at about the same time. Mu-jin begins to worry that his intervention will cause a butterfly effect and disrupt the development of the other characters. He decides that he needs to gain experience to become stronger, since he remembers almost nothing from these stories. This is not surprising, since more than 10 years have passed, and he remembers the plot only in general terms. If the whole affair goes wrong, he's not sure the divine Shaolin monk will remain unchanged. He encourages himself with the thought that since he was able to deal with Mu-kyung, he will be able to handle the rest. The hero of The Return of the Absolute Demon was supposed to become stronger in the final battle with the Blood Monk. Now, due to Mu-jin's intervention, the Blood Monk has disappeared, and the protagonist will not be able to reach the same level of strength. He clenches his fists in despair, not knowing where to start or what to do next. Suddenly, he notices that Bogan, who was about to leave, stopped at the entrance of the cave. Bogang looks at Mu-jin meditating and is amazed at his concentration at only 12 years old. Bogang thinks about the special skills and talents that this child has already demonstrated. Hyun-sung apologizes to his teacher, saying that everything happened because of his immorality and oversight. The teacher asks him about the results of the investigation. He reports that they interviewed all the students and their testimonies matched, confirming that Mu-kyung was constantly being bullied. This incident has cast a shadow of shame on the Shaolin Temple, and the atmosphere there is not the best now. Bogan returns to report to the senior monks. The teacher asks Bogan if he noticed the same thing as he did. He explains that the look on Mu-kyung's hands and face indicates that he was the one who beat Mu-tai. This event was a combination of misfortune and blessing, because if Mu-jin had not intervened, something worse could have happened. Bogang says he has his own opinion about what happened. He believes that everyone is to blame here, and instead of blaming, it is better to focus on preventing such incidents. In his opinion, the main reason for the quarrels between students lies in the lack of training. They had too much strength left if they dared to start such a fight. The teacher agrees with his conclusions and leaves it to him. Hyunsun says that first, 3 students whose crimes have already been proven need to be punished. Bogan, standing at the cave, decides to do everything possible to guide the students on the right path. More than an hour and a half had passed, and Mu-jin hadn't even moved, which impressed Bogang. He decides that further observation will be unnecessary and leaves, returning at dawn. Mu-jin grins as he thinks that his 7 years in the Special Forces have not been in vain. and now he can detect the presence of others. He falls onto his back, lamenting that without proper food, he won't be able to replenish his protein reserves for training. Mu-jin lies on the ground and tries to remember the last time he ate meat. He remembers the juicy chicken leg he ate just before coming to this world. Tormented by hunger, he desperately realizes that he urgently needs meat. With a sly grin, he decides that he can get food on his own. Meanwhile, in the forest, a little girl is chasing a white rabbit. Suddenly, the rabbit gets caught in a rope trap and the girl hides in the grass in fear. Mu-jin, wearing a mask, jumps out of the bushes and with a joyful cry about a squirrel, grabs the caught rabbit. With sparkling eyes and watering mouth, he looks forward to eating this meat. At the same time, in Icheon province, not far from the Shaolin Temple, city life is in full swing. Here, temple disciples in white masks collected the necessary information. By asking local residents, they learned many stories and rumors. Gathering together, they headed towards the gates of the Sobel Transport Bureau. They are met by a monk who introduces himself as He Gol, the deputy head outside the walls of Shaolin. The head of the bureau, So Moon Pyong, comes out to meet him and turns out to be Mu Tai's father. He says it is a great honor for him to meet great martial arts masters. Suddenly his face becomes serious and he demands to know what happened to his son. He Gol angrily declares that Mu Tai's current state is the result of his own misdeeds and bullying of his comrades. The father hugs his son in horror, not understanding what the monk is talking about. He Gol accuses the Sobel Bureau of vilely extorting money and intimidating commoners. He clutches the prayer beads in his hand, not believing that a family that practices Shaolin could commit such unholy acts. He Gol orders his men to immediately strip these people of their martial arts. One of the Shaolin monks enters the fight and strikes the man from the bureau. A powerful punch lands right in the opponent's face, causing him to cry out in pain. The defeated man lies on the ground, and the monk orders him to return everything unjustly acquired by the common people. He Gol addresses the assembled people and asks if benefactor Bang Gon is here. The older man responds timidly, saying that he is here. Hyegol bows and reveals that the student Mu Tai bullied was his son, Mu Kyung. Mu Kyung's father, shocked, asks again if it was true that his boy was bullied. Hyegol apologizes on behalf of Shaolin and promises that they will take full responsibility. In the forest, Mu-jin finds a useless trap made of branches and rope on the ground. He sits down and realizes that it looks like his rabbit trap from yesterday, but it is made disgustingly. He wonders who tried to copy his snares and whether other people live on this mountain. Suddenly he hears a rustling sound and notices a girl with blue hair hiding in the bushes. Frightened that she has been noticed, the girl jumps up and tries to run away. Mu-jin rushes after her, shouting for her to stop. The girl runs desperately through the forest and thinks that she has managed to escape. Suddenly, Mu-jin catches up with her and, holding out his hand, shouts that he caught her. He throws her to the ground and is surprised to realize that he has caught the girl. The frightened girl, with tears in her eyes, asks what she did wrong. Later, they sit together and the girl devours the food, causing Mu-jin to realize that she was making a trap because she was so hungry. The girl asks Mu-jin if he, as a novice monk, can eat meat. Mu-jin replies that he has special reasons and asks her not to worry about it. He wonders how she ended up here, since, judging by her clothes, she comes from a wealthy family. A memory flashes back to her where she tearfully begs her father not to leave her. She stands alone, thinking that she is useless, and that her very existence is a mistake. Mu-jin notices her sadness, and decides to change the subject since she clearly doesn't want to talk about it. He asks her with a sly smile to keep the fact that he hunts rabbits a secret. The girl asks if it is because he is not allowed to eat meat, to which he partially agrees. In return, he promises to help her return home, which greatly surprises her. He says that soon a naked monk of a certain status will appear here who will be able to help her. When she asks how he knows this, Mu-jin replies that he can sense his presence. Meanwhile, Bogang is indeed heading towards the cave where Mu-jin is. Approaching the cave, he asks for help, and suddenly a surprised girl appears from behind a tree. Bogang offers to take her home, and the girl thinks to herself that he really is naked. Pointing to the cave, he asks if she had seen a little boy there by any chance. The girl smiled shyly, understanding why Mu-jin asked to keep everything a secret. She replies that she was afraid to approach and did not see anyone nearby. Bogang decides that since Mu-jin is so good at meditating, he can afford to help this girl. He tells her to follow him down the mountain and find her house. In response to his question, she introduces herself by saying that her name is Ryu Solwa. Mu-jin listens and with a sly grin realizes that Bogang and the girl have left. He falls tiredly to the cave floor, lamenting that he forgot to ask the girl's name. After some thought, he decides that this is not critical, since they are unlikely to ever meet again. Meanwhile, at the temple, Bogang calls out to Mu-gyung, who responds in surprise. Bogang says he has something to say, and it concerns his father. He told Mu-kyung about everything that happened in Icheon, and that his father had been given a new job. He advised the boy to stop worrying about worldly affairs and devote himself entirely to his studies. Mu-kyung, with tears in his eyes, resolutely promises that he will do his best. He vows that he will definitely become Janshan's disciple. On the fourth day, Mu-jin recalls his Special Forces survival training, which makes hunting easy for him. The only thing he forgot was that an open fire during a hunt could expose him. He decides that after this, it would be best for him to move to another cave to cover his tracks. To minimize the amount of waste, he didn't even bother to skin the meat, but simply smeared the carcass with dirt. Although the meat wasn't super tasty, he was able to replenish his protein reserves and finally remember its taste. The beautiful dawn of the fifth day is coming. Mu-jin woke up before the morning bell and began to meditate, but not because of his own diligence. He does this because he feels like he is being watched from time to time. Bogang approaches the cave and does not expect to see Mu-jin already busy meditating. He goes inside, wondering if the boy had been like this all night. Satisfied with his concentration, he praises Mu-jin and quietly leaves him some food. He holds a bamboo container of food in his hand and thinks that forcing the child to eat only this is too much. Food is given only once a day after taking biogokdan and water. He makes up for his lack of energy by hunting, which has already become a routine for him. The solar sixth day of his punishment in the cave begins. After getting enough protein, he starts training by doing push-ups. As he continued to train his body, he realized one important thing. The breathing technique during the exercises turned out to be similar to tonap, which allows you to accumulate energy in the body. Thus, he began his own training, mixing spiritual development with fitness. He felt like his body had been cleansed, but there was still something he didn't know. He didn't know that in this world there actually existed training called Hengon. On the seventh day, the meditation comes to an end and Bogang tells Mu-jin that he has succeeded. Mu-jin hesitantly asks if he can speak yet and is answered affirmatively. Bogang reports that since dawn is approaching, they will head straight to the training ground. On the way, Mu-jin asks how Mu-kyung's case ended. Bogang explains that after the investigation, it was discovered that Bureau Chief Sobel had caused a lot of trouble. Therefore, the temple completely deprived them of all privileges, and Mu-kyung's father now works for the new owner. Bogang also adds that during this time, the intensity of Mu-kyung's morning training has increased. He says that now Mu-jin will have to participate in training twice as hard as everyone else. Mu-jin despairs when he thinks that Bogang still hasn't changed his mind. He asks for permission to train on his own, and Bogang agrees to see what happens. Mu-kyung greets his comrades with a smile when they ask him how he feels after the tough training. One of the monks admits that he almost gave up, while another boasts that for him it was just a walk in the park. The senior monk loudly announces the start of the pre-dawn training and orders everyone to take their places. Young novices are surprised to see heavy sandbags tied to their feet. Mu-jin watches them and realizes that perhaps the training was so difficult precisely because of these weights. Everyone is forced into the horseman's pose and the students are again subjected to incorrect training. The classes became not only incorrect, but also twice as difficult, causing the novices to sweat profusely. However, Mu-jin found another use for the bags and started doing his own training. He lifts sandbags, thinking that even though they have poor balance, it will be enough for his age. The other monks notice that Mu-jin is training strangely and sense the tense atmosphere on the ground. They see Bogang approaching and eagerly wait for him to scold the disobedient student. Bogang glares at Mu-jin, wondering why he is doing things his own way even though he was warned. He notices that Mu-jin is sweating more than the others, and wonders if his exercises are more difficult. Suddenly, Bogang sees a faint glow around the boy, and can't figure out what it is. What comes to mind is Hengon, a martial art that allows a person to display superhuman strength. This is only possible if a person is well acquainted with qi and knows how to accumulate it in his body. The power that monk Hejong demonstrated by breaking the rock falls into this category. Although the hand exercises were difficult, a new method for mastering Hengon emerged. By performing overhead extensions, Mu-jin makes the muscles of the upper arms work great. Early in the morning, while everyone was struggling with complicated and incorrect training, the only one was Mu-jin. Mu-jin uses sandbags instead of dumbbells and performs lateral raises for maximum muscle work. The young man continues his training with a wide smile on his face and feels the joy of performing the exercise correctly. Several young monks look with great surprise at Mu-jin's strange posture and unusual actions. Mentor Bogang carefully watches his student's movements from behind and begins to look at him completely differently. The man is amazed by what he sees and wonders when exactly the boy began practicing the complex technique of Hengon. Mu-jin notices the interest of those around him and asks the mentors about their curiosity with a sly expression. The boy recalls his stay in the cave and understands that an honest account of his behavior there would look like idleness. The young man decides to hide the truth and confidently declares to his mentors that he learned this technique for the first time only today. He makes up a story about special breathing techniques in his family, and attributes his success to the simple joy of training. The mentor asks Mu-jin to follow him and informs him that he has one important personal request for him. Mu-jin explains to the teachers with a smile that the techniques of his family and the monastery are very similar. So he decided to take a risk and combine them. Master Bogang seriously reflects on the fact that the Hengong technique usually requires many years of practice and is almost inaccessible to new students. The man understands that after mastering the basics, people usually move on to more complex stages to save time and effort. He recognizes the incredible talent of the boy, who was able to master a complex mental technique in just a few days after starting training. Quickly learning these basics will allow Mu-jin to accumulate internal chi energy much more effectively and significantly increase the power of his future techniques. Bogang is confident that success at such a young age will guarantee the young man incredible heights in the study of martial arts at the highest level. The master clears his throat and turns to Mu-jin, with the intention of asking him one very important and clarifying question. The surprised monks ask the boy if he is really able to freely apply the Hengong technique during his regular classes. Mu-jin innocently confirms his abilities and clarifies that he only achieves this during family exercises. The young man politely asks permission to return to his training, and the instructors allow him to continue his studies in the training yard. Mu-jin approaches the training students and asks with surprise if they are really still practicing the tendon lengthening technique. The young man asks if it was Mu-yul who taught the others this technique, and his smiling friend confirms that he was simply sharing some interesting knowledge. Mu-yul happily shares that thanks to Mu-jin's lessons, it has become much easier for him to recover from difficult workouts, despite the slight pain. Mu-jin recalls that he taught his friend how to stretch, but he completely forgot about this character, as he was rarely mentioned in the original work. The protagonist reflects on the fact that this guy doesn't really like physical activity, and wonders about his strange combination of talent and stupidity. The young man doubts his friend's deep knowledge, and suggests that he may not even know the location of a person's vital points. Mu-jin decides to put those thoughts aside for later, and turns his gaze to another silent student to ask him a personal question. He turns to Mu-gyung and persistently asks him to tell him what techniques he has been practicing recently. Mu-yul intervenes in the conversation and explains with a laugh that their mutual friend considers his body too wooden for such exercises. Mu-jin looks closely at the confused Mu-kyung and asks if his poor body flexibility was really the main reason for him giving up training. Mu-kyung, in a fit of emotion, shouts about his clumsiness and asks Mu-jin if he is happy with his confession. Mu-jin calmly tells his friend that lack of flexibility is not a crime and advises him to simply practice more. The young man adds that he did not intend to scold anyone and calls those people who do not appreciate other people's efforts scum. Mu-kyung recalls how people always admired his physical strength and his belonging to a respected family. He remembers conversations about geniuses who achieve success without any visible effort and arouse the envy of others. Mu-jin notes the sound reasoning of his interlocutor and says that one cannot mock a person who makes an effort. The protagonist decides to check the results of Mu-yul's training and asks permission to join the general training. Mu-yul begins to help Mu-kyung perform the forward bend as part of the 7th type of gymnastics, while he groans from the effort. Mu-jin watches the process closely and encourages the student with words that his situation is not at all hopeless. Mu-yul praises her diligent friend for performing the pose correctly and explains that side pain is normal. Mu-jin loudly orders Mu-kyung not to clench his fists and to straighten his arms more while doing the exercise. The protagonist announces to his comrades the beginning of the final exercise, which is entirely focused on proper breathing. 4 students stand in a row and perform movements in sync to a rhythmic count of 4. Mu-kyung watches Mu-yul closely and remembers that he was always next to Mu-jin. Those around him are completely amazed by the incredible flexibility of Mu-yul, who has significantly improved his techniques. The young man reflects on Mu-jin's strength, Mu-yul's talent, and Mu-gyung's abilities in defeating a dangerous opponent. The protagonist calls his friends real monsters and promises to train even harder to remain the strongest. Using heavy sandbags during daily training is becoming a real pleasure for students. During his independent studies, the young man practices the Hengong technique and gradually accumulates internal strength through breathing. From time to time, the hero does joint stretching with the guys and strictly monitors that they do not slouch. Students notice changes in Mu-jin's physique and attribute his broad shoulders to the special physical exercises he performs. The mentor announces the beginning of early morning training and the transition to studying ways to use accumulated internal energy. The teacher orders several students to come forward to demonstrate the correct execution of a new exercise. The master explains in detail the technique of moving energy from the lower abdomen up through 3 important acupuncture points. The protagonist begins to practice and tries to collect a clot of luminous energy in the area of his abdomen. The young man reflects on the correct division of the flows of force in the proportion of 70 to 30, to achieve the desired result. Mu-jin prepares to deliver 3 consecutive punches, concentrating all his power into his clenched fists. The young man makes a sharp move forward and launches a series of devastating attacks using internal energy. The hero is amazed at the effectiveness of the new technique, and realizes the possibility of strengthening the entire body through the impact on specific points. The young man understands the need to maintain balance in the distribution of forces in order to successfully manage large amounts of energy. Mu-jin understands that in order to perform the first form of consecutive strike, he needs to direct internal energy into his legs. The young man is convinced that his guess about the need to distribute force throughout the entire lower body is correct. The protagonist realizes the importance of complete control over the entire body, and the redistribution of energy flows from the arms to the legs. Mu-jin imagines a real battle and thinks about the length of training required to instantly achieve a fighting state. One of the students tries to replicate the movements and, in confusion, adopts a strange pose during practice. Mu-jin approaches his comrade and learns that he has completely forgotten the correct sequence for distributing internal energy. The protagonist sighs and asks his friend to tell him at least that part of the information that he managed to remember. The comrade tries to list the names of the acupuncture points, but Mu-jin immediately corrects him and names the correct order. Mu-jin explains the principle of dividing 70% of the force, and points out the need to concentrate the energy on the right side for a right-handed person. The young man notices Mu-yul's difficulty in understanding the theory, and decides to explain the complex technique in simpler terms. Mu-jin touches Mu-yul's stomach and asks him to forget the names of the points to concentrate the energy in one place. Mu-yul successfully carries out the instructions, and is pleased with the simplicity of her comrade's explanations. Mu-jin advises his friend to ask him again if difficulties arise due to the student's poor memory. Mu-yul immediately starts to get confused in her movements, and comically asks again about the direction of the flow of power. Against the backdrop of the evening sky, it is said that Mu-jin is gradually mastering the technique of using a consecutive strike. The mentors taught the novices new techniques daily, and completed the basic training course in just 10 days. After the end of the general classes, each student continued training in his own temple at his own pace. After 70 days of hard work, Mu-jin and his friends had brought their bodies to a state of utter exhaustion. A group of young people have fully mastered all forms of consecutive strikes and have significantly strengthened their endurance. One of the comrades notices the passage of 20 seconds and announces that it is time for the next step. Mu-jin asks again about squats during intense exercise with a smile on his face. The mentor observes the morning training of the novices and notes their diligence in completing the tasks. The man suddenly hears very loud breathing from one of the students and begins to look for the source of the noise. He sees Mu-jin with a huge number of bags in his hands and is amazed at his incredible endurance. The mentor notices the boy's strong muscles and sees that his body is better developed than that of more experienced students. The teacher understands the seriousness of Mu-jin's training and is surprised at how he has achieved such high results in just 2 months. The young man's words about how conventional teaching methods can lead to pain throughout the body come to mind. Mu-jin offered to conduct his exercises before the main part of the classes and asked permission to train on his own. The teacher sits alone and seriously considers the correctness of the traditional training methods in Shaolin. The man stands up to greet Mr. Hyun-sung, who notices his interlocutor's deep thoughtfulness. Hyun-sung invites the interlocutor to share his experiences and talk about the reasons for his concerns. The young novice looks confused and admits that he did not quite understand the words of his mentor Bogan. The muscular monk informs the young man of the chief monk's desire to meet him immediately. Mu-jin is angry and wonders about the reasons for the summons, while those around him whisper about his possible misdeeds. The mentor calls the boy to hurry to the chief monk, and he obediently follows him. The head of the Nahan Hall, Hyun-seong, looks serious and ponders the sudden call to leadership. Against the backdrop of the temple buildings, thoughts of the incredible successes that Mu-jin was able to achieve are heard. Bogang feels very uneasy because he didn't notice the talented student's unique teaching method in time. The master asks his assistant to take Mu-jin to the main hall for an important conversation. The man agrees with the need for the presence of the culprit of the events himself, for the final resolution of the problem that has arisen. Mu-jin muses that it would be better for the mentor to meet and talk to him directly. The boy is puzzled as to why the busy man called him, and now just looks at him silently for several minutes. The young man realizes that in fact his interlocutor is very carefully and intently studying his physical condition. Mu-jin feels awkward and worried that his muscles are not yet developed enough for such an examination. The mentor asks about the student's strange behavior, and he sheepishly replies that he was simply trying to strike a striking pose. The man laughs and remarks that they haven't seen each other since the fight incident. The boy recalls a past conflict and asks if that old story was the reason for his current challenge. The interlocutor calmly drinks tea and explains that he invited the young man to personally verify some important facts. The mentor looks closely at the student enveloped in energy and says that now he has no doubts at all. The man confirms rumors that Mujin's body is developing much faster than all the other students. The mentor tells Mujin that he didn't summon him just for praise, and asks if his rapid growth is connected to his family's special training method. The boy becomes very nervous and assumes that he will be forced to give up his personal studies for the sake of traditional Shaolin techniques. Mujin directly asks his interlocutor about his desire to compare the effectiveness of two different approaches, but the man denies this assumption. The headman declares the monastery's readiness for change, and tells the young man that he has one very important and unexpected proposal for him. The student recalls the stern mentors of the past, and doubts the sincerity of the words about change, trying to guess the essence of the upcoming deal. The man explains Shaolin's 1,000-year history to its ability to correct flaws and absorb the best, while Mujin listens with obvious incomprehension. The interlocutor takes a sip of tea and promises to consider the possibility of implementing the new method if the boy can prove its real benefits. The mentor clarifies that this refers to the young man's own current training, which causes him extreme surprise and confusion. Mujin is shocked by what he hears, and cannot believe that the elders are seriously ready to discuss accepting his personal way of teaching. The head of the Nahan Hall, Hyun Seong, understands the gravity of the moment and prepares to make a decision that could forever change the future of the monastery. The head of the monastery decides to first try out Mujin's new teaching method in the Nahan Hall on younger students. If he fails, Hyun Seong will have to answer to the temple council, but he is willing to take the risk for the sake of Shaolin's future prosperity. The man hopes for the high effectiveness of the proposed method and believes that it will make their ancient monastery even stronger. Mujin is completely overwhelmed by the thought of having to train over 70 entry-level people. The boy fears that because of past incidents, other students will consider him crazy and refuse to obey his commands. The protagonist understands the personal benefit of strengthening the monastery, as this will help him successfully complete the plot of the novel. Despite the potential benefits, Mujin feels a strong reluctance to deal with the upbringing of a group of arrogant peers. Deep in the night, the junior novices sleep peacefully in their common room, unaware of the changes to come. A sudden loud command makes the boys wake up instantly and jump up in their beds in horror. Students begin to gather for class in a panic and are surprised to see that practice has started before the official bell rings. The younger novices freeze in great bewilderment and try to understand the reason for such an early awakening. The students notice Mujin standing in front of them in the company of his teachers and whisper that he is crazy. The head of the monastery explains to the assembled young men the need for additional warm-up exercises before the main morning training session. The boys begin to ridicule the news they heard and openly express their negative attitude towards what is happening. Mujin loudly orders everyone to be quiet and instantly goes into strict coach mode. The protagonist announces the start of classes using a special physical training method for his family. Hyun Sung carefully observes the young man's determined attitude and notices a real fire in his eyes. Mujin, with a stern expression, asks the silent crowd if they find the current situation funny. A young man with a frightening grin promises his students that after completing the training, they will lose all desire to laugh. The protagonist gestures to invite all those who doubt his skills and those who allowed themselves to ridicule to come forward. Mujin invites his students to spar and promises to resign as a mentor if he misses even one blow. 4 acolytes surround the protagonist and take up fighting stances, awaiting the command to begin the battle. The young man confidently orders his opponents to attack all at once and prepares to repel their simultaneous attack. Mujin begins to move quickly and delivers a series of powerful blows to the students attacking him. The disciples lose sight of the enemy and are greatly frightened by his sudden appearance right behind their backs. The protagonist grabs one of the attackers and declares that he is using only half of his true physical strength. The young man easily defeats another opponent named Yan Huangwon and demonstrates his complete superiority in battle. The defeated students lie on the ground, powerless, and Mujin stands over them with a glowing fist raised high. The protagonist turns to the others present and menacingly asks who among them wants to be next. Mujin declares himself a man of his word and demands that all disciples call him master during morning training. Mujin commands the students to begin the exercise and warns them of double punishment for touching their stomachs to the ground. The novices struggle to do push-ups in the rain and wait for the instructor's next count to raise their torso. Observing the process, Bogang reflects on the origins of Mujin's harsh training method and its effectiveness. The protagonist appoints Mugen, Mugyung, and Muyul as his assistants to supervise the 70 newcomers. The instructor's assistants monitor the correct execution of exercises and help the other students distribute their physical strength. Joint activities with his peers help Mugen overcome his inner shyness and become much more self-confident. Bogong carefully studies the new training method and finds it perfectly suited to his soldier's mindset. People around them are surprised by the changes in the behavior of children who used to be constantly lazy, but are now studying diligently. The mentor forces the offending novices to train even harder and decides to apply this tough approach to his students. The results of grueling training become apparent very quickly, and the endurance and physique of young guys noticeably improve. The senior monks were initially skeptical of Mujin's methods, but the young man politely inquired about the progress of his special request. Experienced mentors began to trust the young man after the first results appeared, and showed him the finished equipment on the side. The protagonist is presented with a homemade power rack, a wooden bench press, and a set of heavy weight plates. Mujin is a little worried about the wooden parts of the structure, but decides to use sandbags and logs as additional weights. The constant training of 70 novices took too much energy, so the mentor had no time left for personal development. To solve this problem, the young man ordered the production of special equipment that would allow him to train effectively right on the temple grounds. The main character is completely delighted by the thought of his future exercises and imagines how much the muscles of his chest and thighs will grow. After 4 months of hard work, 13-year-old Mujin's body changes dramatically and becomes incredibly muscular. Now the young monk is able to lift a barbell with a total weight of about 90 kilograms, demonstrating an astonishing increase in physical strength for his age. After performing 12 heavy sets of regular squats, Mujin drops the heavy weight to the ground and takes a deep breath. Mujin proudly examines his muscles and notes that his total weight in the 3 main exercises now amounts to about 230 kilograms. The young man smiles contentedly and understands that, with each repetition calculated, the result can reach 300 kilograms, which brings him daily satisfaction. The protagonist continued to live a full life and train diligently with other students until the onset of autumn. Time passed unnoticed, and the first snow was soon replaced by fresh spring greenery on the mountain slopes. During this period, exactly 20 young students decided to leave the walls of the Shaolin Temple and go home. Among those leaving were children who, for various reasons, were unable to master martial arts sufficiently within 1 year. One of the mentors informs the master that there are 50 children left in the temple this year, and this number is significantly less than last year. The elderly monk laughs joyfully and admits that such success was only possible thanks to Mujin's effective teaching methods. Hyun-sung has finally become a supporter of new ideas, and is now considering the need to purchase additional reinforced bars and benches. Having seen the enormous benefits of the proposed training, the instructor sincerely hoped for the rapid appearance of a large number of new training devices in the temple. Even in the Great Shaolin Temple, there were certain financial restrictions on the purchase of new training equipment. Mentor Hyun-seong hopes for the exams to begin soon and believes that the students' successful results will help find a way out of the situation. The upcoming mountain test will be the final one for the new students and will serve as the basis for selection into the ranks of permanent followers. If this exam demonstrates excellent results in training using the Mujin method, then the issue of new equipment will be resolved. After another 6 months, Mujin had grown 10 centimeters and reached a total weight of 400 kilograms in 3 types of exercises. After 1 year and 9 months, he has achieved such results, as he is now a martial arts master, and not just a fitness trainer. The young man developed his muscles only to a certain level, so that their excessive volume would not interfere with his quick movements during combat. His physique began to resemble famous bodybuilders, whose appearance always caused great surprise and delight among ordinary spectators. Every muscle on Mujin's body is now developed in a completely different way than the trainer he was in his past life. While the protagonist was fully occupied with his constant training, Master Hyun-sung went on his own journey. The head of the Nahan Hall, Hyun-seong, came to the abbot to discuss the details of the exam that was to be held in 5 days. The abbot reported rumors that had reached him, according to which there were many more students remaining in the temple this time. Hyun-sung reaffirmed his confidence in the strength of his charges, after which the 2 men exchanged short, polite conversation. The mentor bowed respectfully and added that the current test would be significantly different from all previous tests. The head abbot of the Shaolin Temple, Hyun-chong, has a majestic appearance and carefully monitors the order in his monastery. The abbot expressed his willingness to wait for the results, and soon the day of the exam arrived under a clear blue sky. An unusually large number of high-ranking guests had gathered in Nahan Hall, although usually far fewer people attended the entrance examinations. Thanks to Mujin's efforts, 49 children reached the final stage, 42 of whom decided to become permanent students. The masters and teachers present decided to personally verify the veracity of the news about such an unprecedented number of successful followers. There was a bit of a commotion among those gathered, as some doubted the children's abilities and attributed their success to the mentor's sympathy. The deputy head outside the walls of Shaolin, named He Gyul, recalls Hyun Seong's words about the exceptional nature of the current students. The attending teachers look with amazement at the strong physiques of the children who are preparing to take the entrance exam. One of the monks notes the excellent physical condition of the young men, and speaks of the head of Hyun-sun's complete confidence in their success. The official representative of the temple welcomes all the guests, and thanks them for visiting on this important day. Due to the large number of applicants for entry into the ranks of monks, the mentors decide not to delay the greeting, and begin the tests immediately. Before the start of the fights, the young people encourage each other and ask their comrades not to overdo it with strength or excitement. One of the students, with a determined look, stretches his arms and prepares himself for active participation in the upcoming battle. The exam rules require that a beginner student compete against a senior student, so that potential teachers can evaluate his or her skills. The masters watching the fight express extreme surprise and doubt that it is really a newcomer performing in front of them. After 20 fights, one of the children continues to fight at a high pace and shows no signs of fatigue at all. The abbot praises the head of the Nahan Hall for the high level of preparation of the students, and hears in response a suggestion not to jump to conclusions. Hall leader Nahan, with a confident smile, advises his interlocutor to carefully observe the further course of the tests. He Gyol notes the complete calm in the mentor's voice, and is convinced of the exceptional abilities of the young fighters. After the bell rings, the masters decide to continue observing the tests and invite the next student to the site. A beginner student named Mu Yul is called into the arena, and his comrade asks him to recall the instructions he was given earlier. Mu Yul promises to have a lot of fun during the battle, and receives a wish from his friend to return soon. The young man steps into the center of the training ground to the encouraging shouts of his comrades, and prepares for the fight to begin. Immediately after the command to begin the fight, Mu Yul makes a swift jump and delivers a powerful punch. The opponent notes the successful mastery of 10 circular exercises, and 14 exercises of the small red tiger style. Mu Yul demonstrates excellent improvisation skills, and finds a hole in her opponent's defense. Mu Yul begins to spin at an incredible speed, creating several distinct afterimages around herself. The opponent is greatly surprised by the skill of the beginner-level student, and tries with great difficulty to block his quick strikes. The young fighter deftly dodges enemy attacks and continues to rapidly attack his opponent from different sides. Haegyol watches the boy's movements closely, and compares his natural fighting style to that of a wild animal. The master notes the unique flexibility of the young man's body, and his ability to instantly respond to any changes in the situation. Haegyol decides to make this talented child his follower and admit him to the Five Fists martial arts school. The duel ends to loud applause, and the mentor begins to reflect on ways to improve his protégé's innate gift. In the past, Mu Yul often got confused with his own hands and feet, so he was assigned to train only the transitions between techniques. As a result of long training, the student memorized all the movements at the muscular level and learned to correctly distribute internal energy. The abbot laughingly asks about the secret use of sacred scriptures, but in response hears a suggestion not to rush to conclusions. A beginner-level student named Mu Gyong is called into the arena, and those around him make fun of his appearance. The muscular young man is deeply indignant at the talk about his nerves, and tries to look as confident as possible before the start of the fight. Spectators are completely confused by the fighter's appearance and doubt that he belongs to the beginner level of training. The young monk's enormous height is 186 centimeters, which causes genuine surprise in everyone present. Mu Gyong recalls 2 years of difficult training and prepares for a decisive victory in the upcoming fight. After the command to begin the battle, the fighter quickly rushes into the attack and vows to himself never to lose. Mu Jin discusses his comrade and notes that this strong guy's body used to be clumsy and hard as wood. The instructors first focused on developing flexibility and stretching, and only then allowed the student to build impressive muscle mass. Thanks to his persistence and constant training, the young man turned into a real attacking tank with impenetrable defense. The referee of the fight begins to experience serious difficulties, and realizes that he can no longer restrain his strength against such incredible power. Mu Gyong's opponent realizes the danger of his situation, and decides to immediately increase his internal energy to continue this grueling duel. Mu Gyong launches a swift attack and delivers a powerful punch straight to the opponent's body, demonstrating his superior physical strength. Spectators admire the intelligence and strategy of the young fighter, who is the only one among the novice students capable of fighting on equal terms with a senior in rank. Master He Dam, known as a follower of the Buddha's hand technique and the holder of the secrets of the immovable diamond, joins in to watch the fight. The experienced mentor watches the young man's movements with a smile and notes his diligence in trying to reduce the number of any unnecessary movements. Mu Gyung notices the attention of those around him, and begins to feel proud that all eyes in the arena are focused only on him. Wanting to look even more impressive, the fighter switches to the most furious and aggressive actions, trying to show all his devastating power. Due to an excessive desire to show off in front of the public, the young man allows an unfortunate gap in his defense and takes a heavy blow to the solar plexus area. Master Hidam looks at this mistake with disappointment and concludes that the young disciple still has a lot to learn due to his hot temper. The mentor decides to personally take on the boy's further training, while his friends try to cheer up the loser and advise him not to be too upset. Mujin announces his intention to return soon and passes the turn to the next participant in the duel, named Mu Gyung. The young man has still not recovered from his previous skirmish with other students and needs constant training to suppress his inner madness. During battle, Mu Gyung displays incredible skill and utilizes an endless variety of combat techniques. Those around him are amazed by the fighter's deep knowledge and wonder how many more secret techniques he has mastered. The observer recognizes a true genius in the young man and mentally encourages him to continue his performance in the same spirit. The fight drags on and gradually reaches a dangerous stage when Mu Gyung, overcome with excitement, can no longer stop on his own. The referee loudly announces the end of the fight and demands that the attack be stopped immediately. But the furious exchange of blows in the arena continues. The young man's face is distorted by a frightening smile. As in the heat of battle, he begins to get genuine pleasure from the madness that is unfolding. The fighter's mind is completely clouded by the thirst for battle, and his gaze becomes frightening due to the dark energy awakened within. Those around him are horrified to realize that he has lost control and desperately ask Mu Gyung to quickly come to his senses and suppress his anger. An unknown man drinks from his flask and notes an increased noise in the temple courtyard. Sitting on the roof of a tall building, he watches the entrance exam for new students. The man evaluates the skill of the participants in the fight and notices one very promising fighter among them. His attention is drawn to a young man with a frightening look and a strange energy emanating from his body. The observer finds what is happening extremely interesting and decides to immediately go down to the arena. At this time on the court, one of the students delivers a powerful blow and knocks his opponent down. The elders watch with alarm as the mad warrior prepares to deliver the decisive blow to the fallen enemy. Suddenly, a drunken master appears between the opponents and interrupts the dangerous attack with his intervention. Those present recognize the uninvited guest as a mentor named Higuang, who looks completely drunk. An angry elder loudly scolds a man for his inappropriate behavior and drinking alcohol during an important battle. Higuang gets into a cheeky argument with the elder and jokingly offers to share the drink he brought with him. The irritated abbot reminds the man of the need to observe the rules of decency and behave with dignity in the sacred temple. The master loudly announces to everyone present his firm intention to take the mad young man under his personal wing. The elders understand that only the leader of the Demon Slayer squad can cope with the terrifying energy and fury of this newcomer. Higuan is the only Shaolin monk who broke the commandment not to kill and took the path of the Asura to eradicate evil. The elderly mentor reflects with obvious doubt on the boy's future under the guidance of such a stern and unpredictable teacher. The drunken master slaps young Mugayong on the head and says that he is perfect for their special squad. The man laughs loudly with joy and admits that he has finally met a student even crazier than himself. Immediately after making his decision, Haiguang quickly leaves the stage and no longer shows any interest in the other participants. Despite the confusion that arose, the situation in the courtyard gradually calmed down, and the entrance exam continued as usual. The senior student conducting the tests is very nervous and anxiously wonders which of the candidates will go onto the court next. A loud voice announces the name of entry-level student Mu Jin and orders him to come forward immediately to take the test. The young man confidently walks towards the center of the yard, attracting the attention of those around him with his strong build and good flexibility. One of the elders watches the young man closely and calls him the best and most promising student in the entire current class. The masters discuss the boy's fighting potential and compare his abilities with those of other talented students of the Shaolin Monastery. Mu Jin takes a fighting stance and recalls his grueling training that should make him a driving force in the progress of martial arts. In the boy's memories, his mentor finds him in a secluded place on the edge of the courtyard, sitting on a large stone in deep thought. The student confesses to the teacher the difficulties with controlling his internal strength and confirms the successful mastery of the Chupungak and Kugunbo techniques. The stern master is extremely astonished and asks the boy if he really managed to achieve the highest technique of liberating the mind. Mu Jin calmly explains to his mentor that his practice usually goes smoothly, but sometimes he experiences unexplained delays during his training. Mu Jin admits that she tries to control her internal energy even during deep sleep or when holding her breath. The mentor is extremely surprised by this approach and asks the student if he really thinks about conserving his strength while eating or resting. The master notes to himself that there is a touch of madness in the young genius, and is amazed that the boy is concerned with completely incredible things. The teacher decides to change the subject and asks his student if he has ever heard of a special technique called iron clothing. The young man recalls the mountain bandits with bewilderment, and considers this skill to be a low-grade technique used by ordinary bandits for robbery. The instructor explains that this was originally one of the main techniques for strengthening the body and providing reliable protection against any metal weapon. The man adds that over time this method has become obsolete, as it is unable to protect a fighter from the sword or the powerful energy of high-level masters. The master looks closely at the student, and says that the well-known hardening of leather to the state of steel is only half the true truth. He reveals the main secret and explains that the genuine iron garment actually allows a person to absorb external energy directly through the skin. Mu-jin is shocked by this news, and learns that the technique's fame has faded due to the failure of its students, who only spread an incomplete version of it throughout the world. Mu-jin imagines how he will be able to absorb internal energy at any time of the day, even while eating or deep in sleep. The young man understands that by combining this technique with his constant physical training, he can double the resulting effect. The mentor explains the true essence of the method, but Mu-jin at first does not understand why he needs to simply make his skin stronger. Suddenly, the guy gets the idea to combine the ancient martial art of the iron suit with his professional knowledge as a fitness trainer. Mu-jin is determined and willing to use his incredible talent for learning new skills to achieve his goal. To continue training, it is necessary to master 3 basic techniques within a year, but the main character has already reached the highest level in each of them. Despite the huge gap between him and his peers, and the incredible results, the young man understands the need for a long road ahead. Mu-jin credits his past experiences for easily achieving his goals, and prepares for future battles using original martial arts. The master carefully watches the expression on his protégé's face, and notes with a smile that he has probably already come up with something worthwhile. Mu-jin enthusiastically asks the teacher to teach him the iron robe technique, which causes genuine bewilderment among the people around him. Mu-jin begins to stab himself in front of the other students, who consider his behavior strange and even insane. The young man hits himself on the face and body with all his might to maximally stimulate the skin, and quickly get used to the iron clothing technique. The protagonist closes his eyes and focuses entirely on finding a way to make the released internal energy his own. A powerful stream of power begins to bubble around Mu-jin's body, causing genuine shock to the mentor watching him. The guy slams his fists together with force and releases a huge amount of energy to create his unique style. Mu-jin strikes a striking pose and shows everyone his new crushing move called collaboration. The elderly master watches closely what is happening, and in his thoughts calls the talented student a true engine of progress in martial arts. Against the backdrop of a vibrant sunset, the travelers finally reach the desired location, where the fate of many exam participants will be decided. A young man carries on his back an elderly master who was very eager to personally attend this year's important test. The old man asks his companion to go a little further forward, since from the current distance he will not be able to see Popgon well. A young monk carries an old master on his back and asks him to personally evaluate the student's abilities during an important duel. Mu-jin displays perfect balance and releases a powerful energy that reminds those around him of the power of the great master Higong. The protagonist suddenly rushes into attack and begins a rapid advance on his opponent right in the middle of the training ground. The opponent is very frightened by the explosive fall of the young man, and is genuinely perplexed as to what kind of martial arts this guy possesses. Mu-jin uses the 9-step technique and Guanyin water techniques in sequence to prepare a devastating strike called the chain circle. The fighter uses a unique heart style and delivers a precise blow to the opponent, who barely has time to put up a defensive block in front of him. The young man mentally explains that mixing different techniques allowed him to activate the hidden power in the lower part of his body and strengthen his center. Mu-jin smiles contentedly and notes that by combining the secrets of different styles, he was able to significantly strengthen his shoulders and power. Clouds of dust rise in the arena as the protagonist successfully unleashes his new hybrid technique on his stunned opponent. The guy is not going to stop at what he has achieved, and excitedly announces the start of his second secret technique. Mu-jin's opponent is in complete shock and does not understand why his defensive block was completely useless against such a force. The protagonist doesn't give the enemy time to recover and quickly closes the distance to carry out his second devastating attack. The opponent tries to parry the young man's latest attack, but suddenly realizes that it was just a clever ploy to distract attention. The fighters engage in a fierce battle of strength, and the opponent is amazed by the incredibly powerful grip of the young master's hands. Mu-jin continues to unleash a series of rapid strikes, forcing his opponent to use all his power to survive. The old master watches the progress of the duel closely, and is amazed at his student's ability to develop such colossal power with modest abilities. The sage notices that the boy masterfully combines punches, palms, and kicks, relying solely on his basic techniques. The young man skillfully combines wind and nine-step techniques with upper body techniques to achieve maximum effect. The teacher understands that instead of moving to a new level of training, Mujin decided to combine the foundations of different styles into something unique. The great master recognizes true talent in the young man and mentally notes that this child is already walking the same path with him. The old master turns to Popgon and asks him if he can make his way to the very center of the ring. The fighter realizes the true essence of martial arts, and an enthusiastic and frightening smile appears on his face. The young man recalls his long training sessions and understands that he never had the opportunity to show his full strength before. During sparring, the hero enjoys the opportunity to fully concentrate on the battle and not worry about his opponent's injuries. He feels incredible tension from fighting a strong opponent and gets pleasure from demonstrating his accumulated potential. In the heat of battle, the world around the young master seems to stop completely and cease to exist. The young man's eyes record every movement of his enemy, and he notices with surprise that his opponent suddenly begins to retreat. The protagonist has just gotten the hang of battle and is perplexed by the strange commotion that has suddenly arisen around him. The crowd of students disperses in fear in different directions and makes way for a very important and powerful person. All those present bow deeply and solemnly greet the great master Hyun Guan, who has arrived at the scene of the duel. Popgon watches the general respect and is amazed by the greatness of the man who has arrived, who commands such respect without further ado. The Grand Master apologizes for interrupting the entrance examination, but the other monks assure him that there is no cause for concern. The old man expresses his desire to ask the young man a question, and the protagonist is extremely surprised by such unexpected attention to his person. The elderly teacher asks the young man to take off his outer clothing, which leaves the fighter in a state of slight confusion and bewilderment. The young man throws his things on the ground and decides that he has absolutely nothing to be ashamed of about his current physical condition. Those around him are completely delighted by the sight of the hero's muscular body and call his physique a true heavenly warrior's body. The master notices the use of 6 basic techniques simultaneously and asks if the guy trained his muscles specifically for this technique. The protagonist freezes in surprise and, in complete shock, ponders how the old man was able to unravel his secret so quickly. The head of the school is interested in the reasons for choosing such a complex path of development, since there are a huge number of other martial arts in the monastery. Popgon admits to a lack of talent for learning quickly, and explains his decision by his desire to combine techniques he already knew. Mujin realizes that after a year and a half of doubt, he made an important decision and finally realized how different he is from the original character in the novel. The hero was not confident in his ability to grasp knowledge on the fly and easily master complex techniques like other talented students. The young man decided to create his own hybrid technique by mixing basic techniques and soon became convinced of its incredible effectiveness. To utilize the initial energy, a fighter must distribute it correctly throughout the body. Otherwise, the growing power will be extremely difficult to contain. Mujin began to diligently train his body to withstand the enormous force, because excellent physical fitness directly affects mental calm. The Grand Master notes the successful mastery of the Iron Sheath technique, which allows one to control the flow of power through highly trained skin. The Elder concludes that the young man has created his own unique technique, and the protagonist is amazed by the incredible insight of this wise man. The elderly teacher approaches the abbot with a request to take Mujin as his personal disciple, which causes genuine surprise among everyone present. While in Abbot Nahan's room, the young man continues to reflect on the greatness of that strange old man and his amazing abilities. This master's body looked very decrepit and was completely unlike the traditional strong build of an ordinary Shaolin monk. Mujin is in the room and realizes that he has never heard of this mysterious man even in this world. The abbot asks the young man about the great master Hyun Guan and receives the answer that he knows nothing about this elder. The elderly monk explains the purpose of his invitation and is going to first tell his disciple an important story. The interlocutor begins a story about the great master Hyun Guan, who is soon to become Mujin's official mentor. In the old days, this outstanding warrior was called by all those around him the greatest fighter of the entire century. The abbot recalls his years of study and speaks of the outstanding results of 32-year-old master Hyun Guan. In those years, the young master surpassed all his students and was practically equal in strength to the experienced teachers of the monastery. Mujin is curious about the reasons for the terrible injuries on the body of such a great man, and awaits a detailed explanation from the elder. The abbot's face becomes extremely serious, and he names the large-scale invasion of Magyo as the main cause of all the disasters. The young man freezes in shock, and the monk continues to tell the story of how the peaceful era of his training was disrupted by the attack of Magyo's forces. The second-level students were sent to the battlefield to hold back the enemy, but war proved to be too unpredictable a place. The teachers entrusted Master Hyun Guan with the care of the younger generation, and strictly forbade him from engaging in open combat himself. Instead of an experienced master, only the strongest fighters went to war, who still lacked real combat experience. This decision led to tragedy, as Magyo's forces sent a special squad to the school while all of its heads were absent. At that time, Master Hyun Guan already possessed incredible strength, so ordinary Magyo warriors could not harm him. However, the young students and peers of the abbot who were in the school were not yet able to independently resist the power of these monsters. The enemy invaders decided to take advantage of the young students' weakness, and suddenly surrounded them right on the monastery grounds. The brutal opponents launched a swift attack on the defenseless people, and the blood of innocent followers of the school began to be spilled everywhere. Master Hyun Guan entered into combat with the enemies from Magyo, and began to take all the blows of the enemy blades. The man repeatedly offered his own body to save others, causing the number of his fatal wounds to grow. The rector sadly reflects on how the school's fate would have been different if he had been saved at the cost of the lives of other students. Mu Jin asks his interlocutor for information about Master Hyun Guang's grave condition, and receives confirmation of his suspicions. The young man offers his help in treating the victim, and asks about the possibility of completely healing the old master. The abbot of the monastery is extremely surprised by the young man's bold proposal, and cannot believe that he has the necessary skills for treatment. Mu Jin asks for a chance to prove himself, as even the greatest healers of the past were unable to help Master Hyun Guang. The young man honestly admits the impossibility of fully restoring the internal damage and returning the master's body to its original form. Despite the serious limitations, Mu Jin claims that there is a high probability that the master will regain his ability to walk independently. The protagonist reminds those present of Pop Gun's recent knee problems and hints at his successful experience in treating them. The witnesses to the conversation begin to understand the essence of the proposed method, and hopefully ask the abbot about the details of the past healing. The abbot tells everyone present in detail about Pop Gan's successful treatment, and the benefits of Mu Jin's unique methods for all students. The abbot, greatly surprised, asks again about the veracity of the young man's words, and clarifies the details of his observations during the past exam. Mu Jin confirms the possibility of treating the master with a new method, but warns of the extremely serious condition of his body compared to the previous case. The abbot expresses his complete readiness to take any measures and make every possible effort for the sake of saving and recovering the old master. These sincere words come from the heart, as Shaolin warriors and representatives of various schools have always sought ways to strengthen their bodies. The school tried for a long time to cure Master Hyun Guang through trial and error, using acupuncture, medicinal decoctions, and excessive physical exercise. Previous treatment attempts had been unsuccessful, and excessive physical exertion only worsened the condition of the knees and harmed the master's body. Mu Jin's methods allow for safe physical development, and all the judges at the entrance exam were personally convinced of the high effectiveness of such training. Master Hyun Guang appreciated the results achieved, so those around him had firm confidence in the young man's ability to heal the old mentor. The abbot is ready to give Mu Jin the great scroll at the first request, and even sacrifice himself to achieve his cherished goal. Like the great master of ancient Shaolin, the abbot expresses a sincere willingness to sacrifice his own hand to save his teacher. Mu Jin puts forward unexpected conditions and asks about the presence of thunder energy and extreme yang control techniques in Shaolin. After some time, the heroes go inside the building to continue an important conversation in the presence of other masters. Before the young man appears Master Hyun Gong, who is the founder of the famous teaching of the Four Dynasties. Nearby is Master Hidam, who practices the Buddha hand technique and the secret immovable diamond technique. Along the way, Mu Jin learns new details and reflects on the connection between the teachings of the Four Dynasties and Pop Gan's training. The masters express their complete readiness to do everything necessary to save the great mentor, and ask the young man to voice his demands. Mu Jin rolls up his sleeve and asks one of the people present to hit his arm with thunder energy with minimal force. The old master is very surprised by such a strange request, and does not understand the reasons for such a crazy proposal on the part of the student. A young man ponders the possibility of using neural energy to perform a procedure to cleanse the meridians of blocking toxins. Mu Jin asks to direct the flow of internal energy very gently without blocking the channels, and without causing serious damage to his hand. The old master agrees to the young man's proposal and carefully touches his hand to begin the test. Mu Jin feels a powerful discharge of thunder energy, and indignantly asks the master about his desire to burn his mentor alive. The young man carefully examines his hand and asks his interlocutor to reduce the force of the impact by about half. Mu-jin begins to openly provoke the old master with his words and insolent expression. The protagonist reflects on the need for special medical equipment and the difference in recovery rates between young and old bodies. Mu-jin recalls the special medical equipment for physiotherapy that is widely available in every modern hospital. The protagonist plans to replace complex devices with the power of a master and use electrical stimulation to effectively restore the mentor's body. The old master, with great doubt, clarifies the possibility of the movement of internal energy directly in the muscles and receives confident confirmation from the young man. Mu-jin explains the benefits of small electrical impulses to speed up metabolism, improve blood circulation, and increase the strength of muscle fiber contraction. The interlocutor is surprised by the significant effect of such stimulation and wants to know the exact amount of time until the first results of the treatment appear. Mu-jin speaks about the need to test the method on the practitioner himself and promises the first results of the treatment to appear in about 1 month. The young man goes on to explain in detail the essence of the upcoming task and gestures with his hands in front of his senior mentors. The old master carefully examines his palms and relies on his inner strength to help him during the healing process. The interlocutor suddenly activates a powerful divine guardian defense technique and releases a stream of bright golden energy from his hands. The protagonist abruptly pulls his hands away from the powerful blow and begins to loudly complain about his partner's dangerous behavior. Mu-jin asks the master not to warm up his palm too much and advises him to use much less of his internal energy. The young man explains the need for only slightly warming the palm and compares this soft warmth to the rays of the sun that warm the earth. The mentor tries to apply his power without unnecessary pressure and simply tries to maintain a steady warmth in his fingers. The protagonist carefully observes the process and confirms that the temperature reached is ideal for starting treatment. Mu-jin divides the responsibilities between the instructors and explains that the first master should be responsible for conducting electrical stimulation. The mentor should maintain a state of slight heating of the palm throughout the duration of 1 tea drinking session and replace the action of an infrared lamp. Mu-jin explains the benefits of heat therapy for relieving muscle fatigue and improving circulation using sunlight. One of the masters present asks the young man again about the real possibility of this unusual technique helping in the treatment of Master Hyun Guang. The interviewee expresses serious concern and points out the need for extreme caution due to the age difference between the patients. The protagonist acknowledges the truth of his mentor's words about the difficulty of trusting unique treatment methods and immerses himself in his thoughts. Mu-jin confidently states that he is not a newbie in his field and has the necessary practical experience. In his past life, the young man worked as a professional fitness trainer and successfully obtained official certifications in physiotherapy and rehabilitation massage. The protagonist has personally tried almost every sport and has studied scientific literature in depth to gain a detailed understanding of the fundamentals of nutrition. Initially, all this extensive knowledge was necessary for him to restore his own wounded body, but over time it began to help other people as well. Mu-jin recalls with a slight smile and nostalgia his youth and the difficult evening classes he attended to obtain the coveted educational documents. Mu-jin is the only person in this century who has the knowledge of rehabilitation and can restore Master Hyun Guang's body. The young man realizes the seriousness of the situation and assumes that the actual state of his mentor's health may be much worse than his first impressions. The protagonist openly declares to the masters his sincere desire to help and his readiness to seek other methods of treatment if they refuse. The elders admit their powerlessness over the disease and begin to seriously consider the completely new method of recovery proposed by the young man. The present masters hope for the success of this undertaking and believe in the existence of at least a small chance for a full recovery of their comrade. Master Hidayamu finds it extremely difficult to agree to the young man's proposal due to his high position and personal pride. The elder specifies a treatment period of 1 month and allows Mu-jin to use any necessary methods during this time. The masters sternly warn the protagonist of inevitable and very cruel punishment in the event of his possible lie. Mu-jin calmly accepts the conditions, and with a smile asks the mentors to once again demonstrate their inner strength and warmth. One of the elders begins to believe the words of the young man, and admits the thought of the truth of all his unusual statements. After some time, the masters finish the session and say goodbye to Mu-jin until the next day. The elders discuss their feelings, and acknowledge the difficulty of maintaining a constant level of internal energy intensity. One of the mentors notes the benefits of this method for healing, and is surprised by the unusual way of using his heat. The master explains the connection between the content of most martial arts and the use of extreme energy in practice. The elder talks about the influence of the chosen style on a person's character, and cites the owners of the ice element as an example. Shaolin martial arts are based on yang energy and require a harmonious combination of fire and metal elements to achieve great success. To properly use inner strength, a person must suppress his uncontrolled emotions with an iron will. The elder analyzes Mujin's proposed method and notes the difficulty of maintaining strong energy at a low level for a long time. The mentors are discussing the possibility of incorporating a new method of training patients through energy retention into the monastery's general curriculum. The next day, Mujin comes to Master Hyunguang's resting place and thanks the elders for their visit. A group of mentors greet Pop Gon and inquire about the purpose of his unexpected visit. The elders explain their appearance as an important matter for the master and express hope for Mujin's help in restoring his body. The teachers recall the numerous students who have already been helped by Mujin's unique training methods and healing practices. Mujin completes all the necessary preparations and begins examining the patient. Noting the extremely serious condition of his body, the young man begins the massage session and wonders how long the old man had been unable to move independently. Mujin examines the patient with concern and notes that there is almost no muscle left, and the condition of the remaining tissue is very poor. The young man asks the master to scream in case of severe pain, and wonders why the monks always try to contain their suffering. Mujin prepares warm towels to warm up the body and relieve excess tension before the main part of the treatment begins. In the first stage, the young man carefully moves the patient's limbs to gradually relax the muscles, comparing the fragile state of the body to a cracked vase. The elders watch the process closely and understand that any wrong move could cause irreparable harm to the extremely weak body. Mujin is extremely focused on his work and compares the patient's condition to an antique vase covered with numerous small cracks. The mentors understand the complexity of the situation and realize that healing will require a real miracle and tremendous willpower from the patient himself. The young man is completely immersed in the treatment process and carefully monitors every reaction of the body, not allowing extraneous thoughts to distract him from the matter. Suddenly, a deep sadness flashed across Mujin's eyes, and a distant memory of a little boy walking with an elderly man was reflected in his pupils. The young man remembers his promise to his grandfather to definitely cure him and makes every possible effort to save the current patient. Mujin continues to massage the emaciated patient's legs and wonders about the suffering this young man must have gone through. The young man does his work with a very sad expression on his face, and beads of sweat run down his cheeks from intense physical and emotional stress. Mujin exhales heavily and informs the elders that he has completed his portion of the treatment for the day, passing the line for their portion of the procedures. Thanks to yesterday's experimental treatment, the elders were able to carry out special light and electrical procedures on the patient without any problems today. At night, immediately after all the healing sessions are completed, Mujin moves his personal belongings to Hyunguan's hall, as he has officially become a local disciple. Mujin lies in bed after a hard day at work, hoping for some well-deserved rest and silence. The young man discovers with irritation that he has to sleep in the same room with the other students in order to constantly monitor the master's condition. Mujin rolls over onto his side and tries to fall asleep quickly, as he still has a lot of important things to do tomorrow. Lying in the darkness, the young man sadly reflects on the pitiful state of his teacher and how long he has been suffering from his illness. Just before falling asleep, Mujin remembers with a slight smile the past times and the face of a dear person whom he misses very much. Mujin lies with his eyes open and suddenly realizes that at this moment he really wants to see his own grandfather. In his memoirs, the young hero carefully massages the elderly man's sore legs and hopefully asks about his current health. The grandfather notes with great gratitude the complete disappearance of pain and invites his caring grandson to also go and rest a little. The boy confidently clenches his fist and makes a solemn promise to study even harder for the sake of finally alleviating the suffering of his loved one. An elderly man looks at his grandson with a very kind and warm smile, and sincerely talks about how proud he is of him now. In his memories, the young man sees happy moments with his grandfather in the kitchen, their shared relaxation among books, and how he supported a sick relative in the hospital. Soon the day of the funeral arrived, and the grandson, together with his grandmother, cried bitterly in the funeral hall in front of the portrait of his late grandfather. A young man in a black suit recalls with tears in his eyes that during those difficult times, all he could do was give his grandfather a massage and provide simple support. The young man closes his eyes tightly and asks for forgiveness for his weakness, because of which he was unable to help a loved one at the most difficult moment. After some time, the grown-up hero diligently studies at the table and asks his grandmother for advice on choosing an educational institution. Mujin apologizes to his grandmother and says that he will not enroll in the proposed educational institution, as he has another favorite thing to do. A young man studies health and exercise guides for the elderly, and then catches sight of an army recruitment poster. The young man, with an enthusiastic expression and a wide smile, decides that he must definitely try to get into the special forces. Sometime later, the grandson, in military uniform, happily informs his grandmother that he has received a stable job and the status of a civil servant. The hero tightly squeezes the hands of his elderly relative and makes a solemn promise to take care of her for himself and for his late grandfather. An elderly woman sits alone in front of a set holiday table and talks on the phone with her grandson, who cannot come home because of training. A young man in full military gear is on a mission in the forest and mentally promises to always protect his grandmother. In the locker room, a fellow soldier approaches Private Choi Kang-hyuk and asks his name. The protagonist's face is distorted by intense shock and the realization that an unexpected disaster has come into his life. A young man in a black mourning suit stands in front of a portrait of his late grandmother and experiences deep sadness from the inability to change anything. The protagonist cries and clenches his teeth when he hears that his vacation will only last 3 days and 2 nights, since it was not his parents who died, but his grandparents. The man clenches his fist in anger as he listens to the order to immediately return to the military base immediately after the funeral to fulfill his civic duty. The soldier breathes heavily while carrying out a mission and thinks with deep bitterness that all his efforts ultimately led only to the loss of loved ones. A group of soldiers in full black gear advances cautiously down a slope in a wooded area, watching every step carefully. One of the fighters suddenly stumbles on the slippery grass and falls down, mentally cursing fate for the impossibility of doing everything he promised for his deceased relatives. A young man in a red t-shirt sits in front of the ghostly silhouettes of his grandparents and sadly asks the old man how he is feeling. The protagonist wants to give his grandfather a massage and apologizes for not being able to take care of him earlier. A ghostly hand gently strokes the boy's head, while the grandfather mentally praises his grandson for his incredible hard work and determination. A young monk in an orange robe holds things in his hands and assures his elderly teacher that he is not crying at all. The student asks the master about his next steps and looks closely at the face of the gray-haired old man with a long white beard. The young man lies in bed, talking in his sleep about how much he misses him, while the old master watches him and reflects on the heavy burden on his student's soul. The old man looks at Mujin's concentrated face and thinks that it is precisely because of his inner experiences that the boy tries so hard to help others. The elderly teacher smiles broadly and suggests that the young man call him grandfather from now on, if it will make him feel more comfortable and at peace. The protagonist and the other monks freeze in utter surprise when they hear the master's unexpected proposal to change their formal address to a familiar one. Mujin looks at the old man with concern, confused, trying to understand the true motives behind his strange behavior or find fault in his own actions. Mujin notices the old master's warm gaze and decides to obey his unusual request without question. The other monks become enraged by the young man's informal tone and begin to loudly scold him for his disrespectful attitude towards the teacher. The old man calms the angry students and asks Mujin to continue the massage as he hesitantly calls him grandfather. The master laughs sincerely and admits that such an address greatly lifted his spirits, while the young man looks extremely puzzled. Later, the protagonist is carrying a heavy stack of papers and is very surprised by a sudden remark about the need to quickly get a haircut. The old master tells the young man that his hair is not very long compared to ordinary people, but he has been walking around like this for a long time and it is time to cut it. Another monk smiles and apologizes to Mujin for being so busy with training and treating the master, suggesting that he finally go and rest. At night, the protagonist frantically sorts through stacks of books and scrolls in search of the necessary information, but is disappointed to realize that there is nothing there. The young man falls into complete despair and screams loudly in helplessness, because he has not been able to find a single suitable excuse to save his hair. Mujin even studied ancient Buddhist treatises in the hope of finding at least some historical reason for keeping the hairstyle, but his search was unsuccessful. Mujin is angry and very upset about having to cut off the hair that he has worked so hard to grow. The young man asks the monk about the reasons for the widespread shaving of heads and learns that this ritual symbolizes a complete severing of all ties with worldly life. The interlocutor explains that constantly cutting one's hair serves as a reminder of returning to Buddha, and is a test of detachment from everything earthly. The teacher explains that the great master Dharma and the Buddha himself did exactly the same, so all followers are obliged to adhere to this ancient path. The old master adds with a smile that such a simple gesture helps one better free oneself from the shackles of the ordinary world and become a true practitioner of martial arts. Mujin gets angry and calls what is happening complete idiocy, continuing his unsuccessful search in the library. The young man recalls that he found himself in this place not of his own free will, but simply closed his eyes while reading a novel and woke up here. The protagonist suddenly freezes and begins to feverishly think about what exactly he was doing before entering the world of the book. The events of the previous day come to mind, when he visited the hospital, went to the gym, watched the broadcast, and fell asleep reading a story about the Shaolin master. Mu Jin goes into complete shock, and his eyes widen as he realizes the special importance of his visit to the hospital before the transfer. Mu Jin recalls the doctor's words about his hair loss being caused by severe stress, and warning him about the risk of going completely bald. The young man clutches his head in despair and laments the fact that his skin is so sensitive, for which he has protected every strand for so long. The protagonist considers the rule about constantly shaving his head to be complete idiocy, and listens with displeasure to the old monk's instructions about severing ties with the world. Mu Jin stands with his back to the viewer and continues to reflect on the fact that in order to renounce worldly attachments, it is not at all necessary to go bald. Suddenly, a cunning idea comes to the young man, and with a sly smile he decides to take advantage of the peculiarities of the present time in order to save at least some of his hair. Mu Jin walks away and happily calls himself a genius, believing that he has found a way to formally sever his connection with the ordinary world. The next day arrives, and the action moves to the main building of the monastery. A young monk returns from training with a box of scrolls, and the master urges him to quickly continue his treatment. The master asks a monk named Pop Gon about passing on the scissors to the protagonist, and receives an affirmative answer. Mu Jin appears before the teacher with a fashionable modern haircut and patterns on his temples, claiming that he really did get a haircut. Mu Jin explains to the teacher and another monk that his new haircut is a more effective way of renouncing all worldly things than simply shaving his head bald. The young man shows off his unusual double cut on the back of his head, and asks those around him if anyone would dare to accuse him of having worldly desires. The protagonist shows a symbol shaved on his temple, and claims that this sign clearly demonstrates to everyone around him his sincere desire to serve Buddha. Mu Jin laughs loudly and asks about his goodwill, although his defiant appearance is more reminiscent of a typical street thug from the Hongdae area. Master Hyun Guan bursts into laughter at this interesting approach, and agrees that only the conveyed meaning is important for achieving the goal, not the specific methods. Master Hyun Guang opens the door and politely greets his mentor, asking how he slept last night. The teacher is amazed at the sight of Mu Jin's new hairstyle, and reminds him that yesterday he was sent to the city specifically to shave his head completely. The young man proudly declares that his choice of style reflects the deep meaning of Buddha's teachings, and even received approval from his grandfather. The master seriously explains that body hair is like weeds in a garden, and symbolizes human sins that must be gotten rid of. Mu Jin happily confirms his decision to cut his hair, but the mentor calls him slow-witted, and points out that he maintains a connection to worldly life because of the remaining hair. Mu Jin smiles slyly and asks the teachers if they should get rid of the hair on their entire faces if they consider any hair to be evil. The teachers freeze in great surprise at the young man's words about shaving his head for the sake of purity of mind, and look at him with wide eyes. The protagonist points to an image of a saint, and suggests completely shaving off his eyebrows, mustache, and beard to achieve true enlightenment. The mentors are stunned and become noticeably nervous, realizing the need to part with their long beards and mustaches. Mu Jin continues his reasoning and notes that in old portraits, monks only have hair missing on the top of their heads, while their eyebrows and beards remain intact. Mu Jin argues that the true meaning is only the severing of ties with worldly life, and not the specific form of haircutting on the head. The mentors look at the ancient portrait, and acknowledge the young man's correctness, noticing the lack of hair only on the crown of their great ancestors' heads. The teachers carefully examine the shaved back of Mu Jin's head and the symbol on his head, agreeing with his devotion to the Buddha's teaching in this form. An elderly master with a long white beard laughs at the situation, and asks his interlocutor about his readiness to part with his facial hair. The teacher, confused, puts his hand to his face and allows the student to keep his hairstyle, provided that the hair does not become longer. Mu Jin smiles contentedly and bows respectfully to the mentor who allowed him to keep his hairstyle in order to preserve his own beard. The day after the treatment is completed, it is time for early morning training under the cover of darkness. A large, muscular monk, surrounded by other disciples, asks Mu Jin with great surprise and indignation about his unusual haircut. Mu Jin happily informs his comrades of the mentor's permission, which causes even more shock in the young man standing before him. The shocked student sweats and wonders how Mu Jin managed to survive such a bold proposal to the teachers. The big monk agrees with the master's decision, and orders all the other students to quickly prepare for the start of morning training. After Mu Jin received official permission from his mentors, other young men also wanted to get similar unusual hairstyles. Despite following the teachings of Buddha, Young people remain children and strive to stand out from others, or attract unnecessary attention to themselves. Mujin's new haircut becomes a real inspiration for everyone else, and a kind of call to decisive action to change their image. One of the students approaches Mujin with a smile and asks him to tell him in detail the secret to creating such a hairstyle before shaving his own head. Mujin looks at his inspired comrade with doubt, thinking that he won't be able to create the hairstyle even with detailed instructions. The student joyfully raises his fist and concludes that, if the true meaning of Buddhism is to be preserved, shaving one's head bald is not at all necessary. While the young man is thinking out loud about choosing a new haircut, the mentors standing behind him look at him with a stern and extremely displeased look. The enraged master orders his assistant to immediately seize the impudent disciple, and both monks assume a terrifying appearance with blazing eyes. The frightened young man cries out in surprise when someone's powerful hands suddenly grab him by the neck and shoulders, right in the middle of his thoughts. The angry mentor, his eyes blazing, grabs the frightened student and promises to personally trim his hair. Meanwhile, Mujin continues his treatment with Master Hyun Guang, whose emaciated body and every muscle needs careful work. The young man understands that simultaneous external influence on the entire body at once can only worsen the general condition of the old master. Similar to sports training, Mujin divides the instructor's body into separate zones and plans to work on each of them on a specific day. Today the young man is diligently kneading the patient's calves and feet, and the next day he plans to move on to working on the knees and hips. Mujin plans to work on the lower back and pelvis in the coming days, and then move on to the shoulders and arms using electrical and heat stimulation. It is important to remember that Mujin is not a professional healer, but only a third-generation Shaolin student. Having completed the current procedures, the young man politely says goodbye to the instructors and announces his intention to go to daily training. The old master laughs kindly and wishes his student good luck, and his assistant promises to look after the sick man himself in Mujin's absence. Despite the importance of the mentor's treatment, the young man is obliged to return to the Nahan Hall every day and feels like a child who was even given a bun to take home. In Hyun Sung's room, the mentor informs Mujin of the additional funds allocated for his achievements, and the joyful young man immediately suggests purchasing new sports equipment. The master adds that from now on, absolutely all training sessions at the Nahan gym will be officially conducted exclusively using the young student's methods. Mujin feels immense pride that his unusual approach to training has finally been recognized and is no longer considered crazy. However, a moment later, the young man's expression changes as he begins to realize the full consequences of accepting his methods as the basis for his teaching. The young man understands with some trepidation that he will now have to personally teach his unique methods to absolutely everyone present in the Nahan Hall. Master Hyun Sung tells Mujin with a kind smile that they cannot bother him constantly, and asks him to simply teach the second-level students how to use the techniques. Mujin expresses his willingness to help, but at that moment, the master suddenly takes out a blank stack of paper and places it on the table in front of him. The mentor asks the young man to describe in detail all the equipment necessary for implementing his methods, and Mujin understandingly picks up a brush. The young man looks forward to adding modern exercises with new equipment to his program and breaks into a satisfied smile at the thought of future workouts. Mujin politely asks the master for permission to add items to the list for other purposes, which causes genuine bewilderment and a counter-question from his interlocutor. Mujin explains his desire to add equipment specifically for his grandfather to the list, and Master Hyun Sung is surprised to ask Master Hyun Guang's name. The mentor expresses concern about the harm physical exercise can cause to the elderly man, but the young man reassures him of the therapeutic purpose and completely different functionality of the new exercise machines. Mujin is seriously considering special classes that could really help Master Hyun Guang restore his failing health. A young man decides to introduce a system called Pilates, which in the modern world is often perceived as a simple fitness program for maintaining a woman's figure. The young man recalls the true purpose of these exercises, which were originally created for the effective rehabilitation of wounded soldiers and to compensate for the lack of physical activity. Mujin imagines himself helping Master Hyun Guang perform exercises that are perfect for his current condition. Mentor Hyun Sun allows the young man to act at his own discretion and assures him of support from the medical pavilion. Mujin enthusiastically prepares to make a list of the necessary things for Pilates practice and raises her brush over the paper. The young man suddenly freezes in great confusion and wonders about the possibility of creating modern instruments in the present day. The young man understands the difficulty of the task, since most Pilates equipment is made of rubber, plastic, or other modern materials. Mujin is considering finding suitable alternatives to modern materials and plans to replace plastic and foam with currently available wood and springs. The young man realizes the high cost of the necessary materials and imagines his budget rapidly being emptied amidst the cries of those around him about possible ruin. After 2 hours of hard work, Mu-jin finally finishes compiling his list and hears a question about completing the task. The young man's joyful comrades approach him and call him to go and eat quickly, noting his lateness today. Friends look with curiosity and surprise at the new hairstyle of one of those present, and ask about the reasons for the disappearance of his hair. Mu-jin remembers the stern mentor Hidamu and realizes that his friend was sent to study under this strict master. The injured young man cries bitterly and covers his face with his hands in helplessness, and Mu-jin sympathetically asks him to hold on. Mu-jin asks Mu-yul about his progress, and receives a joyful assurance of complete well-being in response. Mu-yul enthusiastically talks about his desire to dedicate himself to training, but his words only cause Mu-jin to sigh heavily. The deputy head of Shaolin, He-gol, is deep in thought and pondering the correct way to train his new protege. Mu-yul squats down and watches a small ant crawling on the ground with a cheerful smile. The mentor bitterly realizes that his student instantly forgets 10 old lessons after learning 2 new techniques. The teacher understands the need for change. Otherwise, his unique 5-fist technique will disappear due to his student's poor memory. He-gol looks at the kind-hearted face of the smiling young man and realizes that because of his gentle nature, she cannot even raise her voice at him. The teacher addresses Mu-yuli by name and asks him with a serious expression about his previous teaching methods. Mu-yul, with a wide smile, tells the mentor about the help Mu-jin and his other comrades gave him in training. He-gol remembers Mu-jin with surprise as a gifted youth under the patronage of Master Hyun-gwang. The mentor descends the stone stairs and reflects on the need to learn the secret training method of this talented student. He-gul invites Mu-yul to accompany him to a meeting with Mu-jin and receives his protege's enthusiastic consent. The mentor suddenly appears before Mu-jin and explains his visit with the information he received from Mu-yul. He-gul invites Mu-jin to visit Master Hyun-gwang together after dinner for an important conversation. Mu-jin is very surprised by the mentor's desire to talk to him and tries to understand the reason for such interest. The young man heads to Master Hyun-gwang's house and continues to reflect on his role in the upcoming discussion. Mu-jin enters the room and politely greets the old master, who calls him a cheerful boy. He-gul stares at Mu-jin silently and intently, causing the boy to feel very uneasy and think about a possible mistake. Old Master Hyun-gwang greets the guests with a laugh and asks the purpose of the visit of such busy people. Mentor. He-gul announces his desire to discuss a certain matter with Mu-jin, much to the old master's surprise. He-gul whispers to the master about the difficulties in training his protege and asks him to reveal the secret of Mu-jin's success. The teacher complains about his student's poor memory when learning the simple 5-fist technique and admits the need for help from Mu-jin. Hyun-gwang suggests asking the young man the question directly, but He-gul is deeply confused by Mu-jin's address of the master as his grandfather. Mu-jin smiles and agrees to the boy's offer to fight, noting that they have had similar fights many times before. Mu-jin encourages Mu-yul to start the fight and reminds him to truly enjoy the process. Mentor. He-gul is extremely surprised by this approach and wonders about the possibility of perceiving training as a simple game. He-gul continues to watch the happy students on the street and cannot understand the essence of training in a game-like form. The teacher crosses his arms over his chest and becomes deeply immersed in thought about the true meaning of the phrase about having fun during classes. Mentor. He-gul watches his students closely and hopes for clarity during their training match. Mu-jin asks his opponent if he is ready to begin the battle and receives a very confident and cheerful answer from Mu-yul. Mu-yul quickly rushes into the attack with a joyful smile and encourages his comrade to have fun during the battle. The ancient Shaolin 5-fists technique was created by the great master Dharma and is based on imitating the habits of 5 different animals. The dragon, tiger, leopard, snake, and crane are the embodiments of these 5 styles and form the fundamental basis of the monastery's martial arts. Unlike other martial arts styles, the Shaolin 5-fists technique places primary emphasis on the student's inner freedom and complete freedom of expression. This teaching is closely connected with the Taoist philosophy of non-action and acceptance of the surrounding world, which allows one to achieve true enlightenment and freedom from suffering. Despite its profound meaning, this school was long considered a deviation from the true path and was in danger of disappearing completely. For a long time, Master He-gul remained the sole heir to this unique technique and a faithful guardian who bore personal responsibility for the transmission of the ancient heritage. The old master watches what is happening carefully and calmly tells his companion that He-gul is completely unnecessarily worried about the current situation. Mu-yul displays incredible agility and talent, making him the perfect candidate to inherit the ancient 5-fists technique. However, The young man's excessive eccentricity and unique movements make his mentor Hegol seriously doubt the correctness of his choice. The old master continues to discuss his companion's fears and mentions his concerns about the possible interruption of the line of succession of the martial art. Suddenly, the training match comes to an end, and one of the participants suggests ending this active confrontation. Mu-jin and Mu-yul happily exchange a friendly gesture and admit to each other that they haven't enjoyed fighting this much in a long time. The old master allows Hegol to take Mu-jin and says that his duty is to help his charges. As a condition of return, the teacher asks to teach Mu-jin the five fists technique in the same way that Hegol would teach Mu-yul. This sudden decision leaves Hegol and Mu-jin very surprised, while Mu-yul is genuinely happy at the opportunity to train together. Hegol expresses doubts due to the differences between this technique and classical fighting styles, but the old master reassures him and speaks of the undoubted benefits for the student. The mentor reminds his followers that the true essence of things is always much more important than their external manifestation. Mu-jin watches his departing mentors and mentally promises his teacher that he will definitely live up to all the expectations placed on him. The next day after all these events, Mu-jin resolutely heads to the training hall to continue his martial arts training. Mu-yul smiles as he recalls their past activities together, while Mu-jin responds to his words with a clear hint of uncertainty. Master Hegol feels that solving one problem has created a new one, and he does not understand the master's desire to teach Mu-jin the five fists technique. Mu-jin notices his master's state and admits that the sudden appearance of another student could have greatly confused the experienced master. Hegol reflects on the old master's wisdom and decides to trust his experience in teaching new students. The mentor officially agrees to teach both young men simultaneously and encourages them to begin training immediately. Hegol begins demonstrating the famous five fists technique and asks Mu-jin to watch his every move carefully. The teacher decides to start teaching with the simplest style called the crane style, and shows the correct position of the hands. Hegel calls Bo-hyun for a demonstration of the techniques, and he obediently steps forward in front of the other students. Bo-hyun tells Mu-jin that the teacher has already told him everything and asks the young man to watch his movements carefully. The heir to the five fists technique begins a smooth demonstration of movements and assumes a special stance on one leg. Bo-hyun makes a sharp and powerful lunge forward with both palms, demonstrating the high speed of execution of the combat technique. Mu-jin and his comrade watch the training with amazement and note the clear difference between this style and all other techniques known to them. Mu-jin understands that the crane style makes the master's body unusually flexible, and the five fists technique itself is aimed at perfect control of one's body. Bo-hyun continues to display the crane pose with a ridiculous expression, causing a feeling of slight irritation in those around him. Teacher, Hegul covers his face with his hand in despair and laments his heavy karma, while Mu-jin expresses his complete understanding. Mu-jin watches Bo-hyun's movements closely from behind and ponders the reasons for the imperfection of his technique, despite having the necessary strength and flexibility. Mu-jin approaches his comrade Mu-yul and asks his opinion on their partner's strange and awkward crane pose. Mu-yul continues to monitor the training and suggests that the problem lies in the general awkwardness of the movements themselves or in the extremely unstable stance. The young monk is puzzled because his muscles remember everything, but he cannot connect the movements together. He turns to an old master for help, with whom he once learned the basics. The old master himself cannot understand what is going on, and does not know how to help immediately. The young man remembers that his grandfather sent him here for a reason, and there must be a reason. In a flashback, his grandfather asks him about the personal fighting style he created based on basic movements. The master praises him for his clever approach, and the young man thanks him for the praise. However, he warns that if you continue to increase your power, your body will eventually not be able to handle it. It turns out that Mu-jin created his own hybrid technique by enhancing the basic moves. With the help of his internal energy, he created a body that could handle this load. But as the master said, there is a possibility that the body will reach its limit. The young man understands that his grandfather is right, and wonders if there is another way. The master suggests that he start with the diamond fist style, and a book appears in the air. This style is based on the cannon diamond technique, one of the techniques he already uses. The book contains secrets of controlling your own power, which will help you understand the key points of the 3 levels. The master begins to explain the complex concept of the 3rd level, but the young man does not understand where he is going. He tries to convey that it is important to understand the true essence of things, which is much more important than it seems. The young man remembers that his grandfather had already told him about this, because the true essence is most important. He thinks about the essence and imagines a crane spreading its wings. Looking at the movements of a real crane, he understands that art is created in its image and likeness. As soon as he thought about the essence of this style, it dawned on him. The young man looks at Mu Yul seriously and asks if he has ever seen a crane. Mu Yul replies in surprise that he has never seen a crane. He asks with interest whether the crane is edible, and the young man understands that he needs to combine the animal's movements with his own. Another monk watches them and thinks that it might be because Mu Yul can't replicate the beast's flexibility. The senior monk asks if his movements are incomprehensible, and that is why Mu Yul cannot repeat them. The young man objects, explaining that the technique is based on the natural movements of animals. The observing monk realizes that Mu Yul has never seen a crane in real life, and that is why he is having a hard time. The young man tells the senior monk that it is not his movements that are the issue, and suggests that he think about it himself. He explains that movements are natural only to the animal on which they are based. But for people, this body position is not something natural. The young man cries out emotionally that they must first lay down the structure so that Mu Yul's body itself will embody the movements. He says that Mu Yul won't be able to simply imitate someone else's crane movements, but he will be able to behave like the crane that he himself imagined in his imagination. The elder monk finally understands everything and realizes why the master sent this boy here. He admits that the young man easily goes beyond the rules, while he himself was focused on the standards. The natural technique of the 5 styles is passed down from generation to generation, but at some point he decided to focus not on the origins, but on the variations of the ancient elder. The elder monk agrees that the young man's words make sense, and they need to explain to Mu Yulyu what a crane is. The young man urges him to show the crane, and another monk remembers that there is a whole flock living nearby. They wonder how to bring the crane, and the action moves to the next day. Mu Jin returns to the temple and apologizes to the teacher for being late. He looks around but doesn't see anyone and doesn't understand where everyone has gone. He calls the teacher and Mu Yul, assuming that today is the day of the duels. Suddenly he hears a strange conversation and listens with curiosity. He carefully peers around the corner and sees something wonderful. Mu Yul looks with delight at the real crane by the pond and shouts that cranes are the best. 2 monks joyfully imitate the bird, performing one of the 5 fists, the crane fist. Mu Yul notices Mu Jin arriving and happily runs up to him. The other monks also notice Mu Jin, and their faces become tense. Mu Yul is delighted to pull him to look, and Mu Jin thinks what a thorn he is. Mu Jin joins the others and demonstrates the crane style, which delights Mu Yul. After seeing this, Mu Yul watched the crane for several days and nights. Mu Jin asks where they got the crane and learns that it was captured for Mu Yul's training. One of the monks asks Mu Yul if he understood everything. Mu Yul's crane is very different from the teacher's crane and Bo Hyun's crane. He repeated only those movements that he himself remembered, completely adapting them to his body. Thanks to his unique sense of smell and flexible body, he moved in harmony with the bird. His movements ceased to resemble human ones, and he recreated a style based on animal movements. He joyfully performs the technique together with the crane and eventually masters the crane fist. However, the senior monk notices that even so, Mu Yul's movements are far from ideal. The teacher helps Mu Yulyu by adjusting his hand and advising him to spread his legs wider for a perfect stance. He explains that the biggest advantage of the technique is smooth and natural movements, so Mu Yulia's crane needs some adjustments. Mu Yul is happy because the teacher admits that his movements are natural and smooth. Mu Jin, with a sense of accomplishment, says that his work is finished and he will not be coming tomorrow. The teacher happily says that they got what they wanted and wishes Mu Jin a good journey. Mu Jin thanks them for their training and says goodbye with a traditional bow. The teacher asks Mu Yul to accompany Mu Jin, to which he happily agrees. One of the monks doubts whether it is time to let Mu Jin go, but the teacher says there is nothing to worry about. He explains with a smile that Mu Jin doesn't need to master all 5 fists at all. As Mu Yul catches up with Mu Jin, it becomes clear that he didn't need to master the 5 styles in the first place. Mu Jin had already determined his path and fighting style early on, and now he has only overcome another wall. An epiphany came to him while he was helping Mu Yuli, and he definitely learned something important. He started small with the red fist, and combined that technique with the golden fist. He then added a couple more basic styles, gaining extra power and reducing energy costs. He remembered his grandfather's words about the importance of finding and understanding the essence of things, and not judging by appearances. Now he needs to figure out how to combine and seamlessly blend all the styles together. He reflects that the 5 fists are used by 5 animals, and wonders about the existence of dragons. However, he decides that this is already the teacher and Mu Yul's problem, and he doesn't need to think about it. The teacher says that he will probably go and asks to tell Mu Yuli that he can rest today. Suddenly, Mu Jin stops, realizing that Master Hyun Guang had known in advance where this was all heading. The monk is amazed that Mu Jin already understands the intentions of the great master who planned all of this. Mu Jin sits at the table and thinks that he has been treating his grandfather for a month already. But this is not enough. He decides that it is imperative to try all possible means of treatment. He comes to the conclusion that they have no choice but to resort to extreme measures. Two monks discuss the master's treatment, and one of them doubts that his condition has improved. Another monk reminds him how he promised to punish Mujin if there were no results within a month. The old monk says with a grin that, whatever the case, they need to hurry. He enters the master's room and asks Mujin what's the matter since he called him. Mujin asks him to wait a bit, as they are already finishing up today's procedures. He helps the old master with back exercises, continuing yesterday's leg workout. The monk suddenly entered and cried out in surprise, because the master could move on his own. The master says that it has become much easier for him than before, and these are just light body movements. The monk who arrived was in shock, because in the master's state even such light movements were practically impossible. He remembers how the master used to breathe heavily, just lying on the bed and could not move. In the next room, the monks are discussing with surprise that the treatment has borne fruit, since the master was able to move independently. One of them happily says that the treatment is indeed producing results, just as Mujin promised a month ago. The monks admit they were wary at first, but the method proved effective. They decide to ask Mujin to come as soon as he finishes his treatment, so that he can tell them everything himself. Despite the visible results, Mujin was not completely satisfied with the work done. He decides to talk to them frankly, because he promised that his grandfather would be able to walk on his own. Mujin added warm-up exercises to the main treatment, and asked the master to perform lifts on his own. Then, not without help, he helped him take a couple of independent steps. He followed the same pattern as they use in rehabilitation centers for leg injuries. His damaged ligaments and joints recovered to some extent, but he relied on others for decades. As a result, the muscles throughout his body have atrophied and need to be rebuilt. Mujin comes to the monks and says that he needs to tell them something about his grandfather's treatment. The monks ask worriedly what the problem is, since the master has already begun to move on his own. Mujin replies that the first stage of treatment was successful, but now the problem is what to do next. He explains that his grandfather's cartilage is in a deteriorating state due to his age. The problem is that if you start building muscle now, there is a risk of serious joint injury. The monks anxiously ask if there is a way out, since he did not start this conversation for nothing. Mujin admits that even the current results are a major breakthrough. The monks tell him to just tell him what to do and that they will accept whatever he decides. Mujin states with a serious expression that Grandpa needs to eat meat. The monks are shocked because the question of the necessity of meat for muscle development is still controversial. Vegetarians constantly insist that it is possible to maintain a healthy body without meat. However, a person like a master needs a large amount of animal protein for recovery. But they are in an ancient era where eating meat is simply unacceptable for martial artists. The monks become furious and shout that this is terrible and how dare he talk about such a thing. Mujin clutches his head in despair, because he knew they would react like this. One of the monks asks if meat is really necessary for building muscle, since Mujin himself achieved such a figure without it. Mujin becomes nervous and remembers how he secretly ate meat in the past. He explains that meat cannot be replaced with beans and mushrooms, because their effect cannot be compared to eating animal meat. He says that one cannot compare his young body, which can withstand any hardship, with his grandfather's extremely unstable condition. He reflects on the reason for the prohibition of meat in Shaolin, which is a necessary deprivation for victory over earthly passions. He asks whether it can be considered a violation of the holy commandments if the issue is about life and death. He remembers his smiling grandfather and his funeral, realizing that he doesn't want to go through that again. In despair he cries out, "Does not a vain death violate the law of the flame of life?" One of the monks angrily accuses him of demanding that Master Hyun Guang break the holy rules. Another monk stops his angry companion, telling him to calm down. Suddenly, the angry monk is thrown back by force, and everyone is surprised at how Mujin managed to suppress it. The bespectacled monk says that there is some truth in Mujin's words. Another monk asks seriously how meat and muscle growth are related. Mujin ponders how to convey to them the meaning of the words protein and amino acids, which he would easily explain in his world. He understands that there is no other way out, and begins to explain that reincarnation is not just death. He says that everything in this world is interconnected. Just as rain evaporates and falls to the ground, so it happens between animals and people. He argues that if after death the living are reborn, and this is a law of nature, then man's need for meat is the same law. He asks whether it is a sin to consume something that has already left this world in order to save one's own life, as opposed to eating it for pleasure. Mujin tried his best to present everything in a way that people from that era could understand. The senior monk tells him that the story sounds logical, but without evidence he cannot challenge the rules of Shaolin, which have existed for thousands of years. The senior monk says that they cannot simply turn a blind eye to the established rules, because it is simply impossible. However, another monk claims that there is an exception, and in the name of Liao Jun's treasure, He wants to change one of the Shaolin laws. He solemnly announces that they will add one exception to the rulebook, allowing the consumption of meat for medicinal purposes. Mujin is happy because he succeeded, and now he will be able to save his grandfather, and at the same time grab some meat for himself. However, there is a way they can uphold the laws and allow the master to eat meat if he receives punishment after each consumption. Mujin firmly declares that he is ready to bear the punishment for the master, and asks what kind of punishment he is talking about. The punishment will be a whole month of repentance in solitude. And for Mujin, it will be 7 nights of meditation, which is twice that amount. Mujin happily accepts this punishment, stating that it is a piece of cake for him. The other monks ask in surprise if he is serious, as it sounds like complete madness. At sunset, their meeting ended. The next day, at Master Hyun Guang's house, one of the monks reflects on the events of the previous night. He is seriously considering entrusting Mujin with the next generation of Shaolin. He believes that because of their strict adherence to tradition, they have missed out on many opportunities over the last 1,000 years. He understands that the next generation should not be fixated on outdated dogmas, because their great status is fading with each passing day. He truly believes that Shaolin lost its former glory because he was not good enough for the position. The master in the chair says he knows that big changes don't always bring positive results. This is why he proposes Mujin for this role, who he believes is capable of bringing the best to their teaching. The master decides to continue believing in Mujin and then calls him into the room. The master immediately realized that the dish Mujin brought was nothing more than cooked meat. He looks at the porridge with mashed meat in surprise, because he hasn't eaten it for decades. The master had no choice but to accept this, because he believed in Mujin. His decision was influenced by the unwavering confidence in his teacher's eyes and the dedication of Mujin himself. Since the founding of the monastery, this was the first piece of meat eaten by the monk. Over the next 7 days, Mujin explained the principles of training to Bogang. Once Bogang was able to repeat the technique, Master Hyun Guang gradually became accustomed to eating meat. The first signs of significant improvement in the master's condition appeared, and the treatment proved effective. Soon after, Mujin began serving his time in meditation in seclusion. He thinks that he doesn't want to come back here at all, but since he made a promise, he has to keep it. He approaches the solitude cave and wonders if he will have to hold out for a month this time. He muses that if he just had to hang out here, train and eat meat, he would have a great time alone. Suddenly an old monk approaches him, and Mujin doesn't understand why he's following him. The reason why Hyun Jung went along with Mujin was his own decision. He says that as an elder, he will accept this punishment together with Mujin. Mujin realizes that this is the price to pay for changing one law, and thinks what a bummer it is. This old man, as soon as he entered, immediately sat in the lotus position, began to read sutras, and watched him out of the corner of his eye. Mujin is surprised that it is possible to speak during solitude, since the monk is reading the sutra, and seems to be mixing up the words. He suddenly realizes that it was possible to read the sutra, and he is again visited by insight. He has studied the sutras for a long time and can say with certainty that the monk is deliberately mixing up phrases. He recalls passages from different sutras and realizes that all these lines are familiar to him. He studied all of this, and understands that these are the final passages from different books. Mujin concentrated even more on what the teacher was saying, and began to imagine the fighting technique. He used visualization of the training process to work out the movements in his mind. He imagined one line as meaning a punch, another as meaning a kick, and he couldn't figure out what was going on. After 30 minutes of visualizing all the techniques, he was shaking with impatience, because it was not enough for him to simply imagine. He remembered that he was not allowed to move because he was serving a punishment. When the teacher began repeating the same lines again, Mujin wondered if a motive had suddenly appeared. He wondered if the teacher was doing this on purpose, and if so, why. He decided to take a risk, since he had nothing to lose, and prepared to stand up. Mujin was sure that the teacher was in a trance and would not notice his movements. He decided it was time to practice, and started with a quick punch. He then performed a wind throw and followed up with a kick, following the sequence. He was pleased, because it was easier to follow the flow as the teacher continued to repeat the lines. He wondered why the teacher didn't move on to other lines, and thought something didn't add up. He decided to try again, and so his secret training began. Every time he made a mistake, the teacher signaled it by coughing or raising his voice, and those parts that worked well were accompanied by a calm rhythm. It was a tried and true method, taking a little from each individual style. He then combined everything, giving the technique a certain rhythm and performing 32 combos. Such secret training continued until sunset. Mujin was tormented by only one question. Why did he decide to train him in such a strange way? The teacher thinks that he has already taken up a lot of Mujin's time by asking for help with the master's treatment. He promises to return in full all the time he took away from the training process. Suddenly another monk comes to them and brings water with beneficial herbs. Mu-jin is relieved to think that he almost got caught, because he didn't expect someone to suddenly show up. He understands that the teacher warned him with a cough, and now he is absolutely sure that he is training him. Completely exhausted, he falls to the ground and realizes that he can't take it anymore and needs to go outside. The old monk thinks that it is quite difficult for Mu-jin to remain idle, and it is inconvenient to train in such a narrow cave. However, Hyun-chung had no idea that Mu-jin had actually left the cave not for training, but to get some protein. Meanwhile, Bo-gang tells the teacher that because he was focused on the treatment, he did not notice any improvements right away. The master had indeed changed greatly, and his condition had improved considerably thanks to meat and exercise. The first muscles began to appear in his emaciated and weakened body, showing the difference between before and after. And thanks to these muscles, the master was able to move without Bogan's help. Bogan tells the other monk that it's time, and he will go prepare today's lunch. Looking at his muscles, he realizes that he has changed beyond recognition, and all this is because of his selfishness. He recalls how the abbot blamed himself for following traditions, but only now did he realize that he was wrong and understand the full depth of his torment. Nothing has changed since he took office. He realizes that he was as limited and blind as his predecessor. He recalls saying in a didactic tone that the true essence of things is much more important than they appear at first glance. And only now, having managed to stand firmly on both feet, did he truly understand this. He wonders why he blindly followed the Shaolin traditions and became fixated on asceticism. The old master recalls the fateful day when an enemy attack left him unable to walk or fight. The painful memories of his students' support could not drown out the bitterness and despair that was tearing his heart apart from the inside. Deep study of the scriptures gave him understanding, but did not bring him true peace. His crippled body and grieving soul made it difficult for him to grasp the essence of the teachings, and he could no longer retain his ki energy. In the pouring rain, he bitterly admits that his own stubbornness made him who he is today. Standing on the edge of the cliff, he understands that this place and its atmosphere will forever remain in his memory, even if they disappear. Sitting in the lotus position in the rain, he becomes completely immersed in meditation, repeating the lines of an ancient sutra. The long-awaited realization comes to him, and with it, enlightenment, which leaves an indelible imprint on his heart. Like Buddha, he reaches the heights of truth and complete enlightenment, attaining immeasurable perfection. The endless streams of energy in the world require a strong body, and he remembers how Mu-jin treated him in preparation for this moment. Another master senses Hyun Guang's changed energy and tries to stop the incomprehensible flow of ki. A powerful stream of energy emanates from the top of the mountain, and the monk realizes in horror that its source is the teacher. Energy overflows the teacher's body, and the monk cannot believe that Hyun Guang is at the limit of his abilities. Master Hyun Guang shines with golden light, having realized the truth and reached the highest state of nirvana. A powerful column of light strikes the sky from the top of the mountain, and all the monks look at this phenomenon in amazement. The rain suddenly stops, and the monks, looking at the light, unmistakably recognize the powerful chi of their master. The presence of Master Hyun Guan's incredible energy was felt by everyone, and everyone understands that something great has happened. The bright column of warm light was an inexplicable phenomenon, but its energy did not evoke fear, only awe. With their hands folded in prayer, all the monks realize that the great Master Hyun Guang has attained nirvana. With a peaceful smile, he realizes that he has merely allowed his heart to accept what his mind has long since realized. One of the monks asks with surprise why a master who has attained nirvana does not strive for final enlightenment. The floating master explains that unfinished business prevents him from leaving yet, and thanks Mu-jin for his transformation. The great master confidently walks towards his students, and first of all asks where Mu-jin is now. He is informed that the young man and his mentor are undergoing purification through meditation, and the master nods in understanding. A messenger comes to the meditators in the cave and asks the teacher and Mu-jin to immediately complete their prayers and return to the temple. The mentor notes with displeasure that there are still 10 whole days left until the end of their punishment. The monk messenger adamantly conveys the order to immediately stop the meditation, which causes amazement in the teacher. The old mentor indignantly asks who dared to interrupt the sacred process of repentance, not knowing the full importance of the situation. The messenger reveals that this is an order from Master Hyun Guang himself, leaving Mu-jin and the master in complete shock. The old man cannot believe what he has heard, and anxiety creeps into his heart at the thought that something bad could have happened to the master. Returning to the temple, the excited young man shouts at the teacher, but he calmly replies that he can hear him perfectly well. The mentor looks at the master's meal with bewilderment, but he only explains that he is trying food that is beneficial for the body. The old monk doubts whether one who has attained nirvana should care about the flesh, but the master points to the muscles that have appeared thanks to food. As he leaves, the mentor assumes that Mu Jin didn't like the food, but the young man assures him that that's not the case at all. The cunning mentor jokingly suggests that this is why the young man locked him in the cold cave, but Mu Jin sheepishly denies it. They are met by another student, and Mu Jin notices that he looks suspiciously cheerful and happy. The young man admits that the urgent call made him worry, but now he sees that their concerns were in vain. Mu Jin enters the room, and the mentor is perplexed by what is happening, judging by the master's good mood. The young man's gaze falls on the sumptuous feast, and he asks whether such worldly pleasures do not hinder the attainment of enlightenment. The wise master at the table makes it clear that he will say no more, and invites Mu Jin to join the meal. Mu Jin screams in despair, trying to understand what kind of madness is happening around him. The satisfied face of Master Hyun Guang, who claims that he is simply taking care of his health, gives the young man an eerie feeling. The mentor suggests that the master explain everything himself, preferring not to interfere in this strange conversation. The old master proudly shows off his muscles, pointing out the benefits that eating meat has brought him. He explains that he ordered them to be taken out of the cave because he believes that they have nothing to repent for, and that imprisoning benefactors in a cave is a bad thing. Having learned about everything that happened, Mu Jin completely stops understanding anything, wondering how one can achieve nirvana and gobble up meat like that. Bogong reminds him of his unfinished business, and says that he has obtained all the tools he asked for. He announces that from now on, Mu Jin will be able to continue his training right here in the temple. The young man looks at the newly created gym in amazement, not believing that such a thing is possible in this era. Confused, Mu Jin happily agrees to explain to the other monks how to use some of the exercise equipment. He looks back on his modern gym and realizes that sometimes you have to go back to basics. Another monk asks Mu Gyun and Mu Yul why Mu Gyun is not with them, and learns that he is in extra training. Mu Gyun complains that Mu Jin has already been released from captivity, but another monk asks him not to say that. Mu Jin approaches them, and enthusiastically asks them to explain how to use the incomprehensible exercise machine. It turns out it's a tire, or, as Mu Jin called it, a sangyoryong, combining the words rubber and wheel. With a sly grin, he offers to show how to use this equipment for training. He wonders if they took steel and wood as a base and then melted natural rubber on top. The young man easily lifts a heavy tire and rolls it, demonstrating the exercise. He explains that the tire apparently weighs about 150 kilograms, and this type of training distributes the force evenly. Mu Gyun looks at him doubtfully, and Mu Jin suggests that he try it himself since he asked. Mu Jin warns Mu Kyung not to use his internal energy, threatening to hit him on the back of the head 10 times. A joyful Mu Yul runs up to the young man to ask him his own question. The young monk explains that he was simply having fun on the new playground, as he did not know the purpose of the exercise equipment. Mu Jin watches in amazement as Mu Yul easily jumps onto the 3-meter-high horizontal bar. The young monk's incredible flexibility and acrobatic feats demonstrate that he has fully mastered the 5-fist technique. Mu Yul's movements are reminiscent of a monkey, and Mu Jin can't remember a similar style among the 5 fists. It becomes clear that Mu Yul himself comes up with everything that he lacks for perfection. Besides wheels and horizontal bars, there was a lot of other stuff on the site, including even special equipment. This equipment is more suited for CrossFit than a regular gym, but it is quite sufficient. Mu Jin feels a surge of strength and understands that now she will be able to keep her body in excellent shape. The young man builds his career in Shaolin step by step, hoping to soon become a master. Changes also appear in the master's treatment, and Mu Jin examines the new bar with interest. The modern name for this tool, a massage roller, is used for Pilates and warm-ups. Using a roller, you can massage the inner and outer thighs, as well as the pelvis. Grandpa is in severe pain, but Mu Jin explains that it is a muscle-stimulating treatment. At first your muscles will hurt, but if you practice these exercises constantly, the pain will gradually go away. The master decides that all students should try this instrument on themselves to experience its benefits. The old master asks Mu Jin how his own training in martial arts is progressing. The young man demonstrates the increased control over his internal energy that he developed in the cave. Mu Jin rejoices at the results of his training, and the wise master watches him silently and thoughtfully. Mu Jin looks with concern at the weakened master, who seemed to have foreseen this outcome. Suddenly the young man is handed a mysterious map and a letter, leaving him completely bewildered. The master recalls his recent study of the 5 fists, when the boy first learned the art of combining styles. The master's creepy grin and his abruptly changed character make Mu Jin wonder if the meat is to blame. In a cruel memory, the defeated student begs his mentor for mercy, but he remains adamant. The merciless teacher, standing over his fallen students, shouts that without severity they will never learn anything. The sinister grin of He Guang, the leader of the Demon Slayer squad, does not bode well. Having achieved stability through grueling training, Mujin focuses entirely on his internal energy. The young man takes the letter from Master Hyun Guang and heads towards the demon slayers without hesitation. Despite the many trials he has gone through, the boy is nervous, remembering the creepy leader of the demon slayers. Before the huge gates of Shaolin, Mujin is tormented by doubts about who this mysterious He Guan really is. The stern mentor warns his men that he has not brought them here for a warm-up, and demands their full commitment. The demonic grin and the order to bite everyone leave no doubt about the seriousness of his intentions. In a furious fight, one of the fighters does not have time to react to the enemy's lightning-fast attack. An unexpected blow from behind catches the monk off guard, leaving him no chance. The fighters whirl in a deadly dance, demonstrating incredible agility and skill. Surprise and fear are visible on the monk's face when his staff is stopped a centimeter from the target. The powerful fighter unleashes a barrage of impossible-to-dodge blows on his enemies. An entire group of monks is defeated with one swift and precise movement. Looking at the mountain of fallen bodies, the winner realizes with disappointment that he will have to deal with them all. Charged with a blue aura, the monk delivers a crushing blow to the ground. The enemy flies into the air, but the masked monk calmly declares that he only needs to jump higher. A defeated Mu-kyung writhes on the ground, listening to his mentor's barbed remarks about his uncontrollable anger. Mujin's appearance with the message takes Hai Guang by surprise, but his sinister grin does not disappear. The young man bows modestly, introducing himself to Master Hai Guang as a third-level disciple. The head of the demon slayers bursts into loud laughter, shamelessly pointing out the guy's strange hairstyle. The master takes the message with obvious doubt, asking whether the elders had objected to it. After skimming through the letter, Hai Guang sarcastically inquires about the boy's progress after his imprisonment in the cave. The leader of the detachment asks if the young man knows the contents of the letter, but he honestly admits his ignorance. The sinister grin on Hai Guang's face widens as he announces that he has been given the full right to train the young man, according to his own rules. The boy's gaze falls on the beaten students, and he realizes with horror what awaits him ahead. The mentor, with a mad gleam in his eyes, proclaims that his training is nothing less than a real fight for survival. Dark images of the past confirm his words, because their squad exists to mercilessly deal with enemies. A dire warning rings in the air, for unless you give yourself completely to the battle, there will be no mercy. He mercilessly declares that the status of a master's apprentice will not save one from swift reprisal, and that no concessions should be expected. Words of gratitude freeze on the young man's lips when the first blow falls upon him without warning. The mentor immediately rushes into attack, urging the boy to immediately show what he is capable of. A sudden grab throws the boy off balance, and the mentor's harsh question reminds him that the enemies are not waiting. Realizing that there will be no mercy, the young man decides to fight with full force, and his hand flares with scarlet energy. The mentor easily repels the attack, acknowledging the boy's speed and endurance, but immediately adds that this is not enough. The master notes with interest that the young man has his own personal fighting techniques, which he has already managed to use. He Guang is surprised that the young monk uses a mixture of styles, as this is the first time he has seen such a thing. Despite the curious reception, the mentor immediately brings the young man back down to earth, reminding him that in reality, everything is much harsher. He mercilessly explains that in a real fight you can't be distracted for even a second. Otherwise, it will cost you your life. The master easily repels all attacks, mockingly suggesting that the young man also come up with some kind of trick. Mujin becomes increasingly irritated by his mentor's imperturbability, and wonders how he was even allowed to keep his hair. Even after 4 hours of grueling training, Master Higuang had no intention of doing anything to his hair. The mentor constantly punched holes in the young man's defenses, using the most base and vile means to win. Over time, the boy adapted to his style, and the mentor noted with irony that girls didn't like it. Mujin replies with a cheeky grin that, judging by his satisfied expression, it makes the mentor happy. The master announces a short break of 15 minutes, knocking the young man out. Mujin exposes Mu-kyung's simulation of being unconscious, as Mu-kyung himself greeted him. Mu-kyung admits that he was actually waiting for the moment when the master would let down his guard, and decided to lie quietly. The guy understands that due to the endless spanking, he missed the most important thing, and realized his weak points. Mujin suggests that Mu-kyung develop the most vile plan possible to defeat the master. Mujin's idea is that a guest from the province has come to visit the teacher, and it is necessary to find out what brought him here. This guest has arrived because of the imminent distribution of funds between schools, and he is only concerned about food and water. He didn't arrive alone, and Mujin decides to use his own methods against him. The young man confidently declares that they don't need to create anything because he knows one secret. Mu-kyung doubts that any secret will work against this monster, but Mujin confidently declares that everything will work. Mujin's gaze penetrates the very essence of his mentor, capturing the feeling of gratitude smoldering within. The unexpected question about the arrival of the leader of the Chubaten Hall takes the monk by surprise. The appearance of the great master Hyun Guang brings with it a note of resentment directed at Hai Guang. Hai Guang's face contorts in shock as he realizes who is standing in front of him. The incredible sight of the master walking on his own makes Hai Guang rush forward with a loud greeting. The teacher's extraordinary excitement astonishes the student, who has never seen him like this. Mu Jin's confident smirk speaks for itself. It's unlikely that a monster like Hai Guang would humiliate himself in front of anyone else. Everything happens exactly according to Mu Jin's cunning plan, and a stunned Mu Kyung realizes that it was a trap. The young man confidently confirms his guess, knowing better than anyone how to pull off such a thing. Memories take the young man back to the time when his grandfather first told him about the leader of the demon slayers. While handing over the letter, the master remembers Hai Guang with warmth, calling him nothing less than a cute puppy. The old master reveals that Hai Guang once followed him around like a little tail, although he doesn't tell anyone about it. Despite all the trials, deep gratitude towards his student lives in the master's heart. Grateful for the valuable information, the young man takes off and runs towards his goal. This desperate run to the teacher is no different from the way a little boy once ran to meet his grandfather. The pure childish joy of catching a stag beetle echoes the delight of an adult warrior who cannot believe his master's cure. In such an agitated state, vulnerability always appears, causing his family to freeze in alarm. The cunning trap is sprung, and the two fighters, combining their chain and diamond fists, prepare to deliver a crushing blow. The little boy's fall in the past foreshadows Hai Guang's weakening of vigilance in the present. All the crushing blows merge together in an instant to crush the enemy, but teacher Hai Guang easily blocks them. Hai Guang sarcastically praises their good attempt, but his eyes reveal a hidden affection. With a powerful blow, Hai Guang slams the young men into the ground, demonstrating his undeniable strength. At sunset, the master notices Hai Guang's excessive severity towards his exhausted students. The leader of the demon slayers firmly believes that underestimating the enemy can lead to fatal consequences. He explains to the master that severity is necessary to maintain combat readiness, since war can break out at any moment. A sudden cry echoes through the courtyard as the disciple catches up with the young monk carrying the sack. Young Hai Guang is overwhelmed with joy as he announces that he has trained hard and has finally passed the training. The teacher proudly pats him on the head, expressing confidence in his future and hope that he will become a support for Shaolin. The guy remembers how he trained hard, wanting to be useful, but one fateful incident changed his life forever. On that terrible day when the demon sect attacked Shaolin, the young monk came face to face with the sinister enemy. Grandmaster Hyun Guang enters the fray, dealing devastating blows to the members of the demonic sect. In that battle, the master saved many lives, including the life of Hai Guang himself. The consequences of that battle were terrible. The great master lost all his strength and became crippled. Looking at his crippled savior, young Hai Guang vowed to himself not to leave any of these demons alive. Tears of rage streamed down his cheeks as he vowed to destroy them all with his own hands at any cost. This is how he became the head of the demon slayers, which, by the way, he does not regret at all. Watching the young man train, the master inquires about his condition, but Hai Guang replies that everything is bearable. Mu Jin suggests that the master train the young man himself, but the latter asks him to look after him in the future. The guy understands that it is too early for the master to teach someone personally, because he himself does not realize what an incredible level the other person has achieved. The master's unexpected request to pour him more wine takes Hai Guang by surprise. The man in the blue cloak recalls his past mistakes and confesses to the old monk that he did indeed drink wine on the temple grounds before. The old monk begins to drink greedily from his vessel, and his companion watches this with alarm and asks how he is feeling. The elderly master, with a satisfied look, exclaims with pleasure and calls the contents of his jug very tasty water. The man looks at his mentor with genuine relief and thanks the heavens that he has finally recovered and returned to normal. The old man hands the empty container to his student and asks him to pour some more of the drink, to which he responds with complete agreement. Mu Jin and Mu Kyung are actively training in the temple courtyard and exchanging powerful blows in a training duel. At the same time, in the gazebo opposite, Hyun Guang and Hai Guang are sitting peacefully and drinking wine together from a small vessel. The overall panorama of the Shaolin Monastery presents an unusual and pleasant picture, filled with a special calm atmosphere. The head of the Chubaten Hall, Hyun Myung, studies the financial records and is very worried about the lack of money to feed the students during the winter. The old man in charge of the budget looks at the training fighters with horror and blames them both for the possible lack of new students next year. Mu Jin and Mu Kyung exchange praise after training, admitting that they have each become significantly stronger thanks to their constant training. Mu Jin turns his gaze to the mentors standing to the side, and reflects on how such hard training must definitely bear fruit. The young man notices the extremely sad expression on the face of the leader of Chubatan, and tries to understand what exactly could have upset the elderly monk so much. Mu-jin realizes the reason for the old man's doomed sighs, and understands that he is suffering due to the lack of funds to feed all of his numerous students. This situation seems very familiar to the hero, because in a past life, he managed several sports clubs and often faced the problem of budget deficits. Mu-jin looks at the saddened master and realizes that the great Shaolin monastery has suddenly encountered serious financial difficulties. Shaolin is considered one of the 9 great clans and the mainstay of all Murim, and its inhabitants usually live far from the bustle of the world and engage in self-improvement. Despite their spiritual aspirations, monks still require funds for food and clothing, which they previously received in the form of generous donations from pilgrims. Other friendly clans also provided support to the monastery, so until recently the monks never had any particular problems with money. Now the situation has changed so much that young novices begin to panic over every accidentally dropped coin and demand that it be immediately picked up from the ground. The monks discuss the incredible news that the great Shaolin monastery is indeed in such serious financial trouble. The disciples whisper behind Mu-jin's back and suggest that it was because of his past actions that the monastery lost a significant portion of its income. The story of this crisis began 2 years ago, when Mu-jin decided to protect Mu-gyung from cruel bullying by students from other influential clans. In response to this incident, the Shaolin leadership decided to severely punish all those responsible in order to prevent any manifestations of injustice within its walls. Mu-gyung's offenders had their key centers completely destroyed, forever depriving these people of the ability to continue training and practicing any martial arts. All the stolen property was confiscated from the staff of the Sobel Bureau and returned to the local residents, which marked the beginning of serious problems for the monastery. The outer clans began to become very worried about the closure of the Sobel Bureau and the possible punishment from Shaolin for their dark deeds. These clans were extremely unhappy with the fact that Shaolin decided to interfere in worldly affairs and dealt harshly with their allies. Many influential patrons quickly turned their backs on the monastery and decided to defect to other powerful war clans. Former supporters stopped donating money, which is why Shaolin eventually lost almost half of its followers and was left without funds. The situation was complicated by the expensive yoga and Pilates equipment that had been specially ordered for Hyun Guang's training. The Chubotan gym took on all the enormous costs of purchasing modern sports equipment for Mu-jin's daily training sessions. Those around him began to consider Mu-jin a real money grubber, and the young man himself understands perfectly well that the other monks are not at all happy to see him. Mu-jin considers this attitude unfair, because thanks to his efforts, training became much more effective, and his grandfather was able to fully recover. Mu-jin explains his arrival as the will of his grandfather, but the teacher orders him to leave the role of a doctor and begin living the life of a simple Shaolin student. Mu-jin learns of his new daily routine, which includes early rising, studying sutras, grueling training, and mandatory cleaning of the monastery grounds. The young man begins sweeping the yard with a large broom and muses out loud that he has effectively been demoted from an honorary physician to a mere novice. The other students are genuinely surprised to see Mu-jin working, and the hero himself understands the need to fulfill common responsibilities in order to get closer to his peers. Numerous pilgrims begin to arrive at the temple grounds, where the monks politely greet them and direct them to the appropriate places for prayer. Mu-jin greets the guests with a wide smile and decides to communicate with them as casually as he once did with his clients at the gym. Mu-jin suddenly hears a strange sound and looks around in surprise, trying to figure out its source. The young man informs his comrades of his intention to go down for a short while and quickly heads towards the exit of the temple. Mu-jin notices an elderly woman who is struggling to climb a steep stone staircase and clearly needs assistance. The hero politely greets the pilgrim and learns that she has come a long way to pray in one of the monastery's halls. Mu-jin happily offers to carry the old woman to the Dian Hall on his back to ease her heavy climb to the shrine. Mu-jin demonstrates his strength and asks the old woman not to worry about his fatigue, inviting her to quickly climb onto his back. The young man confidently climbs the stone steps with the pilgrim on his shoulders and introduces himself by his real name, which greatly surprises the woman. For the protagonist, sincere respect for elders is not just a matter of morality, but a deep inner sense of duty to those around him. Mu-jin remembers his childhood with his grandparents, which is why the sight of elderly people in the prayer hall evokes a particularly warm feeling in him. The young man's face becomes serious as he realizes his deep affection and compassion for all the old people who need his support. Mu-jin carries the elderly woman on his back and is surprised to note that she feels incredibly light to him. The young man notices clear signs of problems with his companion's knees and back and is genuinely perplexed as to how she was able to climb so many stairs on her own. The pilgrim very quickly finishes her prayer and thanks the young man for his help, after which she slowly walks away from the monastery gates. Tongfeng County, Hanyang Province, is home to many magnificent mansions and temples belonging to the Shaolin Monastery and a large trading company. The most luxurious and richest estate in this prosperous area is owned by a famous trading company called Heavenly Stream. Inside the rooms of a wealthy estate, servants discuss the pressing business and suspicious activity of gangs from Sichuan Province. Liu Zhiguang is the head of the Heavenly Stream Trading Company and is considering the need to increase the number of people in his Cheongumdae division. A man feels very tired from endlessly studying paper reports and decides to take a short break from his tedious job. A servant enters the office and informs the master of the return of elder Yan Gahi, whom Liu Zhiguang affectionately calls his mother. The servant confirms the woman's arrival on a palanquin with 8 bearers, after which the head of the company decides to immediately go and meet her. Liu Zhiguang quickly enters the room and asks his mother about her latest trip to the Shaolin Monastery. The son expresses great concern about his mother's poor health and asks her not to make such tiring journeys anymore. Yan Gahi smiles contentedly and reassures her son, telling him that today he doesn't have to worry about her at all. The woman talks about the medical care she received in Shaolin, which causes genuine bewilderment and curiosity to appear on Liu Zhiguang's face. The elder enthusiastically recalls the amazing master and tries to describe the unusual massage procedure he performed to alleviate her condition. Ngahi describes in detail the process of back and leg massage, which turned out to be much more effective than traditional acupuncture and medicinal decoctions. Liu Zhiguang listens to her mother's story with obvious disbelief and doubts the possibility of such a quick healing from simple manipulations. The man carefully examines his mother and notices the healthy color of her face and the absence of the usual trembling in her legs. The head of the trading company is amazed by the young man's talent and decides to personally go to Shaolin tomorrow to meet this disciple. Novice Mu Jin was able to ease the suffering of the elderly woman, but this good deed did not bring his heart the long-awaited peace of mind. Mu Jin watches the wealthy elderly woman walk away and realizes that it's not just her physical resemblance to his own grandmother. The novice clearly remembers seeing the inscription, Heavenly Stream, on the luxurious palanquin. The young man realizes that this name belongs to one of the 5 largest trading companies from the tyranny universe of the unorthodox faction. This organization is a dangerous villainous group that actively opposed the main character in the original story. In the light of day, Mu Jin remains calm and introduces himself to those around him as a third-generation disciple with a welcoming smile. An elderly woman and her son approach Mu Jin, calling him a sweet boy and asking if he is tired from the journey. The head of the trading company thanks the novice for healing his mother, but Mu Jin modestly replies that he only provided a small amount of help. Mu Jin inquires about the woman's return visit, to which she expresses a desire to pray again and undergo a therapeutic massage. The grandmother jokingly regrets the impossibility of introducing Mu Jin to her granddaughter, and the novice suggests that they all come together for joint prayer and meditation. Liu Zhiguang acknowledges the young man's intelligence and notes that even his own grandchildren do not show such kindness and care to his mother. Mu Jin looks at the man carefully and wonders if he is the former head of the trading company. The acolyte suggests that this person most likely currently occupies the position of the current head of the organization. The young man recalls details from a novel he read about the activities of a trading company called Heavenly Stream. In the original story, this organization was involved in the slave trade and was a business partner of the main villain in various criminal cases. Mu Jin hopes to get closer to the head of the company and find out more details about his connections with the main villain. Liu Zhiguang notices Mu Jin's gaze and asks in confusion if something has appeared on his face. The novice awkwardly justifies himself and says that he was simply lost in his thoughts for a moment. Mu Jin makes a comment about the company's CEO spending too much time sitting. The man is surprised by the young man's insight and confirms that he has a sedentary job and a love of reading books. The young man points out the pelvic tilt and slouching of his interlocutor, mentally calling this typical office posture. Mu Jin offers to give the company's CEO a massage after his mother's death and mentally resolves to keep his enemies as close as possible. Liu Zhiguang agrees to try the treatment methods and reflects with interest on the abilities of the young novice. The action moves to the building that is Hyun Guang's official residence. 2 monks look at the arriving guests in surprise and try to understand who exactly has come to see them. Mu Jin explains that he brought pilgrims with similar health problems and decided to cure them all together. Mu Jin decides to continue treating her grandfather and receives his approval to do everything at her own discretion. The novice demonstrates special tools for manual therapy and explains the principle of their effect on muscles. For today's class, Mu Jin is introducing a special device called a muscle enhancer. The old monk places one foot on the moving platform and begins to slowly roll back as instructed by the young man. Hyun Guang is surprised by the effectiveness of the new exercise machine and feels his muscles working during his first use. Mu Jin asks Grandpa to report the tension in his legs and prepares to demonstrate the next therapeutic exercise. A young man approaches his grandmother and suggests that she try out a special Shaolin exercise machine for posture correction and core strengthening. Mu Jin helps an elderly woman position herself correctly in the hollow of a wooden device to stretch her spine. The novice advises the guest to completely relax, while she makes loud exclamations from very unusual sensations throughout her body. Grandma laughs happily and notes a loud crunch in her bones the first time she uses this unusual device. Mu Jin is interested in the comfort of the elderly during the exercise, and the grandmother expresses complete confidence in his treatment methods. The grandfather talks about his long-term treatment of the young man, which causes genuine surprise in his companion due to his healthy appearance. The elderly man explains the significant improvement in his condition recently, and the grandmother acknowledges Mu Jin as a true master of his craft. As the sunset unfolds over the temple, the cheerful laughter of guests echoes, and an outside observer wonders about the transformation of Shaolin into a rehabilitation center. The novice asks the important guest about his impressions of the manual therapy, to which he responds with restrained approval and massages his neck. The important guest admits that the procedure was unpleasant at first, but then the pain subsided and his health improved significantly. The man thanks Mu Jin for the excellent treatment, and the young man in turn expresses sincere joy that his help was effective. The visitor in yellow robes is extremely surprised by the fact that the master who performed the treatment learned his technique from the young Mu Jin. An outside observer tries to remember where he had heard the name Hyun Guang before, which had just been mentioned in a conversation about one of the old men. Mu Jin confirms a significant improvement in his patient's condition, and gives him important advice on the need for further training to strengthen his muscles. Mu Jin looks closely at his open palm and contemplates the need to simultaneously use internal energy and Koi. An elderly man demonstrates his strength with fire and energy flows in his hands, while announcing his imminent recovery. Mu Jin is greatly surprised by the skill he sees, and is finally convinced that he is truly in the presence of a great master. The old man modestly dismisses the display of his powers as a simple trick, while the rest of the room watches him with respect. An important guest in yellow robes asks the young novice the name of this master, and receives confirmation that his name is indeed Hyun Guang. The man in expensive clothes sweats profusely from excitement, and realizes that only a few outstanding martial artists possess such a technique. He recalls the legendary and unrivaled martial artist named Hyun Guang, who is known as the Divine Monk of Shaolin. The guest reflects on the fact that absolutely everyone knows the legend about this great man, and wonders about the authenticity of the old man's identity. The man recalls the time when Liu Jiguang was 40 years old, and the fact that the history of the aftermath of the demonic cult's invasion remained a mystery for a long time. The observer recalls rumors of the master losing all his powers, and realizes that the legendary monk is still recovering his health through a special treatment method. The distinguished guest in yellow robes is in great shock at the realization of his good fortune, and reflects on the incredible rarity of the opportunity that has fallen to him. The man recalls rumors about the great master's loss of strength, and is convinced from his own experience of the astonishing effectiveness of the manual therapy method. The young novice tells the guest about his training with Mu Jin, and admits to his first independent use of this healing technique in practice. The amazed guest looks closely at the smiling Mu Jin, and is finally convinced of the young man's exceptional natural talent. Late in the evening, under the full moon, the man sincerely thanks Mu Jin for the treatment and calls this meeting his greatest opportunity. An old man with a long white beard diligently massages the hand of an elderly woman and explains the need to continue the procedure until a slight pain appears. Late in the evening, Mu Jin reminds the guest of the late hour and the need to leave, but the man in yellow robes asks him to stay for an important conversation. The important guest expresses a desire to return to this place tomorrow, and politely asks the young man to accompany him to a mysterious place called Chubatan. Surprised, Mu Jin agrees to take the man to the designated place, but is genuinely perplexed and asks about the purpose of such a strange visit. The man promises to reveal all the details tomorrow after thinking it over, and adds that this matter directly concerns Mu Jin himself. Mu Jin agrees to convey the guest's request, and, under cover of night, ponders his true intentions. The next day, the young man accompanies the head of the Heavenly Stream to the Chubotan Hall to manage the budget and all the valuables of the Shaolin Monastery. The head of the hall, Hyun Myung, looks extremely puzzled and asks his interlocutor to repeat what he just said. An important guest calmly pours tea into cups and prepares to voice his business proposal to the head of the financial department. The man suggests that Hyun Myung combine the powers of the heavenly stream and Mujin's talents to open a large health resort. Hyun Myung looks at the boxes containing 100 gold bars and is amazed that the donation amount exceeds the annual budget of the entire Shaolin monastery. The noble guest confesses his desire to give even more gold and thanks her for healing his mother, which the best healers in the Celestial Empire could not cope with. The head of the financial hall asks his interlocutor to explain in more detail the true purpose and necessity of opening a joint health resort with Mujin. The man points out the uniqueness of Mujin's treatment methods and notes that there are many people in the world who cannot be helped by conventional medicine. The guest sincerely wishes to open a new hospital, so that the talented young man can effectively help all those suffering from severe and incurable illnesses. Hyun Myung sternly states that Shaolin does not exploit the talents of its students for profit, and mentions the opening of a hospital in Dongfeng County. The head of the financial hall looks intently at the guest, and asks if the new hospital will be available only to rich people. Liu Zhiguang becomes visibly unnerved by the monk's insight, and secretly ponders his own hidden selfish motives. As the head of one of the 5 largest trading companies, the man has many connections among influential people who also suffer from various ailments. A seasoned businessman hopes to make a fortune by treating the wealthiest clients with Mujin's unique skills. Liu Zhiguang drinks tea and reflects on how he must first gain the full trust of the Shaolin monastery before discussing his true goals. The man proposes donating half of the new hospital's profits to the poor, in order to dispel the monk's doubts about their selfish intentions. Hyun Myung seriously answers the guest that it takes years to gain people's trust, but it can be lost due to a single misunderstanding. The head of the financial hall is secretly angry at his brother's excessive caution, and worries that without this money the monastery's students will have nothing to eat in the winter. Mujin listens attentively to the argument, and decides to use his past experience in managing fitness clubs to find a compromise solution to this problem. Mujin politely raises his hand and asks those present for permission to express their opinion on the current situation. The young man asks the monk if the main problem is that the hospital will only make a profit from serving wealthy clients. Mujin confidently proposes to treat absolutely everyone in the new facility, including both rich and poor residents. The interviewees ask in surprise about the details of this plan, and Mujin explains that a fixed fee for treatment will make services inaccessible to those in need. The young man proposes dividing the hospital into 2 separate departments and managing them according to different rules, which causes genuine bewilderment among his listeners. Mujin explains that one section of the hospital will be completely free for the poor, while the second will be a paid one and will serve only wealthy clients. Liu Zhiguang asks the young man to continue his thought, although he has doubts about the fairness of charging fees only to the wealthy. Mujin understands that rich people will definitely be outraged and ask why they should pay for services that others receive for free. The young man proposes conducting mass manual therapy in a free department, in which only certain parts of the body will be treated on different days of the week. In the private department, patients will receive comprehensive treatment that combines traditional medicine with special therapies using internal QI energy. Mujin cites the example of modern gyms, where you can buy a regular membership or pay extra for private lessons with a trainer. The listeners are extremely surprised by the young man's deep knowledge and wonder whether such practical advice is really being given by a simple novice. Mujin explains that rich people love luxury and are willing to overpay for expensive goods because of their vanity, and the interlocutor agrees with him. The young man is confident that wealthy clients will choose a paid branch with a personalized approach to feel superior and status. The old monk becomes enraged and scolds Mujin for suggesting that the Shaolin disciple exploit human vanity for profit. Mujin directly asks the head of the Chubatan Hall what exactly he is so afraid of in this situation. The young man notes that by using the money of the rich to help the poor, others might accuse Shaolin of greed and obsession with material goods. Mujin reminds him of his plan to treat all segments of the population, and asks if the monk's dissatisfaction is simply due to fear of other people's opinions. The angry old man looks at the student intently and asks if he really decided to question the sacred ideals of their order. The young man accepts the possibility of losing trust when using wealthy people for selfish purposes, and acknowledges that his mentor is right. The old monk admits to his deep concern about public opinion and the current reputation of their holy order. Mujin expresses grave concern that due to foolish prejudices, many people in need may be left without vital assistance. The young man, smiling, recalls the noble goals of Shaolin and speaks of the absolute superiority of sincere intentions over any formal rules. The head of the hall unexpectedly admits that his student is right, which causes the young man genuine surprise and instant confusion. The old man reports the need to obtain the abbot's permission and promises to announce the final decision only after a collective discussion of this important issue. The man in yellow clothes joyfully exclaims about success and sincerely thanks his interlocutor for the help provided. Mu Jin reflects on the fact that he has managed to persuade the master, but the man's true intentions still remain a mystery to him. The young man decides to closely monitor the actions of his new acquaintance, regardless of his possible affiliation with the hostile faction. The protagonist hopes to use this man to find out the truth about what is happening and get to the true enemy in the northern branch of the trade guild. Late at night, Hyun Myung tells Hyun Jung in detail about the event that happened and the decisions made during the day. The interlocutor expresses full approval of the proposed idea and shows a thumbs up as a sign of his agreement. The old monk calls Mu Jin the man to guide Shaolin to the true path and is happy to have the opportunity to help many people with the money he receives. The abbot with a long white beard listens attentively to his assistant and thinks about the need for a worthy reward for the young student. One of the masters asks about a specific method of reward and suggests giving the young man a special pill for his outstanding achievements. The old man, with a slight smile, clarifies the type of medicine and hints at the well-known valuable reward for the best followers of the order. Will the young man really receive that legendary gift that is rumored? The sudden appearance of the mentor takes the young man by surprise. The old man hands his student the greatest reward for his labors. The sight of the legendary Sowadan causes a real shock to the guy. What appears before the young man is not just a pill, but the legendary Huadan from ancient legends. The tiny pill contains concentrated ki energy that can grant unprecedented power. In the hands of the master is the Shaolin Sowadan, one of the greatest and rarest treasures in the world of martial arts. The mentor's warm smile confirms that the boy has earned this incredible award. A secret conversation among the elders reveals that a special, but not the most powerful gift has been chosen for the young warrior. The student's slight grin is met with the master's sudden irritation, revealing his stinginess. The question of the future hangs in the air, and the answer to it is hidden in the power of a mysterious artifact. The decisive moment arrives, and the master's stern gaze leaves the guy no choice. He needs to act now. Any doubts disappear, giving way to pure delight at the coming transformation. The master begins a crucial lesson about the colossal difference between meditation and the absorption of pure power. Instead of a slow, controlled flow of energy, the pill promises to infuse the body with a frantic, explosive torrent. The young man realizes with horror that he will have to tame all this raging energy in one instant. A dire warning sounds. The slightest error in breathing control threatens to turn into a catastrophe for his body. The unprecedented seriousness in the mentor's eyes makes the student understand that this is a test between life and death. The power of Seowadan crashes into his consciousness, causing his body to vibrate with overwhelming energy. In the midst of the raging stream, the realization comes that to tame this force, that very special technique will be required. The warrior's consciousness reaches its peak, launching the legendary Great Perfection technique. The incredible power of the pill begins its journey, penetrating into the very essence of the young man. Finally, the boy understands why legendary heroes were willing to die for this bit of power. The master's order to absorb as much as he can comes to mind, but the instinct for self-preservation screams of danger. 30 minutes of agonizing struggle, and the body is ready to surrender under the onslaught of indomitable power. The guy understands that all his knowledge is useless. The power of the pill surpasses any control techniques. His own limit becomes obvious. The vessel of his body is bursting at the seams, demanding immediate release of the excess. A nosebleed is the first warning sign that makes you remember your mentor's life-saving advice about exhaling excess energy. The young man focuses on the rhythm of his breathing, turning it into the only tool for taming the storm within. Meditation becomes a battlefield where the only weapon is measured breathing. The golden glow in the eyes is a sign of an incredible breakthrough. But the mind refuses to believe that this is only a third of the total force. New power is felt in every vein, but the thought of lost strength does not give rest. The young warrior has difficulty admitting his defeat to his mentor, feeling that he has let him down. Even the wise master is amazed by the true, unpredictable power of the legendary pill. The crushing truth hits the boy. His body contained not a pitiful part, but the entire boundless power of Sowadan. It turns out that the young man's survival was not his merit, but a real miracle, secretly created by his mentor. It becomes clear that the mentor never left the student for a second, secretly capturing the precious energy he exhaled. With each breath the student took, the master imperceptibly returned his lost strength, pushing him time after time beyond the limits of what was possible. The fatigue on the master's face was the price he paid for using an incredibly complex technique, because he could not let such power go to waste. The acquired power turns out to be not a gift, but a curse. A wild, untamed energy threatens to tear the body apart from the inside. Hyun Guang calmly informs that the raging chaos within Mu Jin was foreseen, and now it is time for the next stage of his cunning plan. The student's face was frozen in a silent question about the impossible. But the mentor already knows the path to salvation through special training. The great master reveals the main secret. To tame the storm within, one must find absolute peace by mastering the art of equanimity. Hyunguang takes Mu Jin to a roaring waterfall, a place where he must find silence amid the deafening chaos. Icy streams of water become the young warrior's first test on the path to mental balance and complete control over his strength. It turns out that this method is designed to tame the fierce yang energy that their longtime rivals are famous for. The main paradox of this training is that in order to control the most furious force in the universe, one must find absolute peace. There are many paths to peace, from reciting mantras to happy memories, but for Mu Jin, the harshest one was chosen. The whole difficulty comes down to a simple, but almost unattainable goal: to maintain calm in the soul when a storm is raging around. 2 hours under the icy stream were just preparation, and now the mentor orders to release all the pent-up rage in one movement. The blow, charged with the unbridled energy of Sowadan, falls on the rock with such force that the waterfall itself shakes. A grueling 2-hour workout under the onslaught of water finally pays off, restoring the young man's control over his raging energy. Mu Jin's new power is so great that now the boy is able not only to withstand, but literally cut the mighty flow of a waterfall in two. The student's proud gaze meets the master's, and at that moment, words become unnecessary. Behind the mentor's stern exterior lies genuine joy and pride for his incredibly gifted student. A silent connection arises between them, stronger than any vows or promises. After 2 days of silence, the air is once again filled with tense anticipation. A new, even more serious test lies ahead. The young man must set out on a dangerous journey, but he will not be alone. 2 experienced monks will become his faithful companions and protectors. Meanwhile, a conspiracy is brewing in the shadows, and mysterious figures are preparing their own plan, directly related to the organization of the heavenly stream. The elder's instructions sound like both a blessing and a command. The time has come to show the world what their best student is capable of. Mu Jin vows to his teachers that he will return victorious to save all those in need together with Shaolin. His eyes glow with unshakable confidence that his mission will be the key to saving all of Shaolin. In the eerie silence of the night, the mysterious Mrs. Solhyun receives a signal that it is time to act. After leaving the sacred Songshan Mountain, the young warrior finds himself at the gates of Dengfeng County, where his true adventure will begin. The city's bustling streets, as if taken from the pages of ancient legends, greet the traveler with an atmosphere of future achievements. Images of heroic deeds flash through the boy's head, from clashes with bandits to fights in noisy taverns. The imagination conjures up the rescue of a beautiful stranger and the decisive battle with evil, fueling the thirst for adventure. Finally, reality exceeds all expectations, and the young man delightedly realizes that his own story is just beginning. The week flies by, and intriguing rumors begin to spread throughout the city, attracting everyone's attention. Local residents are surprised to hear the news about Shaolin monks who suddenly opened a hospital in the city. Bewilderment gives way to suspicion. Have the ascetic monks really decided to engage in worldly affairs for the sake of profit? The interlocutor's grin dispels any doubts. Of course, Shaolin's help is free, and this opportunity can't be missed. A friend's caustic remark about the sudden inspiration at the word free only egged on the cunning traveler. Tired legs from carrying an endless load becomes the perfect excuse to personally test rumors about miracle cures. The strange treatment system, where each day is dedicated to a specific part of the body, only heightens curiosity and fuels interest. Mu Jin's cunning plan begins to take shape, dividing aid into something accessible to everyone and something exclusive to a select few. The new health complex receives its own name, and each of its wings has its own unique and important purpose. The left wing of the estate is being transformed into a stronghold of mercy, offering free treatment and rest to all those in need. There are also places for meditation and training, so that monks can maintain harmony between spirit and body. The right wing, intended for the rich and powerful, promises inner energy healing and luxurious care, providing financial stability for the mission. The whole difference between helping the poor and the rich was hidden only in the glitter of gilding, while the essence of the healing technique remained unchanged. The young monk, hiding his true power, humbly introduces himself to the first patients, ready to begin his mission. The whispers behind his back do not escape the warrior's sensitive hearing, but he only holds back a grin, not showing it. Ignoring the idle gossip, Mu Jin gets straight to the point, demonstrating his professionalism. The patient's eyes show skepticism towards a new method that promises healing without the usual needles and decoctions. The very first touch brings not relief, but piercing pain, causing the man to cry out in shock. Mujin calmly explains that the hellish pain is just a mirror reflecting the true, neglected state of his muscles. The young man promises that the torment will soon give way to relief as soon as the tense muscles and fascia are released. Although the method seems barbaric, the doctor's unwavering confidence makes the patient grit his teeth and endure. The excruciating pain really does subside, and it is replaced by a new, even more intriguing stage of treatment with the magic bar. Simple yet precise instructions help the patient use the roller correctly, initiating a deep healing process. With each movement, the stiffness disappears, and the man is amazed to realize how this simple, yet ingenious technique works. An incredible feeling of lightness and warmth spreads through the legs, exceeding all expectations and eclipsing the effect of acupuncture. Surprise gives way to admiration, because no one could have imagined that Shaolin monks possessed such unusual techniques. In the eyes of the healed man, Mujin transforms from a simple monk into a great master, who came down from the mountains to help ordinary people. Gratitude grows into a sense of duty. The world must learn about the generosity and incredible gift of this noble healer. The satisfied old man becomes a living advertisement, and rumors about the wonderful hospital spread throughout the city with incredible speed. Word of the free miracle attracts crowds of sufferers, thirsting for healing, to the health complex. The fame of the hospital reaches noble gentlemen who, not wanting to be left behind, immediately head to the private department. The only difference between luxury and simplicity was the rug. But this ingenious move worked flawlessly, satisfying both rich and poor. The arrogance of rich clients, who demand special treatment even in small things, only evokes a contemptuous smirk in the young monk. The slight difference in service created the illusion of fairness, and the hospital flourished without a single complaint. The monks devoted themselves entirely to their work, listening to every word of the patients and working to the limit of their strength. In the midst of work, Mujin demonstrates leadership qualities, quickly distributing tasks among his assistants. The young man's sincere zeal in helping everyone touched people's hearts, erasing the boundaries between rich and poor. His dedication and incredible gift earned him a new, almost divine nickname, Buddha's healer. Thanks to the fame of the miraculous doctor, their modest beginning quickly turned into a thriving and respected establishment. Summing up the initial results, Mujin modestly acknowledges the difficulties, but his interlocutor sees only the merit of the young man himself in the success. The manager of Heavenly Stream Trading Company, Yang Jinfeng, expresses his deep appreciation for the work done. Behind Mujin's apparent modesty lies a cold calculation, for without the support of an influential ally, their mission would be doomed. Even the strategist himself is amazed by the scale of his success, finding it hard to believe the endless stream of people seeking help. The mention of Bogan's name arouses the manager's unexpected interest, hinting at some hidden connection. An exhausted Bogang greets his leader with reproach, not even suspecting the surprise that awaits him. The sudden meeting between Bogan and the manager leaves both of them frozen in silent surprise. The confusion on Bogang's face turns to curiosity when Mujin hints at their long-standing but important acquaintance. Memories take Bogan back to his time in solitude, when his small sin did not escape the watchful gaze of his comrade. It turns out that Bogang did a noble deed that day by rescuing the company boss's daughter, who was lost in the mountains. The image of that same girl by the fire flashes in Mujin's memory, and the disparate details of the past suddenly come together to form a single picture. Realization dawns on the young man. The modest little girl he saw was the heiress of an influential clan. The manager's words about his daughter's imminent arrival make Mujin realize that the chain of random events is about to come to a close. The long-awaited appearance of the mysterious guest makes Mujin's heart skip a beat in anticipation of the coming changes. The universal respect surrounding the stranger speaks of her incredibly high status, striking the young man to the depths of his soul. The timid question finds its confirmation, and reality begins to surpass all the guesses of the young monk. The name of Ryu Xiaohua, the headman's youngest daughter, comes as a bolt from the blue, linking the past and the present. An incredible revelation pierces the young man's consciousness. The same crying girl from his past is now standing right in front of him. The servant's greetings and the atmosphere of reverence only serve to highlight the gulf between the simple girl from the memories and the current mistress. The appearance of an important person causes a wave of whispers, because it's not every day that you see someone who is the stuff of legends. The secret of her identity is revealed. Before them is the heiress of the founder of the hospital, Mrs. Ryu Solwa herself. The girl's real image is completely different from how it was imagined, causing slight disappointment in the crowd. Careless words about unfulfilled expectations regarding the lady's appearance reached Mujin's ears, creating an awkward pause. The elderly people from the free ward greet their savior with sincere warmth and care, calling him Buddha's healer. The young man's beaming smile and his kind words about their health being his best rest fill the hearts of the elderly with hope. Elderly patients cannot contain their admiration, seeing in the young doctor the ideal man and an enviable groom. An attempt by one of the old men to marry his granddaughter is met with the indignation of his comrade, since the monk's status is an insurmountable obstacle. A funny squabble between old men fighting for the healer's attention for their granddaughters diffuses the situation and makes the young man laugh. The young man's gaze warms at the sight of the elderly, because in his past world such care was an unaffordable luxury. A slight sadness about her own family gives way to a determination to give health to others, and Mujin enthusiastically invites everyone to take care of themselves while they are young. Behind the mask of benefactor lies a dark side, and the young man understands that his mission is not only a duty, but also the only way to survive. The young man's gaze turns steely. He vows to himself to become stronger, so that he can one day escape from this golden cage. A sudden call brings the young man back to reality, and his gaze is once again drawn to the one whose name now haunts him, Ryu Solhwa. Reality deals a crushing blow to Mujin's knowledge. The girl in front of him has nothing in common with the monster from the novel. A sinister book comes to mind, where Ryu Solhwa was described as one of the most cruel antagonists. Behind the facade of the powerful Skystream company lay a slave trade that it ruthlessly ran. The canonical image of the villain is a huge, ugly creature that inspires horror with its very appearance. Her complexes gave rise to monstrous cruelty, forcing her to kidnap and torture beautiful people out of pure envy. Mujin's mind refuses to believe that the sweet girl from his memories and the ruthless monster from the book are the same person. Until this moment, the young man considered Mugyong to be absolute evil. But now another, no less terrible psychopath appeared in his world. Despite the outward differences, a shadow of doubt falls on Ryu Solhwa, causing her to be suspected of being a hidden threat. In front of him stands an ordinary, slightly plump and shy girl, in whom there is not a drop of the madness that Mugyong had. A terrible guess is born in her head. Perhaps some tragic event is yet to break her and turn her into a monster. Observing the grateful patience, Mujin comes to the conclusion that the company is now clean, which means that evil will either come from outside or is already brewing within. He decides to use his current authority to figure out what's going on, while there's still time to change things. The first to come under suspicion is Ryu Solhwa, whose shyness and awkwardness seem too suspicious. Hong So-hee's maid gently but firmly scolds her mistress for being inappropriately familiar in public. The mistress's address to the maid as a sister causes puzzled whispers, because such behavior is unthinkable for their circle. Hong So-hee reminds her protege that as the future head of the heavenly stream, she must conduct herself with dignity. Ryu Solhwa sheepishly apologizes, realizing that her simplicity could harm the entire family's reputation. Fear of public speaking and the fear of disappointing her father torment the girl, causing her to doubt her abilities. The faithful maid tries to cheer up her mistress, reminding her that helping her father in his new business is the best way to earn his approval. Hong So-hee's words hit home, and a spark of determination lights up in Ryu Solhwa's eyes to prove to everyone what she's capable of. Ryu Solhwa's childish attempt to please her father is dashed against the wall of his indifference. The parent's cold gaze and his distant words hurt the girl much more than any punishment. The demand to observe subordination even in personal conversation finally kills her hope for paternal love. The withered bouquet in her drooping hands becomes a symbol of her broken heart and futile attempts to be noticed. Despite the pain of the past, Ryu Solhwa still believes that diligence in the company's affairs will finally help her earn her father's attention. Hong So-hee, like no one else, understands her mistress's fears and tries to instill confidence in her by reminding her of her high status. Warm hugs and a promise to be there no matter what become Ryu Solhwa's only support in a cold world. Mujin watches this scene with bitterness, realizing how hard the maid is trying for the sake of her naive mistress's future. After making sure that Ryu Solhwa has fallen asleep, Hong So-hee leaves her room, but her face is not clouded with concern. The girl goes out into the night garden, and her thoughts are far from naive attempts to help her father and win his attention. This whole idea of helping seems stupid and pointless to her, because she knows very well the true price of her father's affection. In the moonlight, Hong So-hee dances with a fan, her movements full of disdain for the one she calls mistress. Behind the mask of loyalty lies a sinister plan. Ryu Solhwa's naivety is merely a cover for a secret operation, and the staged loss in the mountains was all part of the game. Hong So-hee eagerly awaits the moment when the masks will be dropped, anticipating the despair on the face of the one who considered her a sister. A sinister grin and a letter in her hands reveal her true intentions. She is using her mistress as bait for a night meeting. A dark figure, like a shadow, glides across the rooftops, heading towards the place where the next act of this performance is about to unfold. A familiar face hides behind the ninja mask. Mujin, following Hong So-hee, falls right into a trap. A conversation between a manager and a subordinate reveals the tragic story of Ryu Seolhwa, who grew up in the shadow of loneliness. The death of her mother during childbirth and her father's constant busyness left the girl in the care of servants, depriving her of parental love and care. The grief of losing his beloved wife made Mr. Ryu cold and indifferent to everything except work, turning his daughter into an invisible shadow in her own home. Due to the lack of paternal attention, Ryu Seolhwa desperately sought warmth from the servants, seeing the nanny as a replacement for her mother. This destructive attachment interfered with her upbringing, and her father was forced to constantly change maids in an attempt to break the vicious circle. Ultimately, the choice fell on Hong So-hee, whose long service and childhood acquaintance with the mistress made her the ideal candidate. The manager confirms that Hong So-hee only became an official maid a year ago, but Moo-jin is only concerned about how soon she will be replaced. The certainty in the interlocutor's voice that Hong So-hee will stay forever makes the young man realize that his knowledge from the novel is beginning to falter. The image of that same villainess who reveled in the suffering of others because of her own inferiority comes back to mind. Her monstrous appearance prevented her from personally administering justice, and she found pleasure in watching torture from the sidelines. All the dirty work was done by loyal servants, and she was one of the most cruel executioners. The truth hits Moo-jin with renewed vigor. The sweet and caring Hong So-hee is the ruthless monster from the book. Now everything falls into place, and the sly grin on the young man's face suggests that he has finally figured out this sinister performance. The appearance of a mysterious figure in the night does not take Hong So-hee by surprise, but the reproach for being late reveals her impatience. Behind the mask of the night guest is the one pulling the strings, and his question about the new business sounds like a test. The slight irritation in the stranger's voice suggests that Hong So-hee has become too caught up in her role, risking ruining the entire operation. But she just brushes it off, obsessed with her goal, and her self-confidence begins to worry her mysterious patron. He warns her against being too careless, reminding her that the Shaolin monks are not as simple as they seem. Hong So-hee just snorts in disdain, not seeing any threat in those who spend their days doing nothing but praying. Her arrogance knows no bounds, for she is confident that she can easily win the trust of these naive monks, as well as the trust of her mistress. Hidden in the shadows, Moo-jin hears every word, and a predatory grin appears on his face. He learned everything he needed to. The whole game is revealed, and now the young man knows who is really hiding behind the mask of a devoted servant. Now, as an experienced Go player, he is ready to make his move, because without his intervention, the heavenly stream is doomed. The next day, the usual bustle reigned in the health complex. Several boys call out to Hong So-hee to convey an important message. The boy hands the woman a bundle, which causes obvious surprise in the maid. The children explain that they received a message from a mysterious stranger dressed in black. After thanking the children, Hong So-hee unfolds the note, and a sinister grin appears on the maid's face. As a reward, the woman gives the boys a coin, which causes wild delight in the children. Ryu Seolhwa curiously asks about the letter, and Hong So-hee jokingly calls it a love letter. In fact, the letter speaks of the maid's hard work and offers a new opportunity. A stranger invites Hong So-hee to a late-night meeting in an abandoned house to discuss important matters. Hong So-hee sees this invitation as her chance to get rid of the old man. Arriving at the place, the woman meets a mysterious masked man who is already waiting for the maid. The man inquires about Ryu Seolhwa's condition, and Hong So-hee reports that the lady is resting. The stranger demands a report from the woman, and the maid quickly takes it out. While handing over the papers, Hong So-hee complains about the difficulties and asks about the future method of communication. The man reports that a new person will soon appear in the organization's ranks and become their liaison. This news shocks Hong So-hee, who doesn't understand why a new person is needed, since the maid is perfect for this role. Realizing that the careless question was a mistake, the girl understands that she is in trouble. There is horror in Hong So-hee's eyes, because the maid thinks that they are going to get rid of her. A stranger, without warning, delivers a powerful blow to the woman's face. Hong So-hee, surrounded by dark energy, is sent flying backwards from the crushing blow. Rising from the ground, Hong So-hee is shocked to recognize her attacker. Moo-jin takes off his mask and the maid angrily asks how the monk knew about this place. The young man calmly confirms that he deliberately lured her here to talk. When asked about the secret code by Moo-jin, he is surprised and replies that he already knows everything about her. It turns out that the young man got all the information about Hong So-hee from the novel The Story of the Warrior Emperor Sado. Realizing that her secrets have been revealed, the woman prepares for battle, because she cannot let him go alive. Hong So-hee's face contorts with anger, and she charges with a scream. Moo-jin only smirks, suggesting that she see for herself the difference in their strength. The battle begins, and the young man is glad to finally have the opportunity to test his new strength. Mu-jin understands that if his opponent doesn't fight at full strength, he will easily defeat her. Realizing that this is her first real battle, Hong So-hee puts all her fury into her strike. The young man easily dodges and, using an aikido technique, throws the maid over his back. Hong So-hee cries out in pain from the powerful impact with the ground, unable to get up. Lying on the ground, the woman cannot understand where the Shaolin monk knows such unusual techniques from. Hong So-hee watches in horror as her opponent delivers a crushing blow to the ground near her head. The maid realizes that the young man is teaching her a lesson using the dirty trick with sand. Enraged by this humiliation, Hong So-hee takes out a knife and attacks again. Mu-jin easily blocks the sand thrown at him with his cape, which angers the woman even more. Without losing sight of his opponent, Hong So-hee concentrates all of his dark energy for a decisive blow. The young man uses the cloak again as a deceptive maneuver, and in response, the maid, having transformed into a demon, aims at his stomach. A blast of dark energy slams into Mu-jin's stomach. Hong So-hee is confident of her victory, but her smile is replaced by a grimace of horror. The woman staggers back with a scream, her hands bloodied from her collision with the iron wall. Mu-jin demonstrates his technique that makes his abs harder than steel. The young man throws his opponent to the ground, and she, in a rage, calls him a lying creature. Hong So-hee comes to in a room, surrounded by people, and does not understand what happened. The manager's subordinate tries to defend the maid, reminding her of her 10 years of faithful service. Another monk stands up for Mu-jin, unwilling to tolerate any doubts about the Shaolin disciple. All the participants in the events gather around the tied-up Hong So-hee, ready to listen to both sides. Mu-jin turns to the awakened woman with a grin, offering to talk to her. The young man begins his story by explaining how he noticed a maid wandering around the area late at night. Hong So-hee's behavior seemed strange to him, so he decided to follow her. The surveillance led him to an abandoned house, where the maid met with a man in black. When the woman was left alone, Mu-jin attacked her, but she proved to be a strong opponent. To prove his words, the young man shows everyone the wound on his back from Hong So-hee's blow. Mu-jin claims that if it weren't for his defensive technique, the woman would have pierced him through. As further proof, he hands the manager the notes he found on the maid. Hong So-hee is horrified to learn of the report she wrote for the mysterious stranger. Mu-jin ends his story, leaving it to those present to decide for themselves what to do with the traitor. The manager, having compared the handwriting in the notes and the wound on the monk's body, comes to the conclusion that Mu-jin is telling the truth. Despite the revelation, Hong So-hee continues to shout about her innocence. Irrefutable evidence forces everyone to believe Mu-jin and condemn the traitor. The head of the heavenly stream, Ryu Jiguan, addresses the young monk with respect. He asks to hand over the spy to him for further investigation, since this matter concerns them directly. Mu-jin agrees without hesitation, handing over the tied-up woman to the manager. Now that the spy has been captured, the young man hopes that the heavenly stream is finally safe. Hong So-hee's screams as she is led away by the guards echo throughout the estate. A sobbing Ryu Seolhwa cannot believe her closest friend's betrayal. The Shaolin monk's haven is plunged into the silence of the night. Mu-jin returns to his room with relief, glad that it's all over. Suddenly, he is called out by Sergeant Bo-gan, whose menacing appearance does not bode well. The monk demands a serious conversation and an explanation of why the young man acted alone. Mu-jin just laughs nervously, realizing that he can't tell the truth about his spy games. At this point, the case was officially closed, but this was only the calm before the storm. In a dark dungeon, the manager approaches the exhausted Hong So-hee to interrogate her personally. The man removes the gag, and the woman, barely coming to her senses, again begins to scream about her innocence. The maid claims that Mu-jin staged the whole thing by pretending to be the man in black. An unexpected question about the secret code that was in the notes makes Hong So-hee fall silent. Realizing that she has let slip secret information, the woman understands that her lie has been exposed. The manager reminds her of the 3 main rules of spies, including committing suicide if discovered. The manager's menacing gaze makes Hong So-hee realize that her death is imminent. Meanwhile, Bo-gang continues to scold Mu-jin for his independent actions. The young man humbly apologizes, explaining his actions by the urgency and spontaneity of the situation. But this is not what angers the sergeant, and he grabs Mu-jin by the shoulders with force. Bo-gan explains that this world is much more dangerous than it seems at first glance. It is full of strong and cruel people, a collision with whom could be the last. The monk shouts in rage that if the spies had turned out to be martial arts masters, the young man would not have left alive. Mu-jin is surprised that he is being scolded not for insubordination, but because of concern for his life. The foreman just wants the young man to learn to rely on his comrades. The young man holds back his emotions, seeing something more than just anger in the stern monk's eyes. The image of his helpless parents flashes through his mind, and Bo Gang realizes that there is genuine concern reflected in his eyes. The next day, shocking news of Hong So-hee's death spreads throughout the estate. The manager informs Mu Jin that the woman died during interrogation at the hands of her accomplice. He also notes that thanks to the report given by the young man, they were able to confirm the servant's betrayal. Mu Jin is surprised why the manager is sharing such confidential information with him. Ryu Jiguan, for his part, doesn't understand why the monk doesn't see a more serious problem here. The manager is confident that Mu Jin is not just a genius, but a person who is able to see the essence of things. Amazed by the young man's wisdom, Ryu Jiguan decides to trust him completely and tell him everything. He admits that cooperation with Shaolin was dictated not only by business interests, but also by another, more important reason. That was why the manager called Mu Jin again to reveal his true motives. The manager begins his story about the second reason that led him to cooperate with Shaolin. Even before the hospital opened, Ryu Jiguan, while reviewing reports, felt that something was wrong. While checking the documents, he noticed that the data from different departments generally matched. However, one detail bothered him. The price of one of the items was greatly inflated. Suspecting something was wrong, the manager ordered his men to secretly investigate the matter. The strange behavior of the local branches led him to the idea of collaborating with Shaolin. Until this point, Ryu Jiguan had relied only on his intuition and vague guesses. But the exposure of the spy, orchestrated by Mu Jin, finally convinced him of the correctness of his suspicions. The manager thanks the young man because he saved him from great trouble and confirmed his fears. Mu Jin modestly replies that he simply did what he had to, but he is interested in the problems with the local branches. The young man understands that the danger is still not over, and he needs to come up with a new plan. If the root of evil is not destroyed, the fate of the heavenly stream may repeat the tragic ending from the novel. The first obstacle was Hong So-hee, but now there is another, more difficult figure in the way. Mu Jin turns the conversation to young Mrs. Ryu Seolhwa, inquiring about her condition. The manager reports that the investigation began immediately after Hong So-hee's exposure, but so far no evidence linking the girl to the conspiracy has been found, and she is under house arrest. Mu Jin agrees that Ryu Seolhwa must be punished for her carelessness. The young man comes up with a new plan and proposes his idea regarding the lady to the manager. Mu Jin reminds that after the recent incident, a serious problem has been discovered at the hospital. While treating one of the patients, he realized that they had only been treating men up until now. Mu Jin explains that even in today's world, a coach's touching of a woman can be misinterpreted. In their world, where there is a strict separation of the sexes, this becomes a serious moral issue. The elderly woman was able to undergo treatment only because she was old enough to be Mu Jin's grandmother. But if the conversation turns to the treatment of a young and noble lady, everything could turn into a scandal. An imaginary scene in which a husband catches a monk treating his wife clearly demonstrates the possible consequences. The enraged husband, without understanding the situation, is ready to pounce on the scoundrel. Mu Jin understands that the consequences for him could be unpredictable. The manager agrees that such a situation will scare off all women from high society. Ryu Jiguan looks at the young man with hope, because he hinted that he already has a solution. Mu Jin offers to teach his healing methods to Mrs. Ryu Solwa herself. He is confident that house arrest is the perfect time for training that will solve their problem. The main argument is that Ryu Solwa is the daughter of the manager himself. This way, the secret treatment technique will remain within the company and will not be shared outside of it. The manager is delighted with the ingenious and simple solution proposed by the young man. He immediately gives the order to bring his daughter, Ryu Solwa, to him. Seeing her father and Mu Jin together, the girl timidly apologizes for her confinement. The manager asks the monk to explain to his daughter the essence of their new plan. Mu Jin invites Ryu Seolhwa to learn his methods and become a healer for women. The girl is shocked by such a sudden proposal, because she is still under house arrest. But the young man insists that the time of his arrest is ideal for starting his studies. Mu Jin tries to convince Ryu Seolhwa that she will learn everything quickly, since the girl has already observed him at work. Suddenly, Ryu Solwa recognizes the young man as the same little monk from his past. Mu Jin explains that the main thing in this business is a sincere desire to help people. He invites her to join their mission, promising his full support. The girl doubts her abilities, afraid of making a mistake due to lack of knowledge. The manager is also not sure that his daughter can cope with such a difficult task. Mu Jin is convinced that now is the best time to study. He explains that due to constant humiliation from Hong So-hee, the girl has very low self-esteem. The young man is confident that intensive training will help Ryu Solwa gain self-confidence and secure the support of wealthy patrons. On the first day of training, Mu Jin explains to the girl the basics of therapy and the effects of exercise on the body. He also talks about a protein diet and its effect on muscle growth. The young man tries to explain complex things in simple language, using metaphors and examples. Free from prejudice, Ryu Seolhwa quickly grasps the information, but one question puzzles her. On the 5th day of training, they move on to studying manual therapy and the basics of Pilates. Since students are allowed to leave the temple for educational purposes, they can study at the infirmary. Ms. Yan, one of the patients, decides to help with the training by acting as a model. Since Mujin can't directly touch Ryu Seolhwa, the old woman volunteered to help teach her granddaughter. The girl turns out to be a very diligent student and quickly masters even acupressure. The praise from her mentor and the recognition of her abilities make Ryu Seolhwa smile shyly. On the 9th day, Mujin notices that his student has a new goal in life. Mujin understands that Ryu Seolhwa is pursuing her goal not for her father or the company, but for herself. He decides not to discuss her weight and simply watch her transformation in silence. The girl diligently jumps rope, remembering Hong So-hee's constant reproaches about her appearance. Mujin skillfully disguises the difficult training as studying healing methods, and the girl carries them out with enthusiasm. The young man notices that Ryu Seolhwa is determined to lose weight and supports her in this endeavor. He hopes that the girl will be able to become who she wants to be, and not turn into a villain from a novel. By the 20th day of training, Ryu Seolhwa had already mastered the basics of manual therapy and Pilates. Although her knowledge is still inferior to Bogan's, the girl is already ready for serious practice. Her diligence is amazing. She trains even in rare moments of rest, completely immersing herself in the process. Mujin is confident that if Ryu Seolhwa doesn't give up, she will definitely achieve her goal. The young man admires her perseverance, because even adults find dieting very difficult. He notices that he is not the only one who admires the girl's transformation. Ryu Jiguan, touched by the change in his daughter, secretly thanks Mujin for his work. But the young man misinterprets the generous reward, taking it for an attempt at bribery. He happily accepts the money, thinking about how much protein he can buy with it. Mujin suggests to the manager to expand their business and open branches in other provinces. He is confident that the opening of new hospitals will help even more people. And for him, this will be a chance to gain more freedom and track down the conspirators. They begin to discuss where it would be best to open the first branch. Mujin, with a sly smile, suggests Nanchang in Jiangxi province, as that is where the next clue lies. The manager is surprised by Mujin's choice, and asks why Nanchang. The young man explains that this territory is neutral, and does not obey either Shaolin or other clans. Ryu Jiguan admires the monk's knowledge of geography, but suspects that the city has its own nuances. Mujin confirms that this is better than opening a branch in a foreign territory, since Nanchang is the closest neutral city to them. In fact, the young man had another more compelling reason, because he had not yet met the real villain. According to the novel, it is in Nanchang that a demonic sect will rule in the future. The Path community was the very sect that did all the dirty work for the heavenly stream. Drug production and human trafficking were their main source of income, and turned the company into a villainous organization. Chief Bogong wonders who will run the hospital in Dongfeng during Mujin's absence. The young man proposes Bogon himself for this role, since he had been in the shadow of his mentor for a long time. Even though Grandpa always felt guilty towards Bogon, he knows Mujin's methods better than anyone else. The young man is confident that the time has come for Bogon to shine and show what he is capable of. Mujin is already looking forward to going to Nanchang alone and finally eating his fill of meat. But his plans are not destined to come true. The abbot cannot let him go alone, but he has a suitable candidate. Hearing their conversation, Abbot Hyun Chong gives his consent with a smile. Grandfather Hyun Guang also doesn't mind, because he is confident that Bogon can already take care of himself. The teacher blesses his student, sending him to help people and spread knowledge together with Mujin. All the preparatory details were agreed upon in advance, not without the help of Mujin's experience in managing fitness clubs. As he bids farewell to Ryu Seolhwa, the young man humbly apologizes for his teaching abilities. The girl sadly learns that he is leaving for Nanchang tomorrow morning. Mujin regrets how little time he got to spend with Ryu Seolhwa. The girl remembers how the young man saved her as a child and protected their company now. The fear of becoming attached again to someone who might leave her makes the girl keep her distance. Mujin reassures her with a smile, promising to return from his business trip. He asks her not to be lazy and to be ready to test her knowledge upon his return. As a sign of their promise, they link their little fingers, and the young man is glad that he was able to motivate her. Now all his thoughts are occupied by the upcoming trip to Nanchang. The horse-drawn carriage is ready, and the driver promises to deliver them in 4 days. Mujin realizes that after Hong So-hee's exposure, his enemies will not leave him alone. Meanwhile, an unexpected guest from the central branch appears in the manager's office. The visitor turns out to be a monk from Shaolin, who is most likely the one who initiated the fall of the heavenly stream. We are talking about Ryu Jiguang's second son, Ryu Seolho. Mujin is eagerly awaiting his arrival, but his companion doesn't seem to share his enthusiasm. He is looking at a new location, which is supposed to be their second branch. The young man regretfully thinks that it would have been better to go alone, since his mentor had already managed to tire him out. The driver wakes up Bogon, but he only hits him with a stick in displeasure. The old man tries to justify himself by saying that the driver said we would be there soon, but we haven't arrived. But Bogon doesn't care about such trifles, and he, lounging in the carriage, declares that he will sleep. Mujin looks at his companion in anger, not understanding why he is forced to travel with this man. 2 days ago, an incident involving Heguan occurred in the heavenly stream. The abbot is worried about rumors of bandits in Nanchang and is worried about Mujin. He suggests sending Heguang with him, who is more knowledgeable in such matters. But Mujin understands that the main goal of the trip is to deal with the Path community, which means there will be fights. On the way, their cart is ambushed, but this only amuses the young man. Arriving in Nanchang, he looks at the Heavenly Stream branch with anticipation. The branch manager, Ryu Solho, is already aware of their arrival. His subordinate reports that he saw a carriage with monks and is surprised by their courage. A new visitor enters Ryu Solho's office and the branch manager allows him to enter. Upon entering the room, Mujin senses a strange, ominous aura emanating from its owner. He humbly introduces himself as a third-generation Shaolin disciple. Ryu Solo, smoking a pipe, lazily greets the guest, showing no particular interest. He reports that he is already aware of their visit and is ready to assist in the production of equipment for the hospital. Mujin is surprised by such a short and cold meeting, but his interlocutor does not intend to waste time on him. Ryu Solo explains her busy schedule by citing the branch manager's many tasks. The young man understands that in front of him is a real villain, hiding behind a mask of arrogance. Their eyes meet and cold hostility hangs in the air. Left alone, Ryu Solho realizes that he sensed the monk's aura, even though he hid it. He realizes that his father was right to praise this young man so much, and that he cannot let things slide. The head of the branch decides to test the uninvited guest first. He orders his subordinate to start gossip in the streets to test the monk's reaction to the rumors. In the courtyard of the branch, Mujin meets a stranger who helps him with his luggage. The man introduces himself as Mage Jichuk, the head of the Free Clan False Path. Mujin is surprised because he was warned about the danger, and this man seems quite friendly. Mage Jichuk looks at the healing instruments with interest and asks about their effectiveness. The young man explains that they could not keep this knowledge to themselves and came to share it with people. Suddenly, unexpected guests come to Mag Jichuk. The heads of local clans burst into the courtyard demanding an explanation. Mujin understands that these people are untrustworthy and hostile. Kang Daegu, the head of the Great Swordway clan, accuses the monks of opening a business under the guise of good intentions. Other clan heads also express their dissatisfaction, suspecting Shaolin of financial problems. They demand that the monks return to their mountains, calling them sellouts. Mujin can't stand the insults and, interrupting their tirade, asks why they even think there is a fee for the service. He understands that someone is deliberately spreading false rumors. The puzzle begins to form in his head. Ryu Solho is deliberately inciting people to start an information war. The young man decides not to remain silent and declares that he does not know where they got this information from, but is ready to explain everything. He says they came here with a pure heart, prepared to be accused of greed. Mujin looks at the clan leaders defiantly, not letting them get a word in edgewise. He asks directly whether they want to deprive the residents of Nanchang of the opportunity to get healthy. The young man looms over the assembled group, demanding an answer and calling them Ryu Solho's lackeys. One of the clan leaders, unable to withstand such pressure, turns around and leaves. Suddenly, the eldest son of the head of the Great Sword Path, Kang Goang, appears. He challenges Mujin to a fair duel to show him the righteousness of Shaolin. The young man accepts the challenge, realizing that everyone here is against him. Kang Guowang, covered in a fighting aura, prepares to attack, but Mujin only waits calmly. Mage Jichok can't believe that the person in front of him is only a third-generation disciple. The monk's fighting stance speaks of his strength and experience, instilling doubt in the enemy. Kang Guowang's face contorts with rage and he charges with a scream, but Mujin easily dodges. Using unfamiliar karate techniques, the young man performs a sweep, and his opponent falls. Lying on the ground, Kang Guowang can't believe he was defeated so easily. Mujin stands over his fallen enemy, reminding him that he is from a righteous sect. Bogon, watching the fight from the rooftop, realizes that his intervention was not necessary. He considers Mujin's actions stupid, because now the local clans will have a grudge against him. In the evening, while strolling through the city, the young man in his new look attracts the attention of local beauties. He understands that thanks to the wig, no one suspects that he is a novice at the monastery. The Pathways community hasn't yet captured the area, so he has time to scout out the situation. Suddenly, Mujin smells the smell of food coming from a nearby restaurant. He can hardly contain himself, remembering that he came here undercover. His main goal is to find the Path community's lair and teach Ryu Solho a lesson. The young man tries to collect his thoughts, but the sight of juicy meat makes him forget about everything. He reminds himself that he came here for information, not food. Unable to contain his hunger, Mujin hears his own stomach growling. He decides that things won't go well on an empty stomach and begins his meal with pleasure. The young man hasn't eaten such delicious meat for a long time and doesn't know when he'll be able to afford it again. He feels he deserves a small reward after all the work he has done. Suddenly, Mujin notices braised pork on the table. His grandfather's favorite dish. The fragrant dish is so tempting, and the young man greedily reaches for it with his chopsticks. Suddenly, Bogon appears in the window, looking reproachfully at his shameless student. The old man does not understand how one can feast so carefree when such an important mission is at stake. Mujin is angry that he was caught off guard and doesn't understand why Bogon was so desperate to go to Nanchang. Bogon offers the young man his help in the fight against the Path community, and he reluctantly agrees. He orders a ton of drinks and his companion begins his story. Bogong says that the leader of the Heavenly Stream believes that a gang has set up shop in Nanchang that kidnaps women and children. Mujin came here to gather information about them. Hearing the name, Path Community, Bogon realizes that this is serious business. He happily agrees to help, looking forward to a good workout. The young man finally realizes that the people who attacked them on the road were from the community of paths. They attacked even after seeing the impenetrable protection from demons, which speaks of their recklessness. Suddenly, their conversation is interrupted by a frightened waiter. Mujin is surprised to discover that the money he received from the manager is missing. Bogon, holding the silver in his hands, offers a deal. He will return the money in exchange for information about the cult. Mujin and Bogon arrive at the Grim Reaper Shadow's residence. Bogon has never heard of the Path community, but he knows of another notorious sect. They call themselves the Shadows of the Grim Reaper, and have long controlled the entire criminal underworld of Nanchang. The young man doubts that this is the sect he is looking for. He is sure that the community of paths cannot be so weak, because these people could not even resist him. Bogon is skeptical of Mujin's words, as he knows nothing about this mysterious group. Having received no answer, the old man, in a rage, grabs one of the defeated enemies by the collar, threatening him with violence. The frightened bandit says that a new gang has recently appeared in Nanchang and that they are constantly bringing people to it. Mujin demands that he tell him where their lair is. Bogon suggests calling for reinforcements, as it could be dangerous to go there alone. But Mujin is sure that this is not necessary. He points to the rooftops where his loyal comrades have already gathered. Bogon is surprised to recognize them as members of the Demon Slayer squad. It turns out that the elders sent them after Mujin to protect him. Bogon gives the order with a predatory smile, and the Demon Slayers prepare to attack. The Paths community was the name of a gang from the novel that was involved in drug and human trafficking. Kidnapping, enslavement, and slave trade were their main methods. To hide the traces of their crimes, they settled far from human eyes. In the lair of the community of Ways, one of the members reports to his leader about the failure. He says that they tried to set local clans against the monks, but a rebellious boy thwarted their plans. The leader of the Path community listens to the report with disdain, not believing that his people were defeated by some novice. The subordinate cautiously reminds him of the invincible protector from demons and his companion. But the leader only grins, not seeing this as a threat to himself. He listens with interest about the numerous murders committed by Hai Guang. The head of the Path community anticipates a serious battle between the invincible defender and himself. Suddenly, one of the guards notices something strange in the yard. Glowing handprints appear in the darkness, confusing him. The monks of the Demon Slayer squad use their signature technique, Buddha's palm. The bandits, caught off guard, do not have time to react to the sudden attack. They realize that they are surrounded, because the attackers are monks from Shaolin. Bogon easily deals with his enemies, demonstrating his incredible strength. He looks at his defeated opponents with disdain, calling their attack humiliating. Mujin, breaking down the gate, announces to the villains that their evil deeds have come to an end. Bogon gives the order and the Demon Slayers enter the battle. They easily deal with bandits, demonstrating their skill. Mujin watches his brothers in amazement, unaware that they are so strong. Their movements are light and graceful, and they convey the full power of the greatest school of martial arts. One of the monks informs Mujin that Hai Guang has gone ahead and asks him to catch up. The young man takes off, feeling a powerful aura ahead. He realizes that there are many more enemies than they thought, and he worries about his mentor. Mujin watches the incredible battle between the two masters with admiration. He had never seen anything like it, as the enemy was fighting on equal terms with Master Higuang himself. The young man understands that before him stands the head of the Path community sect. Hai Guang orders the Demon Slayers to search the building. He tells them to rescue all the captives and find evidence. The leader of the sect tries to stop him, but the monk easily repels the attack. He Guang counterattacks, but his opponent dodges. Mu Jin is amazed by the strength of the sect leader, who easily stands up to his mentor. The young man doesn't understand why He Guang enjoys fighting and wants to help him, but the mentor stops him, saying that he called for reinforcements for a reason. The leader of the sect is glad to receive recognition from the great drunken monk. He says that everyone he recognized is already waiting for him in hell. He Guan's staff breaks under the powerful blow, and the sect leader looks at him mockingly. But the monk only calmly replies that everyone he sent to hell was the same. He concentrates his energy, making it clear that he does not need weapons to win. The leader of the sect only laughs in response, not believing in his powers. He lunges at her, but He Guang easily blocks his blow. The monk delivers a crushing blow with the demon's smashing fist. The leader of the sect falls to the ground, unable to believe such incredible power. Mu Jin realizes that he underestimated his mentor. The defeated cult leader can't believe he was defeated by some crazy monk. He Guang suddenly turns to Mu Jin, announcing that it is time for class. He pushes the young man towards the enemy, ordering him to defeat him by any means available. The monk explains that in a critical situation, Mu Jin's powers must be revealed. The young man starts running in panic, not understanding what his mentor has planned. He compares the situation to being thrown off a cliff. A sudden battle between Mu Jin and the head of the Path community begins. The sect leader can't believe he's being forced to fight some student. He feels that he is not worthy of being He Guang's opponent, and this offends him. The absurd provocation, when the monk deliberately falls to the ground, infuriates him even more. The sect leader, in a rage, rushes at Mu Jin, intending to deal with him first. He promises that after this brat he will deal with the indestructible one himself. He Guang just smirks, saying that his opponent is very wrong. He easily dodges the attack and strikes back, but the cult leader blocks it. Mu Jin understands that this is a standard self-defense technique, and it should work perfectly. The defeated enemy offers to simply break his legs, but the young man does not intend to give up. He uses the chi breath release technique to attack the enemy. The leader of the sect is surprised by such strange technique and unusual movements. He finally realizes that in front of him is the very same invulnerable disciple Mu Jin. The leader of the Path community orders his men to deal with the indestructible while he deals with the boy. He Guang is unhappy that he is being prevented from watching the battle. The leader of the sect mockingly asks if a divine healer can heal himself. He rushes into the attack, confident that Mu Jin will quickly become a corpse before he has time to do anything. Meanwhile, the demon slayers easily deal with the rest of the gang members. He Guang watches his students with a smile, encouraging them. He orders them to continue in the same spirit and not give the enemies any slack. Mu Jin easily parries the blow, but his opponent is not about to give up. The leader of the sect is surprised by the strength of the young man, who easily blocks his attack. He tries to break free in a rage, but the monk holds him tightly. Mu Jin uses a forearm grab technique, further angering his enemy. The leader of the sect cannot believe that some brat can resist him. He easily breaks free from the grip, not understanding how the young man does it. Mu Jin is also perplexed, because his opponent easily breaks out of any hold. He understands that the issue may be in the difference between their spiritual levels. The young man decides to switch to serious martial arts, because the tit-for-tat tactic doesn't work. He uses several techniques at once to defeat his enemy. The cult leader easily blocks his fists, but receives a punch to the face. Mu Jin delivers another, more insidious blow to the groin, which finally infuriates the opponent. He doesn't intend to waste any more time on talking, and goes on the decisive attack. The young man uses the dancing wind style to deliver a devastating blow. Mu Jin blocks the blow, but his opponent doesn't give up. The cult leader rises into the air, preparing to deliver the finishing blow. The young man understands that his enemy has put all his remaining strength into this attack. He too concentrates all his energy, preparing for the final blow with the diamond fist. Two powerful blows collide, but Mu Jin is stronger. Exhausted, he falls to his knees, while his opponent gloats that he had a chance to win. Suddenly, He Guang appears behind the sect leader and asks with a grin if he has been waiting for him for too long. He delivers a crushing blow with the demon smasher fist, and the battle ends. He Guang praises his students for quickly dispatching their enemies, but notes that they were too weak. Mu Jin in turn reports that he also completed his task. In this battle, Mu Jin emerges victorious, but He Guang still manages to steal the silver bar from him. Seeing their leader defeated, the remaining fighters of the Path community surrender. In one of the buildings, the demon slayers find hostages, confirming Mu Jin's words. They immediately report this and begin to free the captives. Thanks to the lists of missing people they found, they were able to return all the rescued people to their homes. However, the seized documents contained no evidence of Ryu Solho's involvement. Mu Jin can't believe the villains were so careful. He finds a strange note that talks about the product and indicates the recipient, a certain Jaegul Hyun. The young man remembers that the Jaegul family is one of the villainous organizations from the original story. He understands that they are already collaborating with various kinds of bandits, and things are taking a serious turn. The Jegal family is one of the largest sects in Nanchang, renowned for its intelligence. They are credited with many martial techniques and strategies. They became famous throughout the world for their tactics and intelligence. If Shaolin is famous for its physical techniques, then the Jegal family is famous for its knowledge and combat techniques with weapons. However, despite all their skill, they always remained in the background because of Shaolin. Mujin understands that these two sects are long-standing rivals. In the original novel, the Jegal family was mentioned only a couple of times, and the protagonist quickly dealt with them. The young man is surprised that such a seemingly small sect turned out to be so influential. He realizes that he has entered a world where human trafficking has begun, which means that the plot has changed. At the Jegal family residence, one of the subordinates apologizes for the delay, explaining it as the need to treat the head of the family's son. Jegal Hyun, one of the family elders, appears in the room, accompanied by guests. The head of the Great Sword Path clan thanks him for his help and the journey he has made. He complains that some boy from Shaolin dared to beat his son. Jegal Hyun looks at his ally reproachfully, hinting that he shouldn't have lost. The clan leader takes the hint and asks for help, and the elder agrees. He says they only wanted to politely remind Shaolin of their principles, but they were yelled at and beaten. The clan leader complains that his son was beaten with strange techniques, and this is tantamount to a declaration of war. Jegal Hyun looks at his useless allies with disdain. He doesn't understand why he should personally deal with the problems of someone else's son. The elder believes that the other sects are also useless and can't do anything. Jegal Hyun sees his allies as weak and power-hungry. He sees this conflict as a chance to displace Shaolin and put another sect in their place. The elder plans to turn them into his puppets one by one. He is confident that after this, he will be able to capture all of Nanchang. Jegal Hyun sees this as an opportunity to compare the strengths of his sect and Shaolin. He decides to help them in order to prevent the oppression of those who work for the benefit of his sect. The elder sends his elite Dark Blade squad to challenge the monk to combat. He believes that the opponent must be about the same age for the fight to be fair. Jegal Hyun chooses one of his fighters and orders him to fight Mujin. Meanwhile, at the Shaolin residence, Bulguanman, a new conflict is brewing. Mujin can't believe he's being accused of one-sided beating and is being asked to fight again. The head of the Great Sword Path clan shouts in rage that they did not agree to a duel, and the monk simply attacked his son. Mujin tries to justify himself, but no one listens to him. The clan leader and his son demand an apology, but a mysterious hooded fighter comes out to meet them. He calmly tells them to calm down, which causes even more indignation. The stranger confirms that the fight was one-sided, and the Shaolin student did indeed cause serious injuries. He hints that if this incident becomes public, it will damage Shaolin's reputation. Mujin understands with a grin that he is being asked to beat up another person in order to hush up the matter. They offer to resolve the conflict with another duel, promising not to bother them anymore if they lose. Mujin doubts whether to agree, since they might demand a third fight if they lose. As proof of his intentions, the stranger throws Mujin a contract signed by the heads of all the local clans. The young man understands that he needs time to recover after the battle, but his opponents do not intend to wait. Suddenly he hears a voice in his head that mocks his fear. Mujin realizes that this is a voice transmission technique and sees his mentor on the roof. Hai Guang sits lazily on the roof, continuing to bully his student. His words hurt the young man, and he gnashed his teeth in anger. Mujin accepts the challenge, not wanting to show his weakness. But his mysterious opponent only grins, confident that refusal is not an option. Hai Guang adds that he senses something more serious in this man. He recognizes in it the aura of the Jegal clan, long-standing rivals of Shaolin. Mujin is glad that they came themselves, because this is a great chance to evaluate their strength. He orders his opponent to remove his mask, refusing to listen to excuses. The stranger removes his hood, revealing a young girl underneath. She introduces herself as Jinhee Jegal, the granddaughter of the family head and a member of the Dark Blade squad. The second match begins, and Mujin is surprised that his opponent is a girl. Jinhee turns out to be incredibly fast, and the young man barely has time to dodge. He understands that he must immediately use the iron garment to protect himself from her blow. Mujin is shocked by the girl's strength, which easily breaks through his defense. Hai Guang comments on the fight with a grin, calling Jinhee a beauty. He warns his student that despite her fragility, she is much stronger than him. Hai Guang says he just wanted to tell his student to try his best. Mujin is surprised that the girl uses a fan as a sword, and Hai Guang promises to tell him how to defeat her. The mentor's advice turns out to be quite unexpected. He suggests pestering her like a libertine. The young man decides to use a combo attack to confuse his opponent. He starts with a spin attack, but Jinhee dodges it with ease. The downward kick also misses the target, and the girl blocks it. She parries his attack and strikes back, but the young man manages to dodge. Jinhee uses her signature technique and the ground cracks with her impact. She uses the heavenly step fan technique, gracefully evading attacks. The girl leaps into the air and delivers a slashing blow with her fan, unleashing a barrage of attacks on Mu-jin. He dodges with difficulty, not understanding how one can create air cutters with a fan. The young man realizes that her fan is a 3-in-1 weapon, and that she is superior to him in skill. However, after his blow the girl flew back, which means he is physically stronger than her. Compared to the head of the Path community, she is not that strong. Mu-jin decides to try the mentor's method and begins to act more persistently. He realizes that at the beginning of the fight he was confused by her unusual weapon. But now, knowing her tactics, he is ready for battle. The young man decides to use brute force tactics to prevent her from using the blades. Jinhee is surprised by such a direct attack. Mu-jin asks her with a grin if she likes floating in the sky, hinting that it will end soon. Mu-jin jumps into the air and grabs Jinhee's leg, preventing her from flying again. He slams her down hard, leaving no chance for a counterattack. The ground cracks from the powerful blow, but the girl manages to jump to the side. A young man with a sly smile blocks her path, not allowing her to leave. He continues to advance, and Jinhee has a hard time fending off his attacks. The girl doesn't understand why he clings to her so desperately. Mu-jin realizes that he had the advantage at first, but now he is losing the initiative. He can't believe that such a strong girl exists, and his persistence only grows. Jinhee doesn't understand who this monk is, and why he is so obsessed with getting closer to her. Taking advantage of the moment, Mu-jin strikes with the fan he took from the girl. He grabs her hand, not letting her escape, and prepares for the decisive blow. Their foreheads collide and the powerful blow sends both of them reeling back. Mu-jin remains on his feet, while his opponent falls to the ground, exhausted. He declares his victory, and demands that he not be bothered anymore. The clan leaders can't believe they lost to this monk again. Jigal-hyun looks at the scene in anger, not understanding why they can't win. This concludes the second duel, and the Nanchang sects no longer interfere with the work of the hospital. The Jegal family who challenged them now even helps them with their work. Rumors reach Mu-jin that they have begun to purge the lower clans. He understands that their attempts to restore his honor are pathetic, but he accepts their help, remaining on guard. After a long search, the Bone and Muscle Wellness Complex is finally ready to open. Mu-jin, satisfied with the work done, announces that it is time to set up the equipment. After a month of preparation, everyone is eagerly awaiting the long-awaited moment. The hospital has finally opened, and its founders look at their creation with pride. Jinhee watches Mu-jin with a smile, happy that she found him. She is fascinated by his strength and beauty and cannot take her eyes off him. In her dreams, she already sees them together, and nothing can separate them. She imagines him confessing his love to her, and her heart skips a beat with happiness. The girl understands that this was a confession, and admires his strength and determination. She decides to approach him, but is stopped by a rude call. Jinhee looks at the one who dared to talk to her like that in anger. Suddenly, Haiguang appears and says with a grin that he has caught her. Mu-jin feels awkward and tries to get dressed, but the girl stops him. She looks with admiration at his muscular body, hardened in battles. The girl understands that this is where the secret of his strength and experience lies. She trained all her life for the sake of her family, but completely forgot about spiritual development. Jinhee feels like a frog in a well, realizing how little she knows about the world. She asks Mu-jin directly what he thinks of her. The young man doesn't understand what she's talking about, and the girl clarifies that she's interested in his opinion of her skills. Mu-jin honestly admits that he was impressed by her techniques with the iron fan. Jinhee sadly realizes that she lacks experience in real combat. Mu-jin praises her improvisation skills, noting that it is not due to a lack of experience. He says that she was able to dodge or block all of his attacks. The young man's praise takes the girl by surprise, and she covers her mouth with her hand in embarrassment. Mu-jin is surprised by such a sudden change in mood, because just recently she was so serious. He doesn't understand why such a strong warrior is not mentioned in the novel. The young man recalls that in the original story, the Jegal family joined the forces of evil. He begins to doubt whether she is an original character from the story of the divine Shaolin monk. The thought that she could have died in battle makes him think. Mu-jin warns the girl against seeking dangerous adventures, because the world of martial arts is cruel. His words touch Jinhee, and she thinks with affection that he is worried about her. She turns away in embarrassment, saying that she is not so weak that she needs to be worried about her. Mu-jin realizes that meeting a member of the Jegal family could be useful to him. He asks if she has come to find out the reason for her defeat. The young man invites her to train together while he is here. Jinhee takes his proposal as a declaration of love. She happily agrees, much to Mu-jin's surprise. He offers to teach her his unique gymnastics in exchange for her techniques. After this, they begin training together. Mu-jin explains to her the correct technique for performing the exercises, emphasizing the work of the abdominal muscles. Jin-hee enjoys training with the cute monk, but it makes it difficult for her to concentrate. The health complex for bones and muscles. Number 2 also started working like clockwork. It seems that their treatment is liked by both common people and nobles, which solves Shaolin's financial problems. Mu-jin understands that he cannot stay here forever, and that he needs to ensure that his treatment continues after he leaves. The leader of the False Path clan promises to devote more time to training, but he is worried about qi healing. Mu-jin reassures him, promising to teach them the techniques and methods they use. He distributes responsibilities. Monk Bo-gan will teach healing using qi, and Monk Bo-hui will teach healing using internal energy. The young man tried to maintain balance, but it was not enough. He came to Nanchang to find dirt on Ryu Solho, but so far nothing has worked. He has suspicions, but no proof, and he didn't expect his opponent to be so cautious. Mu-jin doesn't know what to do, because hanging around here forever isn't an option either. He wasn't the only one who had problems with the plan. Ryu Solho yells at his subordinate in rage, not understanding how he could fail to cope with one pathetic Shaolin. He reports that the other sects were unable to intervene, and the community of paths was destroyed. Ryu Solho realizes that Shaolin is acting preemptively, and orders them to be followed. Suddenly a dart flies at his subordinate and he falls dead. The branch manager can't believe that they knew about his plan, and came to Nanchang on purpose. He despairs and realizes that at this rate he will not be able to surpass his rival and take over the trading company. Suddenly he receives a letter from headquarters with a new plan. The letter says that even if you jump off a cliff, you can find a way to survive. A mysterious stranger orders Ryu Solho to gather all his people. He believes that the current head of the company has had his day, and it's time to have a celebration. Ryu Solho receives an invitation to the Heavenly Stream Leader's mother's 70th birthday party. In the letter, Ryu Zhiguan expresses gratitude for invaluable assistance and hopes for further cooperation. He announces that he is throwing a small celebration in honor of the birthday of his mother, Elder Yan Gahi. Only the closest friends and partners are invited to the celebration. Mu-jin, having received the same invitation, understands that the celebration will take place. He realizes that Ryu Zhiguan has trapped himself. Ryu Solho plans to take advantage of the holiday to kill all the guests and take over the company. Mu-jin didn't expect that he would choose a family celebration to carry out his plan. Fortunately, he has finished all his business in Nanchang and is ready to return to Dengfeng. Jin-hee, having finished his workout, asks how she likes his exercises. The girl believes that they are ideal for training the body and spirit. Mu-jin is glad that she liked it, and praises her for her incredible results. He says that he doesn't even have anything else to teach her. Jin-hee sadly asks if he's leaving soon. Mu-jin realizes that he ruined her career in Nanchang and feels guilty. The girl turns to him with a request, and he looks at her in surprise. She vows to become stronger and asks to fight her again when she returns. The young man happily agrees, because he is glad that she is asking for a duel not for revenge, but for self-improvement. Mu-jin also promises to train hard and look forward to their next meeting. He takes Jin-hee's hand, and the girl takes it as a marriage proposal. The Jeagle family leaves Nanchang, convinced that Mu-jin is in love with their heiress. The young man thought that the girl would be sad, but she, having received a new goal, looked happier than ever. Jin-hee says goodbye happily, her face glowing with happiness. Mu-jin says goodbye to Bo-gan, saying that he still has some things to finish before leaving. He thanks the foreman for his excellent work and returns to Shaolin. The young man inquires about his grandfather's health, which surprises Bo-gan. He says with a smile that the old man is in excellent shape, and even does the exercises himself. Mu-jin is glad that there is no trace left of the former feeble old man. Suddenly he realizes that if his grandfather is completely healthy, then his strength has returned. He was once known as the strongest martial artist, and his appearance at the festival could be of great help. Mu-jin asks Bo-gan to deliver a letter to his grandfather when he returns to Shaolin. Bo-gan has a bad feeling about this, but he agrees to fulfill the request. A few days later, at Hyunguang's monastery, Bo-gan delivers the letter. The old man happily accepts the news from Mu-jin, putting his training on hold. He learns that the young man went straight to the Heavenly Stream Trading Company. Hyunguang decides that she also wants to go to the party to see him. He is looking forward to meeting Mu-jin, and his strength seems to have fully recovered. Meanwhile, the young man hopes that his letter has already reached his grandfather. Mu-jin thanks Mag Ji-hyuk for everything and prepares to leave. He says goodbye to his new friends, promising to visit them again. The head of the False Path thanks him for stopping the atrocities of the local sects. Bo-gan notes with a grin that they were a lot of fun. The new friends promise to continue their noble work and help people. Mu-jin says goodbye to them, his heart filling with warmth. He is glad that although he did not meet strong opponents, he spent his time usefully. The young man leaves Nanchang in a hurry to stop Ryu Solho. However, his thoughts are clouded by endless thoughts about the plan and possible victims. After 3 days of travel, they finally arrive in Dengfeng, where Yangahi's birthday is about to begin. The manager happily greets Mu Jin, noting that he has even grown a little. The young man modestly replies that he simply paid due attention to training. Ryu Jiguan hurries him, saying that Master Hyunguan is already tired of waiting. Mu Jin looks at the guests in surprise, realizing that Ryu Solho cleverly gathered them all in one place. Suddenly he notices his grandfather accompanied by Yangahi. The young man greets them joyfully, thanking them for coming. The old man notes with a smile that Mu Jin has had many adventures. He is happy to see how his student has grown and compares him to his dear Solva. One of the guests asks if any changes have occurred with Lady Solwa. Meanwhile, in her chambers, the girl sits with her eyes closed, and her appearance does not bode well. The maid notices that the young mistress is even happier than the hero of the occasion herself. Ryu Solwa says with a smile that someone is returning today. Mu Jin's words, promising to test her knowledge upon his return, come to mind. She is looking forward to it so she can show him how hard she has been training. The girl kept her promise to him and lost 17 kilograms. Mu Jin has difficulty recognizing the slender beauty as the same girl he left behind. He can't believe his eyes, because it's as if she has become a different person. The young man praises her for her diligence, but the girl believes that this is due to her excellent teacher. He jokes that now she will knock out all the men of Dengfeng. Ryu Solwa is disappointed because that's all he noticed. The maid tries to defuse the situation by saying that her mistress dressed up like that for a special occasion. Mu Jin understands that she wants to hear those very words and turns away in embarrassment. He approaches her and says that during his absence she has become even more beautiful. Suddenly Yangahi calls out to him, asking for help. The holiday is in full swing and the guests are having a great time. Mu Jin looks closely at each guest, trying to remember all their faces. He understands that this will take a lot of time, because there are a lot of guests. The young man hopes that everything will be alright, but just in case he prepares for the worst. Meanwhile, Yangahi and Hyunguang notice his absence. The old woman wants to ask him about his trip to Nanchang, but decides to wait until he returns. Ryu Soryong, the eldest son of the company's head, tries to distract his brother from thoughts of work. He is interested in the old man who is sitting next to the elder. Ryu Solho reveals that this is Master Hyunguang, once known as the strongest martial artist. He also adds that he became a close friend of their grandmother, and in general he is a good person. Ryu Soryong says goodbye to his brother and leaves to greet the newly arrived guests. Suddenly he smells a strange smell of tobacco, which he doesn't like at all. Ryu Solho is confident that there will be no problems with his plan, since he is the future head of the heavenly stream. He meets with the head of internal affairs, Jin Pegu. Ryu Solho looks at him with disdain, realizing that he is in league with his enemies. It turns out that the manager who worked for them for 40 years turned out to be a traitor. Meanwhile, Jin Peogu, unsuspecting, reports that everything is going according to plan. He has already given his people the code signal, and they will soon begin the mission. Ryu Solho praises him for his good work and lets him go. He completely forgot about the danger regarding Mu Jin, as he broke into a smile. All his thoughts are occupied with the upcoming bloody massacre and the takeover of the company. Ryu Seolwa sits by the pond, dreaming of hearing from her idol that she has become more beautiful. But she is tormented by doubts, because it seems he has not even noticed how much she has changed. The girl decides to go back so as not to worry her sister. She is afraid that she will be punished if she continues to sit here alone. Suddenly, Ryu Solwa hears some noise and looks out from around the corner in surprise. Ryu Seolwa overhears the conversation and realizes that the whole problem lies with Mu Jin. She realizes that everything that happened in Nanchang is closely connected with this monk. The girl remembers Hong So-hee's words about how Mu Jin had her fooled. Ryu Solwa knows she needs to tell her father about this quickly, but she is noticed. She tries to run away in panic, but is stopped by a mysterious stranger. Ryu Solo blocks her path, and the girl realizes that she has fallen into a trap. He takes out a knife, saying that they were going to kill everyone anyway. The stranger swings his weapon, and Ryu Solhwa screams in horror, covering her eyes. Mu Jin suddenly appears and blocks the attack using his iron robe. He asks with a grin what their interesting plan is. The young man challenges Ryu Solho to a fight, asking him to try and kill him. Mu Jin can't believe that his opponent easily pierced the iron robe. He realizes that this bastard is stronger than Hong So-hee. Mu Jin notices that his opponent managed to attack him with his blade between attacks. He realizes that he is facing a real professional killer. The young man shouts at Ryu Solwa to run, promising to detain him. He knocks the knife out of his opponent's hands, offering to fight without weapons. Mu Jin throws a powerful kick, but Ryu Solho dodges it. The young man shouts at the girl to run, but she freezes in place in horror. Ryu Solo pushes her aside, ordering his men to protect her at all costs. Mu Jin senses a murderous aura emanating from his opponent. He understands that his enemy does not intend to let him even say goodbye. The young man says with a grin that the super plan to exterminate those present is a complete failure. Ryusolo, in a rage, promises to send him to the next world with great pleasure. He lunges forward and his blow releases a powerful flash of light. Mujin dodges with ease, but his opponent is not far behind. Suddenly the young man feels a sharp pain and sees blood flowing from his shoulder. He can't believe his opponent is so fast. Mujin barely manages to dodge the barrage of attacks. He understands that his enemy is jumping back and forth like a flea. Ryusolo mockingly asks if he is afraid to take his punch. He says that at this rate the young man will drive himself into the grave. Mujin realizes that his opponent has found out about his signature moves. He realizes that he is running out of steam and will soon become completely weak. The young man understands that he must restrain him, otherwise Lady Solwa will be in danger. He decides to stop him at any cost and rushes into attack. Mujin tries to solve the issue with distance, but his opponent is too fast. He realizes things are bad and his enemy strikes again. The youth uses an iron robe and a bunch of fists to repel the attack. Their blows collide, and the powerful impact sends both of them reeling back. Ryusolo uses poisoned blades and Mujin receives multiple wounds. He tells the young man that the poison will soon paralyze his body, and he freezes in horror. The sect leader uses the blade technique Bottomless Abyss to deliver the decisive blow. He says goodbye to the monk, sending him to Buddha. Mujin falls to the ground, his body pierced by poisoned blades. Suddenly one of the blades ends up in Ryusolho's own back. The young man says with a grin that his paralyzing poison is a complete bummer. It turns out he redirected the flow of chi to stop the poison's effects. Ryusolho attacks in a rage, but Mujin manages to dodge. He blocks the blow with his bare hands, not allowing the blade to touch him. The young man asks him defiantly if he understands poisons, hinting at his invulnerability. He uses the Nahan palm technique to deflect the attack. Mujin applies a power grab, preventing the opponent from escaping. He lunges at him, preparing to apply a chokehold. The technique worked, but the young man had almost no strength left. He understands that if he drags on, it will be the end for him, and decides to finish with him.